तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Next we're going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha, 11 times. Please follow along internally. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Next up is the Tattvajamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now, take your Panchavattam and Udani. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take 1 Udani of water and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another Udani of water into your hand for a total of 3 times. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Then wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. And then wash your hand again. Now place your right hand on top of the left and place both hands on the right thigh. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda yoga session, as we chant the sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopatta Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatithau Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Now wash your right hand once more with the water from the Panchapatram. Om Apa Upasprishya. And keep your Panchapatram and Udani aside out of harm's way, so we can safely enter into the ritual of Nithyananda Yoga. We're facing some technical issues, but we will be right back. Please stay tuned. We're completing for the inconvenience.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now enter into the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Requesting all the participants to please settle down on the yoga mats, as we are now going to enter into the ritual of Nithyananda Yoga. Starting off with the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on top of your knees in Bindu Mudra with the index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space as you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your navel region and hold your breath. Then exhale deeply and hold your breath as well. Do this again and again. Visualizing a flame kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, which is the combination of the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, contracting your abdominal muscles above and below the navel and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest, internally contracting the throat muscles, thus locking the throat. Again, all the three bandhas together form Mahamudra Bandha. Next up is Soham, the japa Soham. Visualize the japa rotating around your throat as you continuously, internally repeat the japa Soham, Soham. Starting off with the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now, place your feet on top of opposite thighs in Padmasana. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, in Anjali Mudra, and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight, engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ पक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now join the soles of your feet together in front of your body, feet slightly extended away. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parasha Mudra. As you lean forward and down and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Now gaze to the tip of the nose, engage all the bandhas, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरव विधियाहु में जानो उभय पगधली संपुट ठानो.
Next up is Nagi Pavasana with your feet extended away, the soles of the feet together. Extend your arms out, cup your palms, place them on the ground in front of the feet as you bring your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूरव विधि पर्यागाने नीचो हो एकहो निभनास्यो लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे.
Next up is KAILASA. Keep your hands in Prana mudra, index fingers and middle fingers together as you hold the little and ring fingers with your thumbs. Catch a hold of the big toes with index and middle fingers. Extend your legs out and then cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down. Place your elbows on the ground and perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize yourself as a bird in KAILASA.
अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stack your knees and ankles. Hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose, engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji. And every once in a while, change the direction of the movement.
गोड़ा बामा पादकी आशमाहिली सोय दक्षचरण को वारलोता परिकुल्भ समोज.
Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your hips up high, scooping your head and chest forward and down again and again. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as an elephant in Gajasana.
निभ्यं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूयामस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
From the same position, now press one heel to the ground as you lift the other heel up, alternating on both sides again and again. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a bear in Rikshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand on the tips of the big toes and bring your hands to the chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादैगणं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत धूमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Starting off with Alimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest and raise one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion. Follow along with the respective hand again and again. Next up is Bala Lingasana. Now, interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra and raise one knee up towards your chest. Pull it close with your hands as you engage all the bandhas. Visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरथियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Padapidanasana. As you stand erect on the mat like a rod, pull one foot behind towards your buttocks, holding it with both hands interlocked in Padasha Mudra. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Padapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
We move on to Natarajasana. Now, hold the sole of the foot from the inside and kick your leg back and up as you extend the other arm forward with the hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Again, interlock your fingers from the outside in. Pull the other knee up towards your chest. With Mahamudra Bandha engaged, visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरथियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Padapidanasana. Pull the foot behind towards your buttocks with both hands in Padasha Mudra. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside, kick your leg back and up, and lean forward with your hand in Bindu Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja and Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे
आनंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानंद 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 परमशिवोऽहम् Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. We are now visible for all the participants. Let us now move on to the next step of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which is the next Karana, the Ardharechita Karana. Now stand in Alimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest and then step the right leg behind the left. Swing your right hand back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Then place your hand over the nose, uncross your ankles and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of your bone structure and move your body intensely. Next up is Katichina Karana from Alimandi posture. Cross your arms over top of your head. Then open your arms, turn your body to one side, cross them back to the center. Repeat this movement again and again and follow along with your breath. Next up is Tadasana. Now raise your arms up parallel over top of your head as you stand on the tips of your toes. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka and engage all three wonders, internally chanting Shivoham in Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् अंतर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now lean forward and down and place your hands on the ground if you can. If you can't reach the floor, you can just lean down as low as possible and try to bring your head as close as possible towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् अंतर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your feet back into a plank position. Tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in Tadasana.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Now lay down flat on your stomach. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders and raise your head and chest by the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth widely. Inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमो विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Now push your body up into the plank position and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you breathe calmly through your nose, holding your breath on and off as you lead the prana along your spine, breathing in Sahajra Kumbhaka in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमागुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Now step one foot in between the two hands and simultaneously exchange the position of the feet again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पूर्वमार्गेण भ्रामित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Now keep one foot at the front and the other foot back, back toes facing sideways, the front knee bent at a 90-degree angle, with your arms parallel above your head. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Bend the front knee, raise your arms, visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra and Virabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh with the heel at the perineum. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. As you pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Raise the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Raise your arms up. Visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the other foot on top of the opposite thigh with your hands in Namaskara Mudra in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back. Back toes facing sideways, arms extended parallel to the ground. Bring one hand to the foot. Raise the other arm up. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Rise up and exchange the position of your feet. The arms parallel to the ground, lean forward and down, repeating Trikonasana, the triangle posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Nikutaka Karana from Alimandi posture. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands to the chest with the palms facing another. Stomp the raised heel to the ground. Raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands. Now lower your body down. Raise the heels off the ground and sit on the heels with the perineum, knees together, hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji and buzz like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka as you internally chant Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
With your hands at the side, extend one leg forward. Keep the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra, fingertips barely touching the ground as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now catch a hold of the big toe of the front foot and hold the back heel with the other hand as you visualize Swamiji in Vidunanasana.
गुल्भस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Keep the hands at the side, palms facing forward in Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now hold on to the big toe of the front foot and the back heel as you visualize Swamiji in Vidunanasana.
गुल्भस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now step both feet in, sit on raised heels and separate your knees as you place your hands on top with the palms facing up. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Swamiji in Brahmajalankushasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबक दलियां की माहिली आइस माहेरा शेमिली.
Now drop your knees to the ground. Keep your hands on the thighs. Sit on raised heels as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni in Kapilasana.
उभय पगथली सम टहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे.
Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Batra Gurakasana.
दो पगथली संपुट करे कोरबारली भूपर इधरे.
Now raise your knees off the ground and join your thumbs and little fingers in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, as you open up your fingers resembling a lotus flower. Raise your arms above your head and gaze through the gap between the palms. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Suryasana.
एड़ी दो गुदा दरियाने फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने.
Now place your knees on the ground and your feet flat. As you keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka, then Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
Now bring your hands behind your back, hold on to opposite shoulders with your elbows close to the head. Gaze up. Keep visualizing yourself as a frog with your tongue up in Manduki Mudra, performing the Uddiyana Bandha in Uttana Mandukasana.
मण्डुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
Now cross your feet and sit on the heels as you keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again, visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरं हस्तौश्चजान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Now bring the soles of the feet together behind, with the toes pointing back. Sit on your heels and cross your arms behind your back, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle fingers. Tuck your chin to the chest, lock your throat, gaze to the tip of the nose, and visualize Swamiji as you return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka in Bhadrasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Now place your feet flat, keep your knees raised, and bring your arms in and around the raised knees behind your back. Interlock the fingers behind in Parasha Mudra as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhushandi Asana.
प्रथमे वेसकुकुटठाने दोवहातपगमी च आने.
Next up is Kani Pavasana. With your hands flat on the ground, bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward and raise your feet off the ground. Balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in Kani Pavasana.
आसन को गुण आशी दुस्ता होई तो आछी होई.
You arrived at Kapali Asana, the first inverted posture of this sequence. Requesting all the participants who suffer from neck or spine injuries, who have high blood pressure or are currently in pregnancy, to please consult your doctor before you perform any of the inverted postures. Take all the precautions required, and if you are not sure whether you can perform the inverted postures, set yourself up in front of a wall and lean against the wall for support. This will prepare you to perform these asanas. Now place your hands on the ground shoulder width apart and bring your head on the ground, forming a triangle between your hands and your head. With your knees on your arms, bring your hips above the shoulders and then straighten your legs up. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Kapali Asana.
शीर्ष शीर्षा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Next up is Paramashivoham. From a squatting position, with your hands flat on the ground, rotate your body to one side. Align your knee and your hip with your elbows. Lean forward. Lift your body up onto your arms and extend your legs out to the side as you gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in Richaka Kumbhaka again and again in Paramashivoham.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Now twist your body to the other side. Lean onto your arms. Balance as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Paramashivoham on the other side.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Now, with your hands flat on the ground, step your feet back and then bring one foot outside the shoulder in between the two hands. Push your hips forward, gaze up and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Step the front foot back, bring the other foot in between the two hands. Repeat Bhairaganathasana as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Step the front foot back and bring your forearms on the ground. Keep your hips raised. Slightly walk your feet forward to raise your hips even more and try to push your heels to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्थौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगळ कटिस्थलम् अभिरुका.
Now rise back up onto your hands and rotate your body to raise one arm to the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize yourself as H. Vashishta in Vashishtasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचहल मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Rotate your body to the other side. Lift the other arm up towards the sky. Repeat Vasishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचहलमत्स्यकम्.
Next up is Anjani Asana. Now sit with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Lock your chin to the chest. Gaze towards your navel as you visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. Internally chant the new japa Mahasadashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दोवू करकी उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Now lean forward and down. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Paschimottanasana.
जानु परिललाटन्तु पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Separate your feet and interlock your fingers around your neck as you lean forward and down as low as you can with all three bandhas engaged, visualizing yourself, visualizing Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
Now step one foot in towards the perineum and lean forward and down as you interlock your fingers behind your back in Marichi Asana, visualizing yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the waist into the side and lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale fully. Perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now straighten both legs. Bring the other heel in towards your perineum. Lean forward. Bring your arm around the leg and interlock your fingers behind as you bring your head to the knee, visualizing Sage Marichi in Marichi Asana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Drop the waist into the side. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands as you gaze to your nose and engage all the bandhas in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now join the soles of the feet with the heels close to the perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes and pull the knees down to the mat. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Bhadrasana 2.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Kvalipavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body, soles together, hands on the respective knees. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Kvalipavasana.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कक्ष्यो सोजी वाही विधि चौकी जय सोजी.
Next up is Joni Asana. Now bring your feet back in towards your perineum. Hold the soles of your feet with all your 10 fingers and lean forward and down as you gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Asana.
दोवू पकदली संबड़ करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
Next up is Midakipavasana. Extend your feet away from the body. Keep only the heels together. Separate your toes as you extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिपकदली संपूर्ण शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Now bring your feet back in towards the body. Toes together, heels separated. As you bring your hands below the shins, with the palms facing up in Siddha Samadhi Asana. Place your face on the ground with the toes against your throat if you can, as you gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
दोवू पकदली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा में धरे.
Rise back up. Bring the heels against your perineum. Heels together, toes apart, and open your feet like a book as you press your elbows on your thighs. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Chinakipavasana.
दो बगागी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Now bring the soles of the feet together and place your hands on the knees, gently pressing them to the ground. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Chadapata Chokasana.
दो पकथली संपुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे.
Now twist your feet, raise the heels and bring the toes to the mat. As you then place your knees to the ground and your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze up, pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्कर्मेणोत्थितं शनैः.
Next up is Samanasana. Keep one heel against the perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest with both hands. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji, exhale and hold your breath in the root center, in the Muladhara chakra in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now lift the leg over top of your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward with your hands by the side. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Exchange the position of your feet, bring the other heel against your chest as you visualize Swamiji in Samanasana on the other side.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Lift the leg over your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward. Hands at the side, gaze up in Apanasana on the other side.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees and keep the heels at the outside of the hips. With your hands interlocked on the top knee, gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow. Breathe and sit Kari Kumbhaka with your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth, hissing through the teeth on the inhalation through your mouth. Internally chant Om Nithyananda in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने, बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Gaze to your nose as you try to bring the nose to the mat. Visualize yourself as a Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Rise up, place the right foot flat with a knee against your chest, the other heel against your perineum, hands on the knees, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too.
डाबो पकमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वार नीचे दे.
Now sit on the heel with your perineum as you interlock your fingers around your neck, twist your elbows around the raised knees, and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a Janarada, Naradasana.
पिष्ट जवाम पगदली गेरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी.
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh, hold onto the right big toe with your right hand in Prana Mudra, and to the right shin with the left hand as you hug your knees. Gaze to the nose, visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Now again stack your knees and interlock your fingers on the top knee. Gaze to your nose and visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now repeat Anasuyasana, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you pull your stomach in and up and gaze to your nose.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने, बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Interlock your fingers behind your back, gaze to your nose and lean forward and down in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now bring the right heel against the perineum with the left foot flat, hands on the knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too.
डाबो पकमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वार नीचे दे.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel, interlock your fingers around your neck, twist your elbows outside the raised knee, and gaze up towards your third eye in Naradasana on the other side.
पिष्ट जवाम पगदली गेरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी.
Now bring your right foot on top of the left thigh, keeping the left knee raised. Hold on to the left shin and the big toe as you gaze to the nose and visualize the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, Matsya and Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Next up is Matsya Indrasana. As you place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, bring it close to the hip, raise the opposite knee and twist your elbow around the raised knee with a hand by the neck, the other hand on the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the master of Hatha Yoga, the great sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षदानुपरिण्यसेत्.
Now extend your front arm down to the foot. Catch the big toe in Prana Mudra as you place the other hand on your ear. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from the ear to the ground behind you. Keep holding onto the foot at front as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend your legs forward and exchange the position of your feet as you twist your elbow around the raised knee with the hand by the neck, the other hand on the ground behind you, repeating Matsyendasana on the other side.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
Extend the front hand down to the foot. Hold onto the big toe as you place the other hand on your ear. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from the ear to the ground behind you and visualize Sage Matsyendranath and Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now place your feet onto opposite thighs. Sit in Padmasana with your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Press your tongue against the back of the teeth as you hiss through your teeth on the inhalation in Shitali Kumbhaka. Engage all the bandhas and internally chant Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम in Padmasana.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेद्धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा.
Now cross your arms in front and hold on to the big toes with index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, in Padmasana too.
उत्तानो चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्तूपे यत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानो पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
Now bring your hands through the legs as you maintain Padmasana. Place your palms on the ground and straighten your...
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with the next asana, Baddha Keki Asana. As you sit in Padmasana, rise up onto your knees and place your hands on the ground with your fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows towards your navel, lean your navel onto your elbows and lift your legs off the ground. As you visualize Swamiji, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and Baddha Keki Asana.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
Now extend your legs into Mayurasana. Keep your elbows at the navel and lean forward to balance on your arms with your legs extended back, visualizing yourself as a peacock.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lay down on your stomach and interlock your fingers around your neck as you rotate your feet to turn the toes out to the side. Bring the heels to the mat. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
Now bring your hands next to the shoulders and lift your legs off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मं व्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Now bend your knees and hold onto the feet, pulling the heels outside the hips. Try to touch the ground with your heels as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मं व्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Now kick your legs back and up and raise your head and chest. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Now sit in a kneeling posture with the hip in between the heels, toes touching behind. Hands on the knees, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Next up is Gohi Asana, another inverted posture. Place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers. Place your head on the ground and support it with your hands. As you raise your hips, walk your feet forward and lift your legs off the ground. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Try to touch your chin with your knees as you squeeze your body into a ball. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Now extend your legs up straight into Suryasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down. Come to a seated position with the legs extended forward. Get ready to enter a sequence of rapid exhalations in Bastika Kumbhaka, contracting the abdomen, pushing the air out of the lungs like the bellows of a blacksmith again and again without inhaling. Let the air return into your lungs naturally. Now, hold onto the calves and extend your legs vertically in front of your face as you visualize Swamiji in Podiasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने.
Keep breathing rapidly as you bring your hands behind your back and hold onto opposite shoulders, gazing to the third eye, visualizing yourself as a mace in Parigasana.
उत्तानसेनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Extend your arms out in front, parallel to the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानसेनं कुरुपराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Now, scoop your hands underneath the feet and bring them against your chest as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana.
पगतले सम्पूटकरी हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
Now breathe calmly. Lay on your back with your feet flat, your knees raised. Place your palms on the ground just behind the heels as you push your hips up. Contract the perineal floor and lock your throat intensely as you push the air upwards, but prevent it from escaping as you lock your throat in Mocha Kumbhaka. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up, completely unclutched from any micro movements of your body and mind. In Shavasana, as you pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine from the Muladhara all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra. Visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. As you internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Shavasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence. With this, let us now get ready for the final 200 asanas of the Ditya Vinyasa Krama in just a few moments. Get a sip of water and return immediately back to your yoga mat, as we're going to continue in just a few seconds.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Let us now continue with the next asana of the sequence. Everyone, please settle down on your mat as you sit in a comfortable position that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra as you visualize Swamiji and breathe in Samana Kumbhaka in Yathasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथकं संयथा स्थितिः.
In a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, inhale and exhale as deeply as possible as you visualize Swamiji in Samanasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Now with your left heel against the perineum and with the right foot on top of the left, your hands flat on the knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
From the same position, with the gaze up at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana.
स्थानसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Shift your gaze to the ground in front of you and engage all Trivandhas in Siddhyasana.
वामपादकीडीजानो सीवनिमदितासुकोठानो.
Keep your hands in Bindu Mudra on the knees and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra and Rudrasana too.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
From the same position, gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature in Santadunasana.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
Now cup your hands in front of the navel, one palm over the other, in Sampura Mudra resembling a lotus flower as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana too.
ऋजुकाय समासीना सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
Now set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation as you inhale and hold your breath and then enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your mouth with the little and ring fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Bandha Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Maintain the posture, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana in Valmikasana.
दाबा पगकी पगथली पुनिएड़ी है जोज.
Now place your hands flat on the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Maintain posture and visualization as you shift your gaze to the third eye in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
Now bring the soles of the feet together, heels close to your perineum. Interlock your fingers around the toes as you pull your knees to the ground, gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra, and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Badrasana 3.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Now keep your left hand on the knee and cover your mouth with your right hand. Gaze to your third eye and press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra as you close your left nostril and inhale through the right. Then close both nostrils and hold your breath. Exhale through the left and then again inhale through the left, inverting the breathing flow again and again in Abhyantara Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जोगी जय सोजी.
Now separate your heels and place your elbows down on the heels as you rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to your nose, pull your stomach in and up and exhale fully, holding your breath in the exhaled state again and again in Rechaka Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanadi Pavasana.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विदिते से.
Now scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers in front as you lift your feet off the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Padasana.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Now free your hands again and interlock your fingers around the toes from the top. Pull your feet against your chest, gaze to your nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठपूप राशे.
Now once more, scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers around the toes from below. Pull your feet against your chest, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Udarasana.
दो पकतली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्तकरी उरद हिताने.
Raise your feet higher in front of your face with interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दोवू पगतली जोड़ी संपूट करे.
Now bring your legs over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनं योज्यते.
Now bend your elbows downwards, keep your legs over your shoulders, bring your hands behind your back and try to interlock your fingers. As you gaze to your nose, lift your feet up and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दो हाथ पगम नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Now place the top of the left foot on the mat as you sit on the left heel, stack the right knee over top of the left, hold on to opposite knees with your hands, gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object. Only focus on the object within as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan and make an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Ujjayi Pranayama in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the left foot outside the hip and sit on the ground in between the heels with your hands on the top knee. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागिनगरपञ्चडं प्रशीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and bring the left foot onto the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, reach for the opposite thigh and twist your spine. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीति स आने.
Untwist your spine, maintain your legs in the same position as you hold onto the toes and lean forward and down, visualizing Swamiji in Machandasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जजोजी वामजङ्गपरि राखेसोजी.
Now interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now place the right foot flat on the mat and sit on the right heel as you stack the left knee over top. Place your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Sankatasana on the other side.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the heel outside the hip and interlock your fingers on the top knee. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागिनगरपञ्चडं प्रशीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now slide the left foot on the right thigh and place the right foot on the left knee. Bring your right hand behind your back, hold onto opposite thighs and twist your spine as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana on the other side.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीति स आने.
Untwist your spine, hold onto the toes and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize Swamiji in Machandasana too.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीति स आने.
Rise up, interlock your fingers on the top knee. Engage all the bandhas and visualize your Guru in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your feet flat with the knees against your chest in Parshasana. Hold onto your knees with your hands as you press your tongue upwards in Kejari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाननिवृत्ति निधाय.
Now hold on to opposite wrists and rest your chin on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Bodha Shukasana. Visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss.
दोवो पगतली भूपरि धरे पौरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Now bring your hands below the knees and hold on to opposite elbows as you pull your legs back in towards your chest. Gaze to the nose, push your tongue up and visualize Swamiji in Gurakatasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे लेट हरावे.
Now cross the ankle of the right foot over the left with the toes pointing up. Gaze to the nose and visualize Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिधस पद आने.
Now extend your legs forward, interlock your fingers and raise your arms up with the wrists pointing outwards. Keep your elbows straight like a stick as you engage all the bandhas. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Now lean forward and down, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other, alternatingly in Nadi Shodhana, cleansing all the nadis in your body as you visualize Swamiji in Arambhasana.
दो पग मिलवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your hands below the legs and hold on to the soles of your feet from the outside as you lean forward and down. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Bidokasana.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचक उर्द को कुरुडो डारे.
Now bring the heels together, the toes apart. Bring your hands below the shins with the palms facing up and lean forward and down, placing your chin on the heels as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Jalandhari Pavasana.
दो एड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Lift one leg behind your neck and extend the other leg forward. Lean forward and down and hold on to the front foot with both hands. If you cannot bring the leg behind your neck, you can bring it over your shoulder or just pull it towards your chest, cross it over top of the other leg, then lean forward and down and open your hips. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama for the next few asanas. Visualize that the prana is flowing upwards within your body from the soles of the feet to the regenerative organs, to the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, to the crown of your head. Visualize the prana flowing upward. Feel the upward flowing prana as you visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg still behind your neck. Hold on to the foot behind your head with the opposite leg extended forward. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself being infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto the foot. Gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now as you lay on your back, lift your knees towards your chest and encircle them with your arms. Rock your body from side to side and visualize Swamiji in Dirashasana.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भः.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Lift the other leg behind your neck and lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot. Visualize the upward flowing prana as you visualize Swamiji.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold on to the foot behind your head as you visualize yourself being infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Roll onto the side of the hand, holding onto the foot, gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now, as you lay on your back, one by one lift your legs behind your neck. Visualize Swamiji as you gaze to the nose and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, interlocking your fingers around your lower back in Yoga Nidra.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
Now interlock your fingers around your neck from the same posture as you gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within in Atmaramasana.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम धोसोभे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. Lay on your back and then extend your arms out to the side. Pull your knees to the chest and keep the soles of the feet facing the sky. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसो उभय सपा करे.
From this position, now drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. In Jatara Parivriti 1. Bend both knees to the side. 2. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Jatara Parivriti 3. Now bring your knees back towards the center. And repeat the movement on the other side. Drop the knee to the other side. Bend both knees to the side. And extend the legs to the side. Hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam, sorry for the technical glitch. Let's now continue with the next asana of the sequence, which is the Dvipadapitam. Lay on your back and place your feet flat on the ground. Raise your knees. Then hold onto your ankles, push your hips up high, lock your throat and push the air upwards in Mocha Kumbhaka. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dvipadapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body off the ground and push your hips up high. Visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture as you bring your hands and feet closer together and breathe deeply through your nose in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनं मस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्याम्.
Lay down on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective shoulders and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभोवाणिज्य.
Now place your arms flat on the ground and raise your legs up high. Point your toes to the sky and move them around in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in the Viparita Karani.
भूतले सुशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैः सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Point the toes to the sky in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Now bring your legs up over top of your head and drop the toes down to the ground. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now hold onto the feet over top of your head. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Now separate your feet as you still hold on to the toes. Bring your hips above the shoulder level for balance and visualize Swamiji in Supta Konasana.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Join your feet back together, hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra. Keep your arms and legs straight in chakrasana.
शवासनस्थद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ.
Now lay on your back with your legs vertical, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you separate your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Join your feet back together, keep holding onto the big toes as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now cross your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back. Bring your hands over top of your head and hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत्.
Now place the back side of the right hand onto the left palm over top of your head. Maintain Padmasana as you lay on your back, visualizing Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सुधोसो वे भूपरि पाछे.
Now raise your knees and your hips off the ground, support your lower back with your hands, elbows resting on the ground. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथ वक्षेत्रसंक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. Now place one foot on the opposite thigh and pull your knees towards your chest as you extend your arms over top of your head. Fingers hooked forward like the stinger of a scorpion. Lock your throat in Chalanadabandha, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a scorpion of Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशयन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्ति सुदाखे.
Repeat Vrishikasana by exchanging the position of your feet.
प्रथमशयन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्ति सुदाखे.
Now lay down flat on your back and interlock your fingers around your neck. Lift both your legs off the ground completely as you alternate pulling your knee in towards your chest, back and forth again and again. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in Vrishapada Kripasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा पूर्वं मिलित्वा.
Place your hands on the ground next to your body as you alternate lifting your knees against your ears, back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in Maruttanasana.
श्रोतानवत् संसिद्धि कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat, raise your knees and stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay down on your back, kick your legs over, roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Now lay down on your stomach and keep your hands flat on the ground next to your shoulders. Point your toes back and contract your lips, making a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on a chariot back in Saratasana.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Now push your body off the ground and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Dehalu Lankanasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उडानैव बहिरानीय.
From a standing position, now lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise six-eared elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. From Alimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise your arms to the shoulder level and rotate them around your body as you move your head in all directions. Open up your chest intensely. Next up is Sarapasana. If you have a rope available, tie your feet with the rope. Keep your elbows and your hands close to your body. Stand erect on the mat like a rock. Visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body in Sarapasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to your toes with your hands and fists and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel in Ushtrasaranasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्काप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Hold the toes from the side with your hands and fists as you move around on the mat like a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्काप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Now stand with your heels touching and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull your hands down towards your calves as you tilt your head back, lean back all the way. Breathe deeply as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तोजङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is Tala Pushpa Bhutam Karna. Stand in Alimandi and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Bow down to one side and open up your palms. Raise the respective heel again and again, visualizing yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. As you stand on the mat, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose. Then lay down on your stomach. And again, jump your feet towards your hands and stand with your hands extended away from the body in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanattanam. Now, hold on to weights as you sit down and stand back up, or squat as low as you can. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् अथितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Now raise your arms above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace in Musalasana.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Uchchiya Shakasana. Now, lift one foot towards your chest with both hands. Sit down and stand back up on the other leg, alternating on both sides again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uchchiya Shakasana.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Now keep the toes of the right foot pointing outwards as you lift the left knee against your chest and circle the left knee with the left arm. Keep the hand in the fist as you place the right hand on the inner thigh in Parshvajanukarana. The next asana is Tandavasana. Hold on to weights, extend your arms and the left leg forward. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you sit down and stand back up.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Now lift the left foot against the inner right thigh with the heel against the perineum. Keep your hands relaxed by the knees as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now bring the left leg over around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्थानपूर्वपीठं च सिंहद्वारुणमेव च.
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold onto the left big toe and Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers and extend the leg out to the side as you rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. Now lift the left leg behind your neck and stand tall on the mat. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within. As you stand tall, sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu in Trivikramasana.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana. Keep the toes of the left foot pointing to the side as you lift the right knee towards your chest and circle it with your arm while keeping the hand in the fist with the other hand on the thigh. Now extend your arms and the right leg forward. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now lift the right foot towards the inner opposite thigh with the heel against the perineum. Keep your hands relaxed by the knees as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now bring the right leg over and around the left knee with the toes tucked behind the left calf as you bring the right arm below the left and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring the right foot onto the left thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the big toe of the right foot in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Extend the right leg out to the side as you rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as a North Pole star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now lift the right leg behind your neck and stand tall on the mat. Breathe calmly through your nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu is blessing you from within. Sit down and stand back up in Trivikramasana.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Stand with the heels touching, the toes pointing outwards, and your hands slightly extended away from your hips, fingers pointing one by one. Breathe deeply and relax from this intense sequence of asanas as we get ready for the final 100 asanas, starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down, separate your feet and bring your hands from the outside in between the legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Inhale all the way, hold your breath, and by the force of your will, move the prana retained in your body upwards and downwards through the limbs of your body intensely in Gorak Anjali Asana. Next up is Kanchi Asana. From the squatting position, interlock your fingers around your lower back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Bhairo Asana with the heels together in a squatting position with your heels close to your perineum. Interlock your fingers around your lower back. Gaze towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time in Bhairo Asana. Now, from this squatting position, separate your toes, keep the heels together. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra behind your head, with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Prapitasana. Place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Raise your hips, lean forward, and balance onto the hands as you lift your feet off the ground, visualizing yourself as a crow in Bakasana. Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. This is going to be another inverted posture. Set yourself up in front of a wall if needed. With your hands on the ground, place your head on the mat. With the knees on the elbows, hips above the shoulders, straighten your legs up, and then cross them into Padmasana. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Gently lower your legs down. Come to a kneeling position and keep the heels outside the hips with the toes touching behind your back. Hands on the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize that you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana. The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. As you place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, raise your legs up into a handstand. This asana should be performed by everyone to purify all the 7 chakras. Visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground in Vrikshasana too.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
The next asana is Shibo Asana. From the handstand position, gaze towards your third eye and visualize that tejas, energy, is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body, bring divine radiance towards your being.
दो बगजोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your feet back into a plank position. Lower your body to the ground and push yourself up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
निब्जं शयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Now lay down flat on your stomach, keep your hands on the waist, and lift your head and chest from left to right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake in Sadapasana too.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Now bring your elbows on the ground in front of you and rest your chin on your hands with your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra. Point your toes back and feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परयासुधीः.
Now place your hands on the ground and bend your knees, raise your feet up, and as you straighten your arms, bring your upper back and your feet close together, visualizing yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays in Chaturasana.
अध्यासनौ स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now come to a kneeling position. Sit on your heels with the feet flat. Extend your arms out in front. As you place your hands and your forehead on the ground, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Now keep your hands flat on the ground and raise your hips up high. Straighten your legs and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संसितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. With your hands on the ground, raise your legs up over top of your body and lower your face down towards the mat as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराळे कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Come to a kneeling position and hold on to the big toes as you pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on your knees and gaze to your nose, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation in Ujjayi Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Dhanantarasana.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीचो फणा शरामोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlock your fingers in front of your body. Move your arms upwards, downwards, left, right, all directions, giving massage to very stiffened joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind your back and repeat the movement as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुली बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् परमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
The next asana is Garudasana form. Now bring your heels outside the hips with the toes pointing to the side. Turn your toes sidewards. Bring your thighs and calves on the mat as you keep your hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जङ्घोरुभ्यान्तरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together with the toes pointing back, your knees separate. Hold onto your ankles and place the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple in Ananda Mandirasana.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. Place your hands underneath your knees as you pull your stomach in and up. Visualize yourself as a frog and press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra in Mandukasana too.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य कुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे धवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasanam. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels. Place your palms flat on the ground with your thumbs touching. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again, visualizing yourself as Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
Sit on raised heels, keep the toes tucked, and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth again and again in Vishlaka Pranayama. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears in Vishlakasana.
दो बगा की एडी जोजी घोड़ा फणा वाण पनी होए.
Now bring your feet flat on the ground, the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back. Sit on your heels and bring your hands towards your armpits as you imitate, as if you are stretching yourself, visualizing yourself as a playful monkey, gazing through your third eye in Makadasana.
दो वो बगदले संपुट आने तिनके पिष्टे भूमि पर इठाने.
Yes, now tuck the toes and bring the soles of the feet together as you raise your knees off the ground. Separate your knees in Vajrasangadasana as you hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to the tip of your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha.
प्रथम फणा पानी होए वैसे दो वो एडी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now sit in a kneeling position, cross your feet and sit on the heels. Place your hands on the ground next to your body as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Maintain the same posture, but place your hands on your knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you embody a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
पुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो विक्रमेण समाहितौ.
Maintain the same posture, but relax your upper back and neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
बुधं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां विक्रमेण समाहितः.
Now rise up onto your knees and cross your feet behind your body. Bring the toes near the opposite knees and hold onto your calves with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru, Swamiji, in Vijogasana.
घोड़ा वामो बो होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. As you stand on your knees, place the top of the feet flat on the ground. Hold onto the heels with your hands. As you push your hips forward, lean back and tilt your head back, visualizing yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संधिपादै शुक्कुमान्.
The next asana is Jatyasana 2. Now lean back and place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground as you hold onto the soles of your feet with your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारित रिधरे.
Now lay down flat on your back and rise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all the causal, subtle forms of your body in Viratasana.
जंगा पृष्ठि भूमो निधाय जंगोद्रयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. As you lean back all the way, bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Reach for your feet as you bring your head in between the heels. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove in Kapotasana.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संधिपादै शुक्कुमान्.
Next up is Varasana. Now come to a kneeling posture. Raise your hips up and tuck your toes. Keep the heels off the ground. Hold on to opposite arms with your hands as you gaze to the tip of the nose. In the boon-fulfilling posture, receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य
Now sit down on raised heels and place your forearms on the ground as you rest your head on your hands. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. From the kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground and get ready for another inverted posture. Keep your elbows shoulder-width apart, interlock your fingers and support your head with your hands as you raise your hips. Walk your feet forward, align your hips with the shoulders, and then lift your feet up into a straight headstand. Gaze to the tip of the nose and breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a lob tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your body down and come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels with the feet flat, separate your knees and lean forward and down. Bring your head between the knees, hold your head with both hands, keep the elbows outside the legs. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity. Visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथम भगदली सपठहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Now lay down flat on your stomach with your arms extended over top of your head. Raise your arms, your chest, your legs off the ground and hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana, visualizing yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाच नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Place your hands on the ground next to your hips. Bring your forehead to the mat and lift your legs up together without lifting your chest. Visualize your skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. From the same posture with your hands next to your body, raise your hips and your legs up. Bend your legs over top of your head and try to touch the ground in front of your face with the toes. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove in Akasha Kapotasana.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Now come back to a kneeling posture and lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground, your navel onto your thighs as you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामष्टभ्य.
With your forearms on the ground, raise your hips, straighten your legs, bring your hips above the shoulders, and then lift your feet off the ground and bend your knees. Try to touch the back of your head with your feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana too.
विच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमां कृपा श्रीधृत्वास्मि शीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now sit down on the right heel and keep the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Place your hands on the ground in front of your knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external objects. Just focus on the object within as you visualize yourself as a bull. Forcefully inhale through your nose. Hold your breath for a short while and then slowly exhale again through your nose in Antarangaka Kumbhaka as you perform Vrishasana.
यामे गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now with your hands flat on the ground in front of your body, lift your entire body off the mat, cross the toes of the left foot over the right and balance on your hands, visualizing Swamiji in Lolasana.
तुलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now sit down on the left heel and keep the right foot outside the hip as you repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture.
यामे गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Bala Gunasana. Place the right foot flat with the knee raised and tuck the toes of the left foot sitting on the left heel with your hands on the respective knees. Visualize Bala Gunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन कोकन जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Stand up and squat down. Bring your hands from the inside out around your legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्यपूर्वरौ स्थाप्य.
Now repeat Balagunasana. Sit down on the right heel with the left knee against your chest, hands on the knees, and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now step both feet in and sit on raised heels. Bring your knees together and place your hands on top. Hold on to weights. If you want to intensify this asana.
युजास्पिजोस्ति यद ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2, with the soles of the feet together, the heels raised off the ground, knees separated. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम प्रणापाणि होय जैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your palms on the ground and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Squat down all the way, keep your arms straight, gaze to your nose, and visualize you are able to live off of air alone in Anilasana.
दो हाथ भूमि पर टाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the ground and step your feet onto your palms. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking all across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutoddanasana.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. With your hands on the ground, lift your legs up over top of your body and move your legs as you dance on your hands. Feel yourself become free of all inhibitions in Viparita Nrityasana.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Kunjarasana. Separate your feet and lean forward and down, placing one hand on the ground with the arm straight, the other hand on the respective ear. Visualize Swamiji and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasra Kumbhaka.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
The next asana is Kadambasana. Squat down with your heels together, close towards your perineum. Lift your feet off the ground, balance only on your heels as you hold onto your ankles with your hands. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Place your feet flat on the ground and hold onto your knees as you pull your thighs against your chest. Breathe deeply through your nose and visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वरितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakorasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and extend the opposite leg forward. Place your hands on the ground next to your body and then lift your entire body off the ground onto your arms. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakorasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull the right foot towards your ear as you keep the left leg extended. Pull the foot as if you're pulling a bowstring as you visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the right leg over top of your shoulder and hook the left foot on top of the right. Extend your legs out of the side as you lean forward and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Place the right foot flat on the ground and place the left foot on top of the right thigh. Bring your right shoulder underneath the raised knee and push your left knee to the ground with the left hand. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana in Pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now bring the left foot outside the right hip and step the right foot over top of the left knee. Bring the left elbow around the raised knee and try to bring your hand below to interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Parshvamatsyendrasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्तते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg to the front. Keep your hands at the side to lift your entire body up. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now again, catch a hold of the big toes and pull the left foot towards your ear this time as you visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana too.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now lift the left leg over your shoulder. Hook the right foot on top of the left and extend your legs out to the side as you lean forward. Lift your body off the ground and balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now, with the left foot on the ground, the knee raised, place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Bring the left shoulder underneath the raised knee and push the right knee to the mat as you gaze to your third eye and visualize that you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana and pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now bring the right foot outside the left hip and step the left foot over top of the right knee. Bring your right arm around the raised knee and bring your hand below to interlock your fingers around your back. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the master of Hatha Yoga, Sage Matsyendranath in Parshvamatsyendrasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्तते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep the right heel against the perineum and your left leg extended. Lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji and breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold your breath and freely move the prana throughout your system by the force of your will in Ardha Paschimottanasana.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the right foot outside of the hip with the top of the foot flat on the ground, the knee on the mat as well. Hold on to the left foot as you extend it up in front of your face with your knees straight, visualizing yourself as a crane in Cognitions.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the left heel against the perineum and lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot as you visualize Swamiji in Ardha Paschimottanasana.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip and lift the right leg in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane, Krauncha, in Kraunchasana, the crane posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Place your hands on the knees and gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize a swastika as you embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity in swastikasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Maintain your legs in the same position, but cover your heels with your hands. Tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the tip of your nose, and visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Now keep the left heel against your perineum and place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One, the Avatar, as you close your mouth with the little and ring fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, your eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra in Bhagasana too.
वामपार्श्वौ बुधं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
The next asana is Yogasana too. Now place your feet onto opposite knees and bring your hands on the ground next to your body with the palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Kakachancha Kumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow Inhale through your mouth and exhale calmly through your nose again and again. Cool down your body by performing this kumbhaka in Yogasana too.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Now rotate your hands, place your palms on the mat, and lift your entire body off the ground. Bring your knees up towards your chest and balance on your hands as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now bring your hands through the legs, with the legs in Padmasana. Place your palms on the mat, but don't lift your body up. Stay seated on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Siddha Haratali Asana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, हस्तुतो भूगोडासन धरे.
Now push your hands into the ground, straighten your arms, pull your knees up, lift your body off the ground and balance on your arms as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरूनि नीत्वा.
Now raise your hips up and bring your hands through the legs, interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashu Mudra as you lean forward and down and place your forehead on the mat. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, घोड़ासन दिमाही कर धरे.
Next up is Kurmasana too. With your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows upwards to hold on to the respective shoulders with your hands. Balance in this posture as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana too.
बाईजंग प्रदक्षिण पावा, दाईजंग परिवाइन ल्यावा.
Maintain this posture, but tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of the nose. Rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Pedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your arms through the legs and hold on to the respective shoulders as you gaze to the tip of the nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now kick your body back up into Padmasana. Bring your hands through the legs. Place one palm flat on the ground and hold the wrists of that hand with the other hand. Lift your entire body off the mat and balance on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन न्यसमणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Exchange the position of your hands. Hold the other wrist and lift your body up as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन न्यसमणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
With the legs in Padmasana. Now, place your elbows down on your toes. Interlock your hands in Parashu Mudra and rest your chin on the fingers as you press your thumbs against your throat and visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Grittasana.
जानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now, place one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Rest them in your lap as you sit in a meditative space. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Padmasana 3.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on your respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Now keep the left hand on the left knee and keep the right hand in Prana Mudra. Hook your index and middle finger around the big toe and pull it back as if you're pulling a bowstring. Move the big toe round and then repeat the movement on the other side as well as you visualize Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
From Karmukasana 2, remain seated in Padmasana and cross your arms behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose and engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुक आसनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Trividhasana. Keep your arms crossed behind, hold onto the big toes. As you raise your chest and head, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Trividhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Maintain your arms crossed and roll back, lay down on your back, hold onto the big toes if you can, gaze to the tip of your nose and bring your knees down to the ground. Relax in Padmasana as you visualize yourself as a snake, calmly breathing through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagarasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को ठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle your legs with your hands interlocked in Padashamudra. Raise your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Now place your feet flat on the ground and interlock your fingers around your neck. Gaze to the tip of the nose and breathe calmly as you visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Bhavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे, घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now place your upturned palms underneath your heels and push your hips up high. Lock your perineum, lock your throat. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Forcefully push the air against the throat lock, but don't let it escape. Force the air through the central nadi, the Brahma nadi, to the higher energy channels as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Madakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and raise your hips. Rest your elbows on the ground as you straighten your legs. Point the toes. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up, point the toes to the sky, and then place your arms flat on the ground for balance as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Narakaloka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Now bring your hands to the lower back, straighten your body and legs, lower and angle your legs as you engage your core intensely, visualizing yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryan Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now place your hands back on the ground and straighten your legs up. Point your toes to the sky as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana, the flag posture.
तिर्यन् नौकावत् ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your hips with the palms facing up. Unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind. Lay completely calm. Breathe deeply and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine from the Muladhara chakra to the Swadhisthana chakra, the Manipuraka, Anahata, Vishuddhi, Anya, all the way to the crown center, the Sahasrara chakra. Feel the prana flowing upwards in Shakti Charan Mudra as you visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Vritasana. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your hands and feet. Pull your knees up towards your chest and encircle them with your arms. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the 308 asana sequence of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. With this, we come to the conclusion of today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Applaud yourself for sticking with us and performing all the 308 asanas as we're getting ready for the power manifestation session. We're going to manifest the power of blindfold reading. So stay tuned. Immediately after this intense yoga session, manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. As we now sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna mantra.
Om पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरि ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत्श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyananda, there was just a small technical glitch on the YouTube side. They were not able to hear us. And now I hope all the YouTube viewers are also able to hear us. And yes, let us begin the session now. I hope all of you had a quick break before this session, refreshing yourself after the intense Nithyananda yoga. And now let us move into the next session where we are going to be manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So now let us all get ready to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Today we are going to be manifesting the power of blindfold third eye reading. So, which is the power of closing the eyes and being able to see any object or anything which is there placed in front of us and seeing it through the third eye. So now I request all the participants to make sure you have an eye band, you have a piece of paper and pen or your device, a phone or laptop, to write down the revelations and your experience that you received during this session. And now, in the meantime, let us go through the scriptural reference, the various references and proofs about the power manifestation, how it has been experienced and expressed throughout the ages. Let us now see the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference, where Paramashiva himself reveals the signs of third eye.
The verse goes, Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dhadyat lakshayet lakshamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed and in succession, by that stability of the mind, one directly sees the ultimate goal on the sight. That reveals any object or any place attaining the space of oneness from Shiva.
So that beautiful Shastra Pramana was from the Vijnana Tantra before. The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra is a beautiful 8 different techniques to manifest. So yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with the understanding of the Shastra Pramana. Paramashiva beautifully says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably with the eyes closed in succession, Paramashiva beautifully tells us the first step here is to manifest the bringing the awareness to the crown center, which is bringing the awareness to the Sahasrara Chakra. The Sahasrara Chakra is the seat of the Guru. So visualizing and bringing that oneness, that connection with Swamiji is the first step Paramashiva gives us in this Shastra Pramana. Next, he tells us to bring the stability of the mind and the inner space, which is coming into the space of unclutching. That will be that. How do we manifest that stability of the mind and the inner space and that space of unclutching? Swamiji gives us the beautiful technique of chanting the Mahavakya. So just by chanting the Mahavakya, we will be able to experience that powerful space of unclutching. Then finally, Paramashiva says that the ultimate goal, the Lakshyam, is revealed and any object or place can be seen without the eyes. And finally, Paramashiva also says that the ultimate manifestation, the ultimate reason why the power manifestation, the gift that we receive is not the ability alone, but it is the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So with this beautiful understanding, Let us now enter the power manifestation. I request all the participants to now please blindfold your eyes. Yes, so now that you have all blindfolded your eyes, I request all the participants now to start visualizing Swamiji. The beautiful form of Swamiji. Once that beautiful visualization of Swamiji, you are able to capture, able to hold that form, allow the thoughts to drop away. Do not hold on to any of the thoughts. And now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now you can all start seeing the picture of whichever object which is going to be projected to all of you. You can all start seeing the picture now.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please relax.
Open your eyes. Remove the blindfold. And write down what it is Paramashiva had revealed to you. Know that everything that is revealed to you in the third eye reading is a revelation from Paramashiva himself.
Okay, so one participant, Vishwanathan, is saying he's able to see the ocean. So, okay, that is good. We have another participant also who has joined. Anjaneya Ananda, I request if you could please open and turn on your camera so that we can see you, and also you can share what you were able to see while this round of the manifestation. Okay, yes, let's now verify what we were able to see this round. So this time we were projecting a picture of an aeroplane in the sky. So we see the airplane is in the sky is blue color with all the white clouds. So Vishwanathan, you have seen the clouds as the ocean, which is also really great. You are able to see the blue color, and the thing is that the mind comes in and sometimes puts its filter of saying that, okay, it will be this, it might be that, without letting us see actually what Paramashiva is giving. But that is beautiful. Over the past few days, you have been manifesting better and better, and that is all the greatest celebration that we need to have. So with this, let us now move to the second round of the manifestation. We are going to be doing one more round of third eye reading. So once again, I request all the participants to please close your eyes, blindfold your eyes with the eye bands. Make sure that it's not too tight. Closing your eyes. Now start visualizing Swamiji. Let's take a minute now to first visualize Swamiji and bring the awareness to our crown center. Now, let's slowly and intensely start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continuously repeat the Mahavakya for the next few minutes and start seeing the next image that is being projected to all of you.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, please open your eyes, open your eye bands. Give gratitude to Paramashiva for revealing whatever he has revealed through the third eye reading. Now, write down whatever it is that you have been shown.
Whatever you are able to see this time, you can share that now. All the words, shapes, colors. Okay, so again, Vishwanathan saying that he's able to see waterfalls, Swamiji, and nature. So yes, let's all now verify the answer. Let's all see the image. So yes, that is nature, and the main subject of this image is an elephant. So this is the picture that all of us were seeing. We can see some nature, and once again, the blue sky is what you are able to see. Water as water, that's okay. And the stone, there's the mountain behind. So you have seen both of these together as the waterfalls. That's perfectly fine. And nature is also there. So yes, you have once again manifested this round beautifully. Now, let us all offer our gratitude and thank Swamiji. Let's take a minute now to thank Swamiji by posting our experience. You can all take the pictures of what you've written and what the image was, and or just even write down what you were able to see and make a social media post and share to the world, offering your gratitude to Swamiji. And yes, with this, we'll now be moving to the next session. Today, we are going to be mainly focusing on reality. What is reality, and why do we need to understand what reality is? Isn't what we are seeing reality? All of these questions and the understanding about the things that we still don't understand, which is beyond just our perception, is what we are going to be learning in today's session. So once again, I request all the participants to be in the space of listening and write down any powerful cognitions you have or any questions you have, share them in the chat and we'll be happy to answer them.
So what is reality? Is really, really real. In Upanishads, it is said, where even the mind stands outside the door and only hears to the faint echo, that is the zone of reality. So mind can never know the reality. Therefore, reality can never be measured in words. A profound statement.
So in the Lao traditions, the originator of the Lao tradition, he said that the Tao, which can be expressed in words, is not the real Tao. The name which can be uttered is not the eternal name. What does this mean? Here they are saying that the real reality is cannot be expressed as words, it can only be experienced.
In fact, Zen states anything that is the truth or a reality cannot be expressed in words. Anything that can be expressed in words can never be the truth or reality in totality. It can just be like a finger pointing to the moon, and the finger can never be equal to the moon.
What you know as reality is nothing but a perception, the perversion of your fantasies, meaning the manipulation of your mind with all the patterns and incompletions that we have got, that we have accumulated in all these years of our lifetime. All of that mixed with our own fantasies is what we think as reality, but that is not. What you know as fantasy is nothing but your perversion of what reality is. When you go beyond what you know as reality and fantasy, you see the reality which is in reality, the real reality.
You are not the eyes. The eyes are just an instrument. Many times you can see your eyes may not be open, but you are not seeing, not registering the scene you're seeing. Just remember you are seeing through the eyes. If you look through the eyes, suddenly you will see you are witnessing everything. You are not the two holes called the eyes. You are only seeing through the two holes called the eyes.
There's a beautiful story of a great Mahatma, a great master called Ashtavakra. So Ashtavakra is a young boy and he realized the science of Paramashiva. He realized the space of Paramashivatva, means the oneness of the ultimate truth. When he was in his mother's womb itself, before he was born itself, he realized this ultimate truth. So he goes to the palace of the great king Janaka. The moment Ashtavakra enters the king's palace, the whole palace and the whole courtroom starts laughing at him because Ashtavakra means the one with 8 deformities. Ashta means 8 and Vakra means deformity. So he was looking not very pleasant with all the different deformities on his bodies. All the ministers and the people, including Janaka, started laughing, but Ashtavakra was not disturbed itself because he knew that he was not just the body and he was more than that. So he says that if we are hurt, we are defeated. At any point, if we are hurt, we are defeated. If we become angry, we are defeated. Ashtavakra was not hurt, he was not disturbed, he was just completely relaxed. He says to King Janaka in a very cool way, "Oh, Janaka, I thought you were a great rishi, a sage, a royal seer. I thought you were an enlightened being. You were a great yogi, accomplished spiritual person, but neither are you a yogi nor do you have any yogis around you. You only have cobblers in your court. You only have shoemakers in your court." He says that in such a powerful way that this 12-year-old boy shook the ground of the king Janaka. Ashtavakra boldly says, "You only have shoemakers in your court." You need to understand this statement. It is a beautiful statement. Straight away, very boldly, a 12-year-old boy, a handicapped boy, is talking like this to the king of an empire. The boy is entering into the court and the whole court is laughing. If we are in Ashtavakara's place, we would have immediately become angry. First, our ego would have been hurt. It would have been full of anger. Next, either we would have shouted at the people who are laughing or we would have left the place. That's all. But here's a person who nobody can disrespect. Nobody can disrespect a person who lives in spontaneity. Nobody can. He has got respect for himself. Nobody can give us suffering unless we give our silent permission. Unless we allow, unless we give our permission, nobody can disrespect or hurt us. Ashtavakra was such an integrated being, such a beautiful being. He is not allowing others to hurt him or depress him. Straight away, with spontaneity, he says, "You have only shoemakers." Be very clear. If we become angry, we cannot use the right words, but Ashtavakra was using the right words, cobbler and shoemaker. That shocked Janaka. Ashtavakra explains, "These people you are seeing only are seeing my skin, not the being. Cobblers see only the skin, not the reality. When the cobbler sees an animal, he will only think about the skin, not the being. When a tailor sees you, he will only see the dress you're wearing. He will measure your being on based of what dress you are wearing. When a jeweler sees you, he will first see if you have any jewelry that you're wearing, and he'll judge you based on the jewelry, the size and the kind of jewelry. He weighs you based on the gold that you have. People only look at things from their angle when they have their own image and ideas and their own imaginations." Ashtavakra says you only have cobblers around you, the people who are only seeing the skin, not the being. My body has got 8 curves, no doubt, but my being is pure, my being is straight. You cannot upset a man who lives in spontaneity. You cannot stop him, you cannot disrespect him.
Ashtavakra is a person who lives in spontaneity. He lives completely in the moment. He can neither be disrespected nor be deluded by the ego. He is not disturbed. He is just clear about his being and says clearly, "Janaka, you have only cobblers around you." These words really touched Janaka. Janaka understood these words. Janaka is an intelligent person, an intelligent king, a rare politician, and a rare being. Being a king and having intelligence is something unique. Janaka is a king and an intelligent being. He understood the meaning of the words that were uttered by Ashtavakra. He immediately comes down from the throne and touches the feet of Ashtavakra and says, "Please forgive me. I understand what you say." And not only that, not only did he ask Ashtavakra to forgive him, but further he puts forth one more statement. He says, "Master, O Lord." He calls Ashtavakra his guru, his master. And he says, "Just from your words, I understood what you spoke was from your experience." King Janaka requested him, because Janaka asked, whatever Ashtavakra taught became a big help to him. It helped King Janaka to transform his life, to awaken his being, to achieve enlightenment.
Only by a grace and compassion of an enlightened master like Ashtavakra, King Janaka could come out of his perception and achieve the ultimate reality.
One day, early morning, a Zen Buddhist master, he's an enlightened man, he woke up from the bed. He had thousands of disciples. Suddenly, early morning, as soon as he got up from the bed, he started weeping. He started crying aloud. None of his disciples could understand. He's an enlightened person. How can he cry? He used to wipe the tears from the eyes of thousands of people. But suddenly, he himself is weeping. He's suddenly crying. And do you know what these Zen masters do? They are very famous. They are popular for their mysterious ways of teaching, for their non-traditional way of teaching. Suddenly, he started crying, weeping, wailing. None of the disciples could understand. Somehow, one disciple, who was a chief disciple, he went near him and asked, Master, why are you crying? Why are you weeping? He said, yesterday night I had a dream. I saw that I had become a butterfly and started flying in our garden. But the disciple could not understand. He said, why it is just a dream? Why are you weeping or crying for that now? Just you dreamt as if you have become a butterfly. What is wrong in it? The disciple is asking. Nothing wrong. It is after all a dream. Why do you weep and cry for that? The next statement we all should understand. If you understand this one statement, you will understand the whole teaching, the whole session, which we are going to see now. He says, I do not know whether I have dreamt that I have become a butterfly or that the butterfly is dreaming that he has become the master sitting in front of you now.
He says, I do not know whether I have dreamt that I have become a butterfly, or the butterfly is dreaming that he has become a master and sitting in front of you. Understand, I do not know whether the phrase that the master says, I do not know whether I dreamt that I have become a butterfly, or the butterfly is dreaming now as if he has become a master and it has got so many disciples. How can you solve this problem? How can you answer this question? He says, I do not know whether I dreamt that I have become a butterfly or that the butterfly is dreaming now that he has become me. Any answers, if you have, you can share that in the Zoom chat now. So yes, let us also continue now understanding this highest truth from Swamiji as he shares to us about this great truth of reality. So now, as we think about this beautiful question that Swamiji has posed to all of us, let us also now see a beautiful video where Swamiji explains about the real reality, the end reality. So please be in the space of listening and write down any powerful cognitions that you receive from Swamiji in the satsang, and any questions you have, you can also ask them in the chat.
Your whole life is not actually known to you or available to you as you falsely imagine. Listen, if you are in certain space, mood is the fragrance of the space. If you are in love, you will have the friendly mood. If you are in peace, you will have bliss mood. Moods are the fragrance, flavor of space. Your ability to retain your space is only the time available to you as your life. For example, if I can retain my peaceful, joyful space and radiate the mood of ecstasy, bliss for next 2 days, then only the 2 days is the time I have as my life. So, I can only plan for the next 2 days, only that will be successful and strengthening my confidence about me. And after 2 days, then plan for the next 2 days. That is the way you consciously start building your Chidabhasa, source space of consciousness. The time-space continuum gets built consciously only with space-based sankalpas. You can handle yourself peacefully, joyfully only for next 2 days, as on now, but you try to make the sankalpa for your whole life, dumbo, loose. Then you are naturally bound to fail and strengthen your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. SDHD. So make sankalpa only for the time space available in your hand, in your life. That is first. Listen, this is first. Second, this may look too simple, but when you start practicing, you will understand how powerfully this technique works for you to be stable. Understand? The most beautiful emotion which can bring stability in your life is love. Morning when you wake up the Atmalinga which you are wearing. Mahadeva, please wake up. Morning when you take bath, Swamiji, please take bath. Pour few drop water on that linga. Always wear it. That is the best way. Pour water on your body and pour water on the linga. Swamiji, please take bath. When you eat, whatever you eat, Swamiji, please eat. When you brush, you don't need a separate brush. Nothing is wrong. I am telling you, I am your guru. To whoever I gave the Atmalinga. Maybe you don't need to put the same brush on the Atmalinga, but take little Hariteki powder and put it on. Swamiji, please brush the teeth. Mahadeva, please brush the teeth. Too simple. And when you are falling asleep, tell him, Mahadeva, please sleep. Love manifests that Chidabhasa, time-space continuum in you, sweetly and beautifully You have a special feast, celebration, anything. Mahadeva, please eat. Show to him and then eat. Start this. It is too simple. Time-space continuum. That Chidabhasa will explode in such high energy. When you spray perfume for you, just put little on him. Mahadeva, very good perfume. I got it yesterday. Lipstick, just put little, nothing wrong. Whatever I am enjoying, I have to give. This is what my gurus taught me. And I have enough Shastra Pramanas to prove what I am saying is right. Whatever you enjoy, offer it to him and enjoy. If you are lying on your couch, tell him, Mahadeva, just lie down. Rest, enjoy this sea beach. I tell you, he is neither outside you nor beyond your reach. He is the source of you. When you generate a love, sweet relationship that makes your time-space continuum huge. You may put a question. No, Swamiji. Whenever we come back to this waking state, this world is same. I have same car, same house, same wife. It's not changing. But in the dream state, whenever I enter into the dream state, I have different car, different house, and different wife, you see. Different wife. And dream state things are different. How can you say this and that are one and the same? You may ask. Please be very clear. The question may look logical, but it is not logical. You should understand one subtle truth. For example, sometimes you live 10 years of life in one night dream. Am I right? 10 years of life is lived in one night dream. In one night dream, you take birth, grow, and finish your education, do so many things. It means in the 10 years, have you not slept? Inside the dream, you fall asleep and come back to same dream and play the game, and fall asleep, come back to same dream and play the game. Understand, it's very subtle but truth. If you give your attention, you can understand the truth. The very understanding of this truth will totally transform your inner space. See, in the one night, in just one night dreams, you live one full life, sometime 10 years or 20 years, even 30 years. In that 30 years, you have many times fallen into unconsciousness, sleep. Then you come back to the same dream and play with the dream, again fall asleep, come back to the same dream, play into the dream, again fall asleep. Be very clear, how you live 30 years in one night dream, same way you are living your 70 years in a one life dream. Life is a longest dream. Dream is short form of life. Small life is dream. Long dream is life. Let it be very clear. The very concept of time itself is illusion. That is why in one night, 10 hours of in 10 hours dreams, you live 30 years of life. 30 years of life is lived in one 10-hour dream, one night dream. How is it possible? Because the time concept itself is created by your mind. The concept of time itself is an illusion. It is completely illusion. That is why Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, whatever you see, as long as the scene, seer and the action seeing, if the three are there, be very clear, you are in illusion. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, if that is the case, how is seeing an enlightened master in dream state is going to help us? Because I am also one more dream for you now. And be very clear, really we can't be sure that you are sitting in temple and listening to the discourse. It can be dream. Suddenly you may wake up and understand you are lying in your bed and dreaming that you are sitting in a temple and listening to the discourse. You may think, no, I can pinch myself. You can pinch yourself in dream also. In dream also you can pinch yourself. Let it be very clear, there is no scale to measure whether you are in awareness or dream state. You can do whatever you are doing now, whatever you can do now, you can do everything in dream also. In dream also you can be sure that you are not dreaming. The big problem is the moment you suspect whether it is dream or reality, you will come out of the dream. You can always see. Whenever you seriously suspect what you are seeing, your awareness and attention will be turned towards the seer. Now, as long as you don't suspect the reality of what you are seeing, your awareness will never be turned towards the seer. The moment you suspect the truth or the reality of the scene, the moment you suspect, immediately your awareness will be turned towards the seer. You will be awakened.
Yes. So that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji shared about the science of how this whole life is a long dream, and the whole dream is the short life. We'll be putting our full understanding today on realizing this truth in a deeper and deeper and different angles. So if you've still not understood it clearly, that's perfectly fine. We will be going deeper into this understanding. Let's now understand the gist of this entire session. What is the final essence of this session? So the essence of this session is just this. You are not the eyes. The eyes are just an instrument. You can see many times you may open your eyes, but you're not seeing. You're not registering the sense you are seeing, the scenes you are seeing. Just remember, you are seeing through the eyes. If you look through the eyes, suddenly you will see that you're witnessing everything. You're not the two instruments called the eyes. You're just seeing through these two instruments that you are the eyes. And now, with this, let us now move into the round of power manifestation. Today, we are going to be manifesting the powers, focusing on the remote vision, power of remote vision, the ability to see far off distant places just by sitting wherever you are. So now, let me share with all of you the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for this power of remote vision, and then we will be moving into the power manifestation itself. So the Shastra Pramana is once again from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Where Paramashiva says, Vyomakaram swamatmanam dhyaye digbhiranavritam nirashraya chidishaktihi swarupam darshayet tada. This beautiful verse, the translation for this beautiful verse goes as, by visualizing yourself as the vast etheric space, Vyomakaram Swamatmanam Dhyaye Digbhiranavritam, means the endless vast etheric space, looking at yourself as the endless vast etheric space. Vyomakaram Swamatmanam Dhyaye Digbhiranavritam. The next line, Paramashiva says, Anashraya Chiti Shakti Swarupam Darshayet Tada, meaning that when you visualize yourself as the vast etheric space, then the power of Chiti Shakti, the Chitakasha, the Chit Shakti, the conscious energy, reveals itself as anything that you want it to be. So, what is the technique Paramashiva is giving us here? Here, Paramashiva tells that once we visualize ourselves as the vast etheric space, meaning when our inner space is clouded with thoughts and incompletions, how can we hold it? So it's the inner space that Paramashiva here is asking us to come completely clear. And how do we clear our inner space? The same technique that we use in any power manifestation. It is visualizing the beautiful form of Swamiji and chanting the Mahavakya that takes us to the space of unclutching. And that is how we are going to be manifesting today the power of remote vision. So now I request all of you to keep a piece of paper and pen in front of you or the device in which you're writing down in, and we'll be asking you to scan a particular place, and you can do that. And at the end of the manifestation, you can share what you were able to see about that particular place, and we will be giving you the verification. So yes, let us all enter the round one of the manifestation. I request all the participants to please close your eyes first. You don't need to blindfold your eyes, but if you want, you can do so. So now, you'll all be scanning Rajananda Maharaj's house, which was in Seattle. So all of you are going to be scanning his house. Try to see as much details as possible. For instance, you can see the number of rooms, the color of the house outside, the color of the house inside, any specific things that you see that is revealed to you, write that down also. And you can also see any features of the house, like is there a garden in the front porch, does it have a backyard or a swimming pool, or any such details like this. So now you're ready to manifest the powers. Closing your eyes now, start visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Take a minute to set that visualization. Now, let us all start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's all start scanning and request Swamiji to reveal the details of Rajananda Maharaj's house. Please begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now all of you slowly can relax. Now you can all start sharing what you were able to see during this round of the power manifestation, all the different specifications of Sri Nitya Rajananda Maharaj's house. What were the different things you were able to see? The number of rooms, the colors, outside, inside, any specific details, any shapes of how the house is positioned, anything that you were able to see during this round, you can start sharing. Whatever it is, it doesn't need to be correct or it doesn't need to be precise. Whatever you were able to see is more than enough. Let's all now take a moment to share in the Zoom chat what we were able to see during this round. Please begin sharing. Yes, so Vishwanathan is sharing that he was able to see some green garden, clock, wood, furniture, maybe 5 rooms. Yeah, that's beautiful. Now, you can, Raja Maharaj, you can start sharing what the house looked like.
Yes, and Guru Prasadini is also sharing. It's all building. Outside is blue, dark blue and black color. 4 rooms, a pink room with the kitchen, and the wall is white, feels warm. Yes. And Ma Parameshwari, see a terraced house with a small gate, brown, dark door, window frames, bright exterior facade, 2 floors, a kitchen connected to a bathroom, a kitchen connected to a living room, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, wooden furniture. Yes, the grandmother's tea set, and a small pot with green herbs and plants, small ones. Yes, so many things. So many things are so correct. It's like all of you were there with me when I was growing up. It's beautiful to see. Yes, the kitchen was attached to the living room. It was, that's absolutely right. And Guru Prasadini, you're absolutely right. The house was a dark blue color. The house was exactly the color that you're describing. It was a dark blue color. And yes, we had small, simple pots. Green tulsi plant was there, and a few other plants were there that we were growing. And yes, it's a 2 floor house. And whoever said that there were 4 rooms is correct. Yes, we had exactly 4 rooms. And there is so many similarities to what you said. I think you've seen exactly what Paramashiva had beautifully revealed to you is the house that I lived in back in Seattle, Washington.
Yes, so that is beautiful sharing. And all of you have also done a really beautiful manifestation. So now with this manifestation completed, let us also move to the next session. So with this, let us all move to the next session. And in this session, we are going to be learning about end reality in some more deeper understandings. So once again, I request all the participants to be in the space of listening. Write down the powerful cognitions, any questions you have, and yes, let us now enter the understanding of the 3 fundamental experiences of reality. So the 3 main understandings of reality is that reality cannot be defined. You can only relate with reality in various forms, and reality can only be experienced, not spoken about. So these are the 3 different understandings of reality.
The first and foremost way in which you experience reality is your personal reality. This is purely unique to each human being and is determined by your 5 senses, your mind, your feelings, your personal logic or personal cognition, your past experiences and memories, your engrams or samskaras, your beliefs. Also, what you have as knowledge, your intuition, your gut feelings, your thoughts, emotions, moods, intuitions, and hunches.
So anything that you relate as reality based on your senses and your mind is not total reality. Reality cannot be perceived by the senses alone, because end of the day, whatever your senses feel is also processed by your mind.
Mind can never show you the truth completely. Every perception, every concept, every idea of your mind is established in duality and hence cannot be the basis on which you grasp the reality as a whole. For example, you say you are overweight. Don't say you are overweight. Just say that you are maybe 70 kilos weight. There's a huge difference. between being overweight and having the 70 kg weight. Here, overweight is the lens through which you view yourself and believe as real.
In enlightened reality, there is no space for fantasy, reality-based fantasy, and fantasy-based reality. Fantasy-based reality is deities. Reality-based fantasies is theme parks. Reality-based reality is enlightened reality. And fantasy-based fantasy is your dreams.
The reality-based reality awakens in you when you understand neither reality-based fantasies and fantasy-based realities, and reality does not lead you to reality. The reality, fantasy reality and fantasy is all finally just your reality fantasy, leading you from fantasy reality to reality fantasy. Finally, only when you drop everything, the reality expresses itself beyond reality.
So with this beautiful understanding that we have just received, to allow this to sink in more, let us now hear from Swamiji in a few clips as he shares about the real reality to all of us. So once again, I request all the participants to be in the space of listening and write down any of these powerful cognitions that you had, and any questions you have, feel free to post them in the Zoom chat and we can answer them at the end of this session for all of you. So let us now see the satsang that Swamiji has to share with us.
The first question today is from Nidhi from Vizag, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, is there such a thing as objective reality, or is the world nothing but a reflection of my perceptions? Can you also give me some signs to distinguish between reality and fantasy?
Nidhi, first thing you need to know, whatever you understand as reality, the dimensions like a size, shape, quality, your association of good and bad with it, all that, even one quality does not exist in objective reality. Please understand. If you think this is wall, this is not wall. Whatever you understand, why this wall, what this wall does, how it looks, what it is, who built, is it good for me, bad for me, all concepts you have about the wall is not there actually on the wall. So in a way I can say there is no such thing as objective reality and there is something called objective reality. There is no such thing as objective reality is also true. There is objective reality is also true. Understand? I tell you there is no such thing as objective reality because anything you see, you perceive, does not exist as you perceive. And I tell you there is objective reality. Why you know? Because you may be liberated from this wall, but the other person who is not liberated will continue to see this wall as objective reality. Because of that, I tell objective reality exists. But I tell you, for you, objective reality does not exist. So, the right truth, objective reality does not exist for you, but the objective reality exists for the objects you see in objective reality. But as the objective reality does not exist for you itself, how can the objects you see in the objective reality can be objective reality for you? As the objective reality perceived by you itself is not reality, how can the objective reality perceived by the objects which you perceive in the objective reality can be objective reality for you? Listen to the statement again. As the objective reality which you perceive itself is not an objective reality for you, then how can the objects you perceive in the objective reality can have the objective reality which you perceive as the objective reality, which is not an objective reality? So, what you know as reality is nothing but the perversion of your fantasy. What you know as fantasy is nothing but the perversion of your reality. When you go beyond what you know as reality and fantasy, you see N reality, which is N reality. In enlightened reality, there is no space for fantasy, reality, reality-based fantasy, fantasy-based reality. Fantasy-based reality is deities, reality-based fantasy is theme parks. Reality-based reality is enlightened reality, fantasy-based fantasy is your dreams. The reality-based reality awakens in you when you understand neither reality-based fantasies and fantasy-based realities and reality does not lead you to reality. The reality fantasy reality, reality fantasy is all finally your reality fantasy leading you from fantasy reality to reality fantasy. Finally, only when you drop everything, the reality expresses itself beyond reality. Let you all achieve, experience, live and express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
By understanding the gravitational force principle, electromagnetic force principle, weak nuclear force principle, strong nuclear force principles of Tapologa, you start manifesting that same principles and consciousness in your being. It becomes your realization, I tell you. Knowing the reality becomes realization. Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. Because in the higher space zones, there is no gap between the reality and realization. The whole principle itself, reality is realization. There is no delusion. The delusion component is missing in the higher planes. In Tapoloka, there is no delusion. So, if there is a God, everyone realizes that God. If there is Paramashiva, everyone realizes that Paramashiva. And that if doesn't have a meaning there. When you understand these principles with in this planet Earth, understanding does not become you becoming that, because you have so many SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial and all these problems. Even if 2-3 times Paramashiva proves he exists, you will say all the 2-3 times is coincidence. I think I need more convincing proof. All that is planet Earth binary logic. But in the higher space zones, reality is realization. When you understand those principles, your heart also starts becoming like that. I tell you, listen. Listen to these great truths. This is too important. See? Either look within or look without, means on the akasha. In the night time, try this, the little summer night time, so that you don't feel cold. Or you don't even need to come out of your home, even sitting inside the home, the window. You can do this. Especially if you have a vast mountain view or ocean view, just sit, look intensely through the outside. You know that KAILASA exists, the Dvatashanta, Shri KAILASA, Paramashiva's space exists. By intensely looking externally into that space, Mahakasha, or intensely looking inside, Chidakasha, either Chidambara, Chidakasha, or Mahakasha, in both ways, it's actually not both place, it's both ways. You will find Dvatashanta, the Paramashiva's residing space. Either looking intensely into Chidambara, inside. If you have a very sweet love for yourself, looking inside will be easy. See, all your thoughts are because you are beating yourself. If you have a deep love for yourself, you can sit peacefully inside you and deeply look. Either look in or look out, but both deeply with this understanding. Whatever is there in KAILASA, if I even understand that principle, that will become my realization. Only in planet Earth, understanding and realization has a gap called delusion. But in Sri KAILASA or Chidambara, in both level, there is no difference between reality and realization, information and enlightenment. Listen carefully. Because of delusion, the information does not become enlightenment. Information becomes enlightenment only when there is no delusion. So do not need to have, you don't need to have delusion which stops information becoming enlightenment. In that space, the higher space zone, because there is no delusion, the information becomes enlightenment just even if you are informed. With this understanding, if you look out into the Mahakasha, Mahakasha is the space you can see with your intense eyes. If you look at the stars and try to look beyond stars, the eye, which is using your EYE eye which is using your EYEI, is capable of penetrating beyond the stars and see the Mahakasha. You need to know that. I don't care about the trolls. Trolls can troll about it. But I am telling you, all my disciples understand the I. Your existence, which is using this I, EYEI, can penetrate the Mahakasha and see Dvatashanta, the Paramashiva's residence, residing place. We are capable. And Paramashiva has given that capacity to us. And see, we are hardwired to have Paramashiva's darshan. Paramashiva is not a sadist guy. That he did not equip you or he did not give you enough tools and he is only giving you the desire to have his darshan. No. He gave all the tools, all the equipments, everything needed for us to have his darshan. Then he is giving the desire to have his darshan, and then he is giving the knowledge to have his darshan, and then he is giving initiation to have his darshan, then he is giving inspiration to have his darshan, then he is giving enlightenment itself to have his darshan. Understand? So he is not sadist. He is extremely loving being. Listen, I'll start with a story. Maybe the story most of you know, but the meaning is really you need to know. There was a time once, one great Rishi Narada, those days mass media, he was the only available mass media in those days. This guy gets a mango, enlightenment mango. And he goes to Kailash. Media always creates trouble. But this guy, whatever trouble he creates, it will always end in good. So he goes to Kailash and says, Mahadeva, I have a mango, enlightenment mango. Anybody eats this will have enlightenment. Mahadeva knows this fellow thoroughly. He said, I already have it, please leave me. And he tried slowly. Devi said, Devi, mango. She said, I already have it, please leave me. But these two small kids, they fell for him. The first one jumped, Ganesha. Shiva has two sons. The first son jumped and said, hey, I need, give me. And the second son, Subramanya, he also jumped and said, no, I need, come on, give me. So they two started fighting, and that's what media wants. When two people fight, their TRP goes up. Immediately this Narada says, oh Mahadeva, now what can I do? Both of your sons are fighting. Mahadeva said, all right, you started the problem. And finally, Mahadeva throws a competition. Whoever goes round the world 3 times, they get the mango. And this younger one has a flight peacock, which can fly. And this guy is a slim, tall, TDH, tall, dark and handsome. And this guy just got into his peacock and flew before even the decision was made, and he already started his journey. is going around. And this elder one is a fat guy and his vehicle is mouse. He is like elephant and his vehicle is mouse. What to do? But that guy is a bright guy. He just jumps up and goes around Mahadeva and Devi 3 times. Comes and asks, come on, give me the fruit. Mahadeva asks, what do you mean? You just went both of us round and asking for the fruit. Ganesha beautifully explains, he is going around his world, I went around my world. Understand? He is going around his world, I went around my world. Understand? Each one of us have our own world. Understand? This is the meaning, conclusion of the story. Each one of us have our own world. Whatever happens in the world doesn't affect us, but how my world perceives, that affects us. Please understand. All of us have two. One, the world, the fact, what is happening. My world, how you are perceiving it, how you are cognizing it, how you are experiencing it, how you are interpreting it, how you are digesting it. Listen. The world is the fact. This water bottle is here. This table is here. My world. How I see this water bottle, how I see this table, how I see this cup, how I perceive them. You can perceive, Swamiji, even if he gets cough, he just sips water, little water and continues class. It's nice. He has a water bottle. You can perceive in any way. See, he drinks only bottled water. He sips tea in a quality cup and see the teakwood table and see the way his rolling chair. How you perceive. The world is same. My world differs. My world differs for each one of you. Understand? The world is same, but my world differs for each one of us. Please understand. There is a very important word you need to understand. I am introducing the toxic molds. Listen to this word, I will define. Toxic molds means once you perceive your husband or wife is purposely torturing you, does not want to live with you, once the toxic mold is prepared inside you by your my world perceptions, every time you come in contact with that person, you will be building toxic mental setup in you. Listen. Till today, from first day till today, we were working on various incompletions with yourself. Today we are going to work on various incompletions with others, through which you created toxic molds. Sometimes even remembering the person with whom you have a toxic mold, you will be in depression. How many of you understand what I am saying?
Unfortunately, if you create this toxic mold with your father or mother, which most of us do, we continue to replicate the toxic mold in any man or woman we come across in our life. Please understand, destroying these toxic molds, freeing yourself, is one of the greatest freedom a man can experience. Listen. This word toxic molds, first time I am introducing. The concept I have taught in many ways, in a different way. This word is the apt word, most apt word, which has 101 underlying meaning. Now, how many people we have in our life, that many toxic molds we have built. Anybody, the moment you remember, you feel completely, those people you don't have toxic mold. Other than that, everybody else, you have a toxic mold and you do not relate with the real person. You relate only with the toxic mold. Get scratched, punched, beaten, abused. The toxic mold after some time becomes almost like a robo. Listen. Step by step I'll explain. The world, the happening, actual happening, set of facts. As I said, just this: water bottle, teacup, table, chair, and the cushion. My world, what all this creates in you. For some people, the moment you see all this high reverence, wow, what a blessed chair and cushion. It can always hold Swamiji's feet. It can always be next to him. Somebody can perceive like that, a devotee. For some people, he lives a comfortable life. The moment he turns, two people are there running and giving a coffee, giving a bottle of water. For some, see, he speaks about simple life, the morning satsang, but see the things he is using, things around him. For some people, yes, this is simple. What he is using is simple. So each one can have their own perception. Each one may have their own world, the my world. The world is a fact, my world is the perception. With every person in your life, when you create a strong my world opinion, that becomes toxic mold. When you create a toxic mold about your husband, you always see your husband only through this. Even by mistake, if he does some good, you know how to interpret and misinterpret. Or your father or mother or brother or son or daughter or whoever. This toxic mold which you created about each and every person in your life not only does not allow you to relate with them, goes on, increases suffering and suffocation in your life. That is why even if you have so many people around you, you feel lonely. You have put yourself in prison. You locked it and threw the key out. you are crying, oh, what is this? What is happening? I have been put here. I am suffering. Life is suffering. How many of you understand this truth of the definition of toxic molds? Raise your hand. How many of you don't understand? Raise your hand. I will repeat. If you don't understand, I will repeat. So all of you got it? Shall I move to the next step? Can you project that? The world and my world. It is just a simple definition. The world and my world. The world is the actual happening. My world is your judgments, labels, ideas, opinions, notions, interpretations, beliefs, experiences, expectations, memories. I tell you, having completion with your mother and father is one of the most important step any person who wants to achieve anything in his life need to do. Please understand. Having completion with your mother and father, because in all women you meet in your life, you will be projecting your mother. In all men you will meet in your life, you will be projecting your father. Please understand. In all men you will project your father. In all women you will project your mother. The good news I have is, because you had an incompletion earlier, you don't have to worry. The great news is, completion can be brought now. It can be brought systematically as a science. I tell you, from my own experience, it is my completion with my mother that is the basic mold that defined how I relate with all the women who are elder than me. Now Jnanatma knows my next statement. One of my classmates who studied with me, the amazing friendliness I radiated with her, or experienced with her, that defined my attitude with all the women who are younger to me. Please understand, the completion you carry in your initial part of life, same way, my completion with my father, that radiates in all the relationships I have with men, all the men whom I see in my life. I can see that reflecting. I can see that completion. He set the attitude. The molds through which you relate, whether it is going to be a completion mold or the toxic mold, your completion with your mother and father decides. With your mother and father decides. It may be too subtle, we never noticed, but the influence of the toxic mold you built, it may be for simple foolish reasons, that your dad did not send you to a school vacation, or your mom did not allow you to do something you wanted in young age. All these can be very simple and silly, but the toxic molds it built in your system can be affecting you forever in your decision-making process till you recognize them and complete them, till you recognize them and collapse them, till you recognize them and clear them. So I'll guide you into the process. Now I won't get into the story. If I get into the story, you guys may miss doing the process. First step, list all the relationships you have in your life. Start with your mother and father, yourself. That's the first. Yourself, relationship with yourself and your mother, your father, your brother, sister, the whole list. Whoever you remember, even if they are dead, they are no more part of your life. List all of them. List all those names. And the relationship. Just the name and relationship means name and whether father or mother, whatever. List it. First, start with your mother. From the time you remember her, whatever incompletion you have, she might have told you to do something, told you not to do something, she would not have given something, whatever incompletion you have, pen down your incompletion. The world means, in that scene, what was the real fact? My world, how you perceived, write both separately. Please understand. For example, she told you, hey, don't eat the ice cream. The world is, she told not to eat ice cream. My world, she can't stand if I am happy. She can't, whatever you perceived. She can't tolerate if I am enjoying myself. Or sometime even you will perceive in the other way, like, oh, she has so much of care about my health. But what now you perceive is not the thing. What you perceived at that time. How many of you understand? So first, list out with your mother. Whatever incompletions. First with your mother. Then with your father. I think before all that, with yourself. All of you understand? The world is what exactly she said or she did. My world is your interpretation about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Say, she would have raised her voice. That's the world. Told in little high-pitched voice. She shouted at me, screamed at me, is my world. All of you understand what I am saying? Yes.
How do we do the world about ourselves?
See, whenever you did not fulfill your own hopes, whenever you collapsed, what was the world and how you perceived it?
Yes, so that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji shared about the beautiful power and science of experiencing the reality. Even in yesterday's sessions, as we learned about the world and the my world, that is once again a step and a different angle from where we see the reality and the perception. So now, with this beautiful understanding, let us enter an internalization exercise to understand and to implement these truths deeper into our own lives.
So the exercise begins. First, identify and write down the top 10 limiting reality statements that you make about yourself related to any aspect of your life, such as wealth, health, relationships. For example, I'm always unlucky. I am not good looking. Some more are some things like I don't have a good memory, or I don't like to look at my finances. These are limiting of reality statements. So write these top 10 down and take a few minutes. Write them down right now as the first part of this exercise.
now move to the next step. Now, identify and write down the top 10 limiting reality statements you make about other people in your life. For example, your brothers, your father, your mother. Statements you make about them like, my father is never nice to me, he never gets me anything I want. Or your mother is my mother always fights with me. There is never a good relationship between us. Or your brother is very lazy and he never helps you in anything. Or he's very greedy, he never does anything. Like all of these kind of statements that you hold about each of these people around you, write all of these down. Please begin. And if you have any questions in the process, you can also post them in the Zoom chat. Let's all now move to the next step of this exercise. The final step is now all of these different realities that we have built for each one of ourselves, and for others. These are all just our perception. But the reality is not what we are actually seeing. So now, let us now write down how we are going to complete and drop these perceptions, each one of these perceptions we have written down. How are we going to drop? For example, if we see ourselves as, if it's written that I am ugly, I don't have a good memory, all of these are just our perception. You may think, no, I cannot drop these perceptions. It's the fact. I don't have a good memory. I don't look good. How do I drop them when they're actually real? The thing is, this will happen only when you drop the perception that you have built. You have built this perception because of the society continuously telling you that you are the way that you think you are. But actually, there is more to you. The way you can change the look and appearance of your body is the power manifestation that will express when you drop this perception that you are ugly. When you drop the perception that you don't have a good memory, you will be able to manifest the power of sarvanyatva, or the power of all knowingness. All of these patterns, one by one, as we drop them, the powers that Paramashiva start to express in us. So now, decide to drop each one of them. From now, you are no more ugly. You are the way you are. That is all. The way the society thinks about you or feels about you is not what is reality. So now, write down how you are going to complete with each of these patterns. Please begin. Now, let's all relax slowly, very slowly. Please relax. And now, let's all now move to the next segment, which is the power manifestation. So once again, we are going to be manifesting the power of remote vision. So I request all the participants to, now you can bring your listening back. Let us now manifest the power of remote vision once again. So we are again going to be manifesting the same power of scanning a house. So you're all going to be this time scanning my pre-monastic house, which is there in South India. So before we enter, let us once again listen to the Shastra Pramana and the translation, and then move into the power manifestation itself. Vyomakaram swamatmanam dhyayeddhigbhiranavritam nirashraya chidishaktihi swarupam darshayet tada. This beautiful Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, gives the translation as, by visualizing yourself as the vast etheric space without any boundaries, Vyomakaram Swamatmanam Dhyaye Digbir Anavritam, the boundaryless, vast etheric space, by holding that visualization, you will be able to manifest the power of the Chiti Shaktihi, which is the power of the consciousness will start to manifest, and you will be able to manifest any power or anything that you want. So now let us enter the power manifestation itself. As we saw last time, the way to bring your visualization, your inner space, which to the visualization of the vast etheric space, how do you make your inner space, the limitless vast etheric space, is by visualizing yourself as Swamiji and chanting the Mahavakya to remove all the thoughts and incompletions that are clouding your inner space currently. Our inner space is nothing but the reflection of the cosmos, because that is what the scriptures say, the Chidakasha and the Mahakasha. So as the reflections of that beautiful cosmos itself, we now are going to be experiencing that space by entering the space of completion. So now I request all the participants to please close your eyes. We're all going to be scanning my pre-monastic house, which is there in Tamil Nadu in South India. Scan and try seeing all the different varieties, like the number of rooms, the number of floors, the color inside, the color outside, any specific items you're able to see. For example, if there's a backyard or any specific decorative items inside the house, like a special sculpture, all of these different details, start seeing. Now let us all chant the Mahavakya to connect with Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Please begin seeing.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly. Please relax. And now you can all start sharing what you were able to see during this round. All the different aspects of the house you were able to see. As we now share what we are able to see, the benefit of doing this is one, that when you scan the other person's house, what happens is you start to intensely give this energy, the presence of Swamiji, even if you are not able to see, the effort that you put, the intention that you hold for scanning that person's house itself is more than enough to bless that house with Swamiji's energy. So now let us all start once again sharing the answers, what we were able to see, the revelations that we were able to see for the house, all the different details, the colors, everything that you are able to see. You can post it in the Zoom chat. Let's take a moment now to start posting.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, so we have a participant who has started sharing that they're able to see that it's an independent house, white walls, rooftop is red. Around the house, there are 4 small white walls, grass, 2 rooms, brown and orange color. So actually, you're scanning Manitya Guru Prasadini. You're able to, what you've scanned is actually very, very good. So let me describe the house for all the other participants also, so you can see and verify how much you have got correct. So yes, the walls of the house are actually yellowish color, and the rooftop is red. It also has the pointy kind of roof where the roof finishes, and there's also a terrace. And around the house, yes, the walls are in white color, and also around the house there are some plants. So if you return that, you're able to see some garden or plants. Yes, that is there around the house. And as you go inside the house is actually consists of 3 floors. There's a ground floor, a first floor, and a second floor. So there are around almost, it is an individual house, yes. So there are around almost 10 different rooms apart from the kitchen alone, which is there in the house. And also the special, most important part of the house is there is one of the beautiful, as this house has now become a temple for Swamiji, there is a beautiful deity of Nataraja who is there and presiding in that house and blessing that house. So if you have seen any of this, that is beautiful. Yes, and also the final, there's one detail which the colors of the rooms. So inside the house is mainly orange in color. There are also rooms with blue and green. So that is the main overall description of the house. And yes, with this, we come to the end of this session. Let us now take a few minutes to share on social media your experiences, your understandings, the powerful cognitions you receive, and the gratitude for Swamiji during this session. So we'll be joining you back after this short break with the next session. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, thank you all so much for waiting. We will continue into the next session. In this session, we are going to imbibe powerful cognitions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, about the reality that we experience. Let's first understand what societal reality is. Societal reality exists as reality for specific periods of time. It only lasts for a certain period of time. Also, societal reality exists due to agreement or consensus within groups of people, which means this is a reality that is real just because groups of people agreed that it is real. For example, for many centuries, human beings believed that the earth is flat, and that was the reality for them, till there came another group of people who proved through research that the earth is round.
From then on, the reality became that the earth is round. So, societal reality as we experience it is for a limited period of time, and it exists only due to an agreement. Some people agree, they come to a consensus and give a certain reality, and that is what is societal reality. Therefore, societal reality is the reality that you experience, which is defined by society, and you keep it alive by abiding with it. The societal reality can be experienced in different forms. Authoritative, that which is thought to be reality when it comes from authority. For example, we consider what the doctor says as true. It comes from a certain authority. So that becomes our reality. Societal reality can be experienced in different forms. Reasonable, which means that which is thought to be reality because it is considered to be reasonable by groups of people. A good example for this is the cost of commodities in your respective place is a common consensus among groups of people living in that place. A group of people come together and they decide what the cost of a certain commodity should be, and that becomes a reality. So it is a reasonable reality. And it can also be experienced in predictability, which means that which is predictable is considered to be reality by many people. For example, astrology. Many people believe in astrology and take decisions in their life based on astrological predictions. So that becomes their reality. And then the societal reality can also be experienced in the normal form. That which is normal is considered to be reality. It is considered to be normal to wear clothes in almost all cultures and civilizations in the world, for example. The other form that the societal reality can be experienced is probable. That which is likely to happen, that which might happen, is considered to be reality. For example, the weather forecast. The forecast is about what is likely to happen in the future, and that creates a certain reality for people who subscribe to that weather forecast. And further, the societal reality can be experienced in logical form as well. That which appears logical is considered as reality. For example, the earth revolves around the sun. Seems like a logical understanding. This creates, and this is creating an experience of social reality. And then, believable. Media, for example. Whatever media presents is what most of us think is reality, as they present it in a very believable way. When this is created, a new societal reality is created for us, and that becomes a believable form of societal reality. Then there is the consistent form of societal reality. That which repeats itself again and again, which is consistent, is considered as reality. A good example of this is consistently we have seen generations before us working, getting married, having children, having a family, raising a family, and dying. Most of us think the reality of life is just that: to study, to work, to pay your bills, marry, have children, and die. So this is something that we have seen again and again and again, that which repeats itself, and that becomes to be considered as reality. And the other form is fitting. That which is appropriate and fits in the society or culture or religion that we live in is reality for us. For example, lighting the lamp for Hindus or lighting the candle for Christians is what seems appropriate and what fits in that particular religion or culture. So that creates a certain reality for ourselves. Now, let us come to a understanding of powerful cognitions based on the realities we face and how this impacts us, how this understanding can liberate us from the clutches of the reality that we fit in. Let us now listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, giving us the powerful cognitions around societal reality.
Paramashiva's direct message from KAILASA. Conscious intention of you is the highest truth and reality, the core blueprint of your existence. So, conscious intention is only the living identity of you as per KAILASA. Now, I tell you, this is the most healing, sweetest good news message I received from Paramashiva, and also this whole message was mapped into me and expressed by the grace of Ganapati. Paramashiva just downloaded it as a pure message. Ganapati manifested it in multi-levels, mapped it. Listen. I'll try to expand on this one truth. This truth forms the core basis of our physical reality, mental reality, emotional reality, spiritual reality, economic policies, everything. So listen. See, your feet and face, both are very much part of you. But you feel you are more alive in your cheeks, in your tongue, than in your feet. Because the degree of existence, the percentage of your manifestation, psychologically, emotionally differs. Listen. Your feet, your face, your eyes, your tongue, everything is part of you. But you always feel you exist more in your cheeks, in your eyes, than in your feet. There are various reasons. Let's not bother about the reasons. Understand the example. Exactly same way, you exist more in your conscious intention than your mood swings, ups, downs, hormones, chemicals, imbalances, reactions of those imbalances. All the 5 perceptions you carry about sex, all the 7 perceptions you carry about death. I will explain all these 5, 7, everything. Why I am saying 5, because the Muladhara has a 4 petal and center core. That's why 5. Muladhara is the chakra, the sex chakra. Swadhisthana carries 7. It's actually the 7 perceptions of death. 5 perceptions of sex, 7 perceptions of death. All these 11 perceptions of love, all this is absolute delusion. Please understand, it is not, I am not even saying it is false or lie. If I say it is false, you will try to argue with me. Oh, you don't know, Swamiji. I am really undersexed. It is a truth. It's not false. It is based on the facts. Hey, listen. Anything I say, true or false, you will start arguing. It is not lie, it is this, it is that, all that I am telling you. This very fundamental foundation perception is delusion, I tell you. If you know the joy of remaining in ecstasy internally through unclutching, externally whether some body touches you or not, this whole perception about the sexual activity and the sex gender identity, the whole thing is delusion. Same way about fear. The multiple definitions, reactions, responses to fear. The whole thing is nothing but your false idea of discontinuity, listen, there is no discontinuity. You learn the truth of continuous discontinuity happening in you and learn the truth of there is never going to be any discontinuity other than the discontinuity is happening continuously in you now. If anitya is going to be, that is there now in you. See, the death which is happening in you every moment, that is the only death there. There is no separate death you are going to be experiencing during your so-called death. What is going on in you now, the same thing only will be going on, will go on when during your so-called death also. Listen. Now trying to forget, cover up the continuous death happening in you is looseness, crankiness, and trying to exaggerate and feel frightened about the death which is going to happen during your so-called death is craziness. Both are stupidity. See the death happening now continuously in you by unclutching. Realize there is not going to be any separate death even during your so-called death. It is just Control-Delete button. Anyone understands this, your internal organs will be just like a sweet 16 forever. Inside you, you will be in sweet 16 and alive, active, constantly working. Constantly working. Sometimes I feel very compassionate to people who are around me, especially Adinavasis, how they are coping up with my aliveness, too much alive, and too much of activism, and ability to perceive things, and ability to plan, and ability to but I tell you, it is all established on tremendous compassion and love.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Tanedas, visitors, viewers, YouTube subscribers who are sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and through two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I'll continue to prepare all of you for Sadashivoham 2016. I'll start the satsang by answering your questions which you all sent about the third eye and Sadashivoham 2016. I also give you the opportunity, anybody wants to send any question related to third eye and the science I was explaining, Jiva Ishvara Jahat, 25 states of Jiva, 5 dimensions of Ishvara, 11 dimensions of Jagat. You can send all your questions to nithyanandayogam@nithyananda.org. Email, I'll answer. Now I'll answer already the questions we have received.
Sri Nitya Ambananda Swami asks, what is the difference between Shivoham and Sadashivoham and Nithyanandoham? Which state is the highest and ultimate? Which should we follow, use and be in?
Understand, all these three are three different names. State itself does not differ, but the expression differs. State itself does not differ, expression differs. You can just experience and keep quiet, and you can be keeping quiet without experience also in dullness. So, sometimes with experience, you can just be silent. Sometimes you can start expressing only the teachings. Sometimes you can express teachings and initiation both. Sometimes you can express teachings, initiations and extraordinary powers. So the various levels of expression is expressed, addressed with various names. Aham Brahmasmi, Shivoham, Sadashivoham, Nithyanandoham. All these are just various words used for various expressions. State itself does not differ, does not change. Any one you can use, Shivoham or Sadashivoham or Nithyanandoham. Anyone use sincerely and establish in that, that's enough. Next.
Sanjay Sharma asks, Bhagwan, some time ago in a satsang had mentioned that the Chit Sabha does not exist. He did not exist, nor did we have the audience, nor did we the audience. He mentioned that when we observe through the third eye, there is no one on the Simhasana. A few people also witnessed the emptiness on the throne and reported the same. The question therefore is existential reality restricted to just cosmos created objects such as sun, moon, planets, rivers, mountains, etc.? Or does it also include man-made visualized structures and institutions, etc.? What exactly is under the cover of Maya in reference to the first paragraph?
Understand, Sanjay, the question you are asking, Bhagavan some time ago in a satsang you had mentioned that the Chit Sabha did not exist, he did not exist, nor did we the audience. And then You are asking this experience. People saw and no one was in the Simhasan. This experience and the theory of Maya, matrix and all that. Listen. When I said nothing exists, I want to give you the experience that whatever you are seeing, 100% not real. I want you to understand that. Next step, same way I want to tell you, whatever you are seeing, 100% is not unreal. Listen. Yesterday I gave you the example of tiger chasing you, Ganga flowing. The existential reality, tiger chasing, Ganga flowing. If you understand these two examples, you will understand which is existential reality, which is Maya. You are asking sun, moon, planets, river, mountains, only their existential reality are the man-made institutions, real. Understand, listen. Man-made buildings are real. Man-made buildings are real. Even if you don't see, they will be there. For the time being, for the time period. Whether you are there or not, it will be demolished the time after that certain time period. If you are there, you will maintain and renovate. So it may be alive. They are there. They are existentially real. Existentially real does not mean immortal. Even Ganga is not immortal. Himalayas is not immortal. Existential real does not mean immortal. Please don't try to confuse it. But the concepts which is supposed to operate on the buildings are not existential reality. So understand, if you have done the homework yesterday, which I gave, I wanted you guys to do that again today. What all in your life which is pushing you is existential reality, what all is the matrix. I wanted you to do the homework today also. Please do the homework today also. Then these questions will disappear. And send the questions which you face after you practice. The questions you face after you practice. Send it here. I'll be happy to have them and respond to you. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda, with these powerful cognitions, let us now enter into the exercise where we actually apply these cognitions and internalize deeper how we can identify the common beliefs and notions that have been given to us, and also how we can alter the reality that we experience. So let us now enter into this exercise. The exercise is of 3 steps. The first step is identify and describe what are your most common beliefs and notions that you consider as reality in your life, which are defined by others. It could be your parents, your teachers, your friends, society, media, or anyone else around you. First, list out all of those common beliefs and notions that you consider as reality. Now, in the previous session, we looked at many forms of societal reality. How, for example, a belief based, it could be something that you are part of a group, for example, a religion, and there are some beliefs that have been given as part of that group. Or it could be certain group of people who make a prediction, even for example, the weather forecast, things like that. So now the first step in this exercise is to identify all of those common beliefs and notions that you consider as reality in your life. It may be given by others around you. It could be your parents, your teachers, your friends, media, anybody. The first step is to identify all of them. Now, after you've done identifying them, the second step is to examine each and one of them and describe the impact these realities have on you, the experience you have when you face these realities. Look at it. This reality that has been created by others, how does it impact your life? For example, let's say the reality created by astrology. The astrology, the prediction says a certain thing that will happen in the near future for you. It could be either positive or it could be negative, but that has a certain impact on you. And because of that, you experience something. So identify and describe those, the reality that has been created to you and the impact that it has on your life. And then the third step is where you describe how you respond when you face these realities. When that has been told to you, it creates an impact for you, how you respond to it. Describe those. This is the exercise. Now, when you internalize the powerful cognitions that have been given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, will actually evoke in you the right response, alter the reality that you experience. Now we'll project the 3 steps of the exercise. For you to go through this exercise, internalize, identify the common beliefs and notions, describe the impact of them, and also describe how you respond when you face these realities. Let us start. Nithyanandam? Nithyanandam, we have a question from Ma Parameshwari about the examples for all the 3 steps that we are going through. The first step here is to identify and describe the common beliefs. There are multiple things that we believe in. For example, Friday the 13th is inauspicious in a certain belief system or in a certain group. And if that is a belief that has been given to you by others, maybe parents, maybe friends, somebody gave to you, that is one common belief or notion. The second step for that would be, if you start believing these realities, this is a societal reality. The society has given this to you. This reality, the impact that it has on you, do you start anything different on that particular day? When you start seeing Friday the 13th, immediately, what do you do? Do you plan to do anything on that day? If you have to start a new venture or something new on that particular day, do you think about it twice? Do you say, no, this is Friday the 13th, I don't want to start anything new? Or this is Friday the 13th, I have to postpone my travel. This is Friday the 13th, I don't want to make any new investments or something, or make my bank transactions on that particular day or something. Describe the impact that reality has on you. And third step, how you respond when you face these realities. Let's say when you do something on that particular day, the same example, Friday the 13th, and because of that something happens, when you actually face something, how do you respond? Do you think, yes, this is true, on Friday the 13th, I did something, but then it is an inauspicious day, so something like this happened? Or in some other regions or some other groups, it is believed that when a cat, a black cat in particular, crosses your path, it is supposedly inauspicious. It is deemed inauspicious. If that happens in you, what do? We have seen people who actually, when they encounter a black cat which is crossing their path, they actually don't move forward. And if they do move forward and then go anyway, and then they face something, and then when they experience something, do they relate with it and say, yes, I crossed, or rather a black cat crossed my way, my pathway this morning, and I went ahead anyway, and now I'm facing all of these because of that happening. So these things. First, identifying the common beliefs, the notions that are given to us by others. Second, what impact that has on you, those realities have on you. Do you alter your decision making? Do you alter your actions? Do you alter your thoughts? What impact does it have on you? The third, how you respond when you face these realities, when you actually encounter that Friday the 13th, when you actually encounter it. What do? How do you respond? All of these. So when you have it all, when you put it all of these on paper, on just for you to see, then you will come to the understanding that all of these things, how much societal reality is altering your experience. And if the same has to be based on existential reality, what it will be. I hope this answers the question. If you have further questions or further clarifications, you can use the chat. Thank you so much. Now, with powerful cognitions being internalized and imbibed, so much of completion happens when a shift in cognition happens. And this unlocks powers within us. So the first thing that we will do now is immediately enter into a power manifestation session where we go through a power manifestation exercise. In this exercise, what we will do is we'll be scanning for items that have been misplaced in your household. Let's enter into the power of remote vision. As always, let us remember that the result of power manifestation is not only to get the accuracy or the correct answers, but also just by sitting within the space of manifesting powers of Paramashiva, we start radiating so much of power, so much of energy, so much of healing energy that beautifully engulfs the entire space. Swamiji's presence immediately starts to express through you, and you will experience that beautiful healing energy around you. So let us now enter into this exercise. The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 92, Dharana 69 says, Vyomakam swamatmanam dhyayet digbit anavritam nirashraya chiti shaktihi swarupam darshayet tada. Here, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on oneself in the form of a vast etheric space or sky, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chiti Shakti, the power of consciousness, freed from all support, reveals and manifests herself as the form of one's essential nature of the self. Here, this opens up our being into the possibility of manifesting powers, and with the initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, these powers start to manifest within us, and we will be able to manifest. And actually, in this particular exercise, we'll be able to identify items that have been misplaced in your household. Now, let us enter into the steps for power manifestation, getting a powerful cognition from living enlightenment. And as always, we request for you to turn on the video recording for your manifestation. And then we'll enter into the exercise. As you scan, as you go through the scanning process, verbalize yourself whatever is being revealed through the third eye. Do not worry about whether it is going to be accurate or correct. Just you entering into the space of power manifestation is enough. And then, when this is done, pen down what was revealed. And once it is done, we'll verify what is being projected. Actually, in this particular exercise, slightly different in that we will be looking at items that have been misplaced in your house. Now, any item that has been misplaced in your house, decide that you're scanning for it. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, has landed in your third eye region and started expressing through your third eye region, and scan for misplaced objects in your house. Whatever gets expressed, whatever gets revealed through your third eye, through the powerful presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, verbalize it so that it can be recorded in your video.
அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி, அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி, திசையெட்டும் போற்றுகின்ற என் ஐயன் ஈசனவன் திடமுடைய நித்யநந்தன் தினமும் என் சிரசை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா, நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா, காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா, நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா, காக்க காக்கவே. ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க, ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க, ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க, ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க, ஜோதியான தணிகை ஈசன் நித்யநந்தன் விழியை காக்க, நாதனாம் நித்யநந்தன் நயமுடன் நாசி காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா, நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா, காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா, நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா, காக்க காக்கவே. செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க, வாயை வேலவன் காக்க, நாப்பல் முழு முழுதும் நித்தியன் காக்க செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்தியன் காக்க கருப்பை தன்னை கந்தன் நித்தியன் கருணையுடன் காக்க பின்னர் பிடரி தன்னை பிரியமுடன் சிவ நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே தோல்விழாவை திருமகனின் மருமகனோ மகிழ்ந்து காக்க மார்பினை மறுத்திடாமல் மருதமலை நாதன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்திய சண்முகன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்திய சண்முகன் காக்க 12 கையை கொண்டு பிணியெல்லாம் நித்தியன் தீர்க்க நித்திய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்திய சுப்ர
Nithyanandam, you can upload your videos of power manifestation and also your experience entering into the power manifestation and exactly how you felt and the outcome of the power manifestation also. Were you able to find or locate the misplaced item? And just how it was when you entered into the space of being in oneness, of having the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, manifesting in your third eye region and identifying, locating the object within your house. So you can share your experience in all social media platforms. And when you do, please use the hashtag KAILASA, hashtag Paramashivoham, hashtag Nithyananda, so that it can be consolidated and you will have a beautiful record of your personal journey through the power manifestation, through the entire Paramashivoham. And if you have any further questions or anything else you want to share, you can continue to use the comment section here and we can further assist you. And thank you for all the comments. And we'd love to hear about more experiences from power manifestation, what worked and how you felt all of this. Apart from putting them in the chat, you can also upload your videos of power manifestation in social media. Okay, with that, we conclude this session. We'll end with the Purna Mantra. And after this, we will have a short break and we'll continue into the next session. Om Purnamada Purnamidam पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
आनंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानंद 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 परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानंद Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
So in this segment, we are going to be learning about the physiology of the perception. For last many sessions, we have been talking about that we have built certain understanding ideas from the past, we have built the perception, and repeatedly we used multiple times. And today, the first time, when we are going to be actually understanding what it means.
We have seen many scientific studies, and we have found, that is, the human race has found, that whenever there is a perception happening in the brain, there is a very marked difference in the neurological activity of the brain. And this is how scientists have been able to study the perception, the happening of perception in the human brain.
So this result in the random visual patterns of the light being perceived as a specific shape and form. So this is how the input from each of our senses is perceived, and the experience of particular sound, touch, smell, taste, and the sights is seen.
The act of perception changes the state, that chaotic state, into some sort of order that becomes both the scene in the outside world and the process of seeing in the seer, that is us, as the activity in the nervous system at the same time. So now we'll find out why we are dwelling on these intricacies of how the impact of perception happening on psychology. So at the moment of seeing, the probability of what is seen collapses into a specific form. So in the past few days, we have been going through various segments and sessions, and we had been sharing about the quantum nature of life, that though the actual reality has many parallel universes, the act of observing reduces all these infinite possibilities to one of the possibilities which we are actually observing. So this is what happens by the act of seeing. There is a change in the outcome itself. So Gita, Bhagavan Krishna has gives Arjuna this experience. So we have a very vivid pramana, Shastra pramana for this. So until that time, Arjuna had seen Bhagavan Krishna only as the 6-foot-tall, handsome friend. But upon Arjuna's request, and Bhagavan Krishna shows him his cosmic form, his gigantic cosmic form.
And Arjuna then sees Krishna as the manifestation of the entire cosmos in all its seeming chaos. He cries out, even when he sees the Krishna in completely new form, he starts crying, says, "Oh Lord, I can see all the gods and deities in your body. I can see all the divine serpents. O Lord of the universe, I have limitless form. O the universal form, I cannot see your beginning, middle, or the end." So here we are just giving an example from the Shastra Pramana. What we perceive need not necessarily be true. And the process that happens in our brain when we understand that process of perception that is happening, can give us understanding that the perception itself is not a reality. And in our Shastra also, it says that, the Krishna, how he looked to Arjuna, and how he looked to all the people who are present there in the war field, and all the people who have seen Krishna physically. But the Krishna was not what it was. He was being perceived through the five senses by every individual. He was much more beyond than that, and that is what he gives experience to Arjuna during that time.
But Arjuna, he was unable to bear the experience because he loses his intellectual control over things. He begs for equilibrium, meaning he wants his mind to be under his intellectual control again. He wants to know the cause and effect of things because the experience rips him apart away from his perception of cause, effect, logic itself.
So as long as cause and effect logic is under our control, we feel that we are perceiving a reality. Our ego is strong and steady, but the moment the logic is shaken, we feel tremendous fear. We feel as if we are just a drop in the ocean. So why we are going through this story, we need to understand the impact that Arjuna felt after seeing the Krishna's cosmic form. Something similar we all go through. Whenever we have to face the reality as it is, this is what happens within us, what Arjuna was facing when he saw the cosmic form of Krishna. All of us feel very comfortable being within our mind, or when the things fit in our logic. Okay, whenever the cause and effect logic is under our control, we feel very safe, protecting reality, and that is what we want to experience. But the moment when the logic is shaken, we start feeling tremendous fear, and this is what we do not want to feel. And the reason why we continuously avoid facing the reality, and we feel very cozy comfort within our perception.
Now, what Arjuna sees is the ultimate absolute reality. Now, this is where the catch is. On one side, when we are having this fear and we are trying to always settle down with our cause and effect logic because we feel safe and cozy there, other side, we are missing the reality because we are afraid of that very reality because it does not conform to our logic. That time, Arjuna begs to revert to the earlier state of perception through his five senses alone, through his own solid identity.
So now we'll try to understand the perception of space and time. So Swami says, take a basic element, a point, a one-dimensional object. When a point traces across a direction, when it starts moving towards a direction, it generates a line. When we trace the motion of a line in two-dimensional object, if it moves in the same direction as it is in, of course, it will just continue to be a line. If it moves in a direction not contained in it, not contained, if it is not in the same direction, it traces a surface or a plane. So I think it's a very basic mathematics that all of us knows. When the point start moving in one direction, we get a line. When that line starts moving in a direction which is not in 0 degree, in any other degree, when it starts moving, a surface is formed, means we start getting two-dimensional space. Similarly, when a surface or plane moves in a direction not contained in it, which is not completely in the 0 degree, it will have a solid, a three-dimensional object. So a line is an infinite number of points. Okay, we can always see in this way that a line is infinite number of points and a surface is infinite number of lines. A solid is number of surfaces. Similarly, we can imagine the four-dimensional space. So now, just as we built up these higher dimensions from the lower dimensions, we can also see that the lower dimension as parts or section of a higher dimension of the space. So for example, a point is the intersection of two lines. So a point is the section of a line. A line is the section of a surface, and a surface is the section of a solid. And extending this, we can say a solid is a reflection, a section of four-dimensional space. Four-dimensional body, our three-dimensional space is a section of a four-dimensional space. So he extends this to say that many separate three-dimensional bodies, like human, for instance, may actually be section or part of the four-dimensional body.
So just to have a quick recap, we are looking at the parallels. We are starting with a point, then a line, then a surface, then a three-dimensional object. Now we are talking about a four-dimensional object, which unfortunately we are not able to perceive as human beings because we are accustomed to see till the third dimension, three dimensions. So let us go along with the understanding which we collected from the first, second, and third dimensions. So one of the mathematicians has beautifully explained it. He explains that suppose a horizontal plane intersects the top of a tree parallel to the surface of earth. Now, on this plane, the sections of the branches seem to be separate because it is like the tree has been cut and the different branches will appear as a round circle which are isolated and not connected. But from a higher space, from a three-dimensional space, we can see that all these sections of the branches come from a single tree. Now, this is a very important realization for us that when we look at our existence, where we are looking at each other as separate beings, this is from a three-dimensional plane. But when we look at from a higher reality, higher perspective, we are in the space of oneness.
So in our four-dimensional world, the maximum dimension in a space can only be three. So we can tell that the fourth dimension is the time. So the four-dimensional world can be looked as a time continuum. It can be said that the time is the fourth dimension of the space. We understand time in the three forms, past, present, and future, and we think that the past is over and does not exist anywhere anymore. The future has not yet happened, hence it does not exist. The present thus happens. So in the three-dimensional world, we see that the seemingly separate section of the tree in the two-dimensional world are actually joined to the third dimension. And in the same way, if we imagine a consciousness that can rise above our plane of living, this consciousness can also see the continuity in the fourth dimension of the time with the past, present, and future all existing simultaneously. So what we need to understand, see, whenever we are seeing there's an intersection, when we are seeing one dimension, two dimension, three dimension, but all of these are continuity of one to another. But for some reason, we see as one dimension, two dimension, or three dimension, we are perceiving it. Similarly, for the time, the present, past, and future, all the three form, we see it completely separate. But if we raise our consciousness, if we raise ourselves to the more higher dimension, we can see all the lower dimensions, or maybe all the three. If we raise ourselves higher, then higher in consciousness, we can see the past, present, future all as the same.
A three-dimensional body moving in time traces a four-dimensional body. So let me repeat, just for example, like how a point, when it traces, it makes a line. When a line it traces, it makes a surface. When a surface traces, it makes a three-dimensional object. Same way, when a three-dimensional object, a solid object, when it traces the time, the fourth dimension, it creates a four-dimensional body. Across time, we can see the motion as we grow from a child to youth, to adult, to elderly person. But we are not able to see or feel this four-dimensional body because of our limited perception.
So being in the same three-dimensional world, we see only the section of the four-dimensional body, that is the normal three-dimensional body. It is like one of the series of pictures in a cinema roll. So to understand how a four-dimensional world is perceived in the three-dimensional form, let us first see how a three-dimensional happening is seen a two-dimensional world.
So again, looking at a similar example, similar to the tree example we just went through. Let's say there is a spoked wheel, and in a two-dimensional world, the world of planes and surfaces, your life, your perception is restricted to a plane, like a vertical wall. So now imagine there's a wheel, a spoked wheel, with each of its spokes painted in different colors, is rotating perpendicular to the plane. So if you have a surface, the wheel is rotating. So what will happen in that case? Because the spokes of the wheel are painted in different colors, you will see a certain color at the intersection when the wheel and the plane meet. So based on which spoke is coming to the surface, you'll see different colors, and then again it will pass, and then there will be a gap, and you'll not see anything. So for a perception of the spoked wheel, where all the different colors of life are there, dimensions of life are there, good, bad, happy, all kinds of feelings are there, but because in that plane only one spoke we are able to see at a time, we will feel that as everything, because you are not able to see the full wheel.
So what is happening in this, that the limited perception in a lower dimensional world is changing the perception of a space to the phenomenon in time. So since we all can see only two of these three dimensions of a space, we see the third dimension only when it becomes manifest in our plane over time. So hence we see it is unrelated to our two dimension of a space, and we call it a phenomenon in time. So now imagine when a green spoke passes through the plane, simultaneously another independent phenomenon occurs, say the barking of a dog. In the two-dimensional world, it will be seen as a correlation between the appearance of the green line and the sound of a dog barking. But in reality, it is not. So it is not possible for the two-dimensional being to believe that there can be rise of the events outside his plane of perception. That means to understand the three-dimensional world, he cannot be in two-dimensional consciousness. He has to raise himself to the three-dimensional consciousness.
Similarly, to understand the four-dimensional world, we have to be in the four-dimensional consciousness. And the question is this possible? Yes. Is it possible for us to go beyond the perception of the senses, which give us only a three-dimensional view? Can we actually see reality instead of mere glimpses of reality as phenomena in time? The answer is yes.
So through in-depth the research and development, the Eastern mystics, with all the great rishis, the Hindu saints, and the sages have discovered that it is possible to understand reality as it exists and to experience it also. This can happen as a natural way of life and not just as a chance happening. This experience has happened in many of the great saints of Hinduism, including our very own Swamiji, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. Through meditation, it is possible for all of us to experience the same state of awareness.
A beautiful story to illustrate this, a beautiful Zen story. Once two soldiers were looking at a flag flying in the wind. One of them said, "The flag is moving." The second one said, "No, it is the wind that is moving." As they saw the argument going on, the soldiers requested the master to help them resolve this serious issue. One of the soldiers asked, "Master, I saw the flag is moving, but he says the wind is moving. Which is correct?" The master says, Very beautifully, the master says, neither is correct. Only consciousness is moving. As of now, what we feel as reality every day in our life is also a virtual reality. It is only a perception of things. Look deeply, you can see how our very perception of the world itself is questionable.
So from whatever quality of consciousness we see that appears as our reality and the absolute reality. And that's why we see, it's important to understand the quality of consciousness that we carry decides how and what we are going to be perceiving. We have seen that for the same incident that happens in our life, the different individual, the stakeholder, or the people who are present in those situations, they perceive the reality or the incident in a completely different way. And that is how, even for the same situations, all of us build different cognitions. Many of us build powerless cognitions. Many of them do not build any kind of cognition. They do not go through any kind of powerlessness. And it's an experience of all of us, that whenever certain situations happen, we have a different ability to handle it. If we say in our language, we say all of us has a different capability to handle certain situations, or all of us handle situations in different way. We have seen in our workplace, in our offices, in our colleges, in our home, various other places, that people have different capacity to handle the situation, and that is defined by the quality of consciousness that we all carry. So now let us watch a short video to understand it more deeply. Just give me a few moments.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम्.
Wow. Here is a very beautiful question. Somebody is asking, Swamiji, you say there is no scale to find out whether the state in which we are there is reality or not. This person is asking, every day when I come back to waking state, I see same house, same world. But every day when I go back to dream, I don't see the same world. I don't see same world. So can this be used as a scale? With this, we can say that this world is reality. This world is real. Very intelligent question. Volunteers can stop collecting the question. Maybe please settle down. Very wonderful question, which we need to understand and internalize. Maybe I can give you a simple sketch of then we'll be able to understand. Let us analyze one night dream. For example, "14th night you are sleeping, 15th morning you are waking up, around 10 hours. 10 hours you are sleeping. Have you ever realized in one night dream, you would have lived some 10 or 20 years of life. From your college, you will start from your college period and slowly move step by step and go up to your marriage, having a child, and your son's marriage. Sometime you live even 10 or 20 years of life in one night dream. How many of you experienced even at least once this? Living 10 years or 20 years of life in one dream. How many of you experienced at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Of course, means you can recollect now what I am exactly trying to present or tell you. 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. Am I right? 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. One more thing, scientists are saying now, you don't continuously sleep. Maximum you spend only 30 minutes in the deep sleep state. Then you come out and spend little time in the dream and again fall asleep, spend some time in the deep sleep and come out and spend some time in the dream state. In the East, the maximum time is 30 minutes. In the West, it is only 16 minutes. We are fortunate. Anyhow, let me give you the small diagram how our consciousness works. Maybe I can call this as dream state. This is deep sleep state. You fall into the deep sleep, maybe half an hour you spend there, then come back to the dream and go through some dreams, again fall asleep, spend some half an hour, come back, again go through some dreams, again fall asleep, come back, go through some dreams, again fall asleep. This is the way you are moving. This is the way you move between dream state and deep sleep state. Understand, in one night, 10 hours, you dream as if you lived 10 years of your life. Means in the first episode, you see you are in college. The second episode, when you come back, you see you are getting married. In the third episode, you see you have a son. Maybe in the fourth episode, when you come back, you see your son getting married. An important thing you need to understand, when you fall asleep and come back, in these different episodes, you do see the same world even in the dream state. Am I right? You do see the same world in the dream state. Understand, it's a very subtle point. Very subtle understanding. If you can catch, it will really lead to a very big clarity which can really revolutionize the way in which you think about your life, the way in which you try to solve the problems of your life. There is a beautiful story. One person was dreaming. In the dream he saw a tiger chasing him and shouting, "Oh, tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." There was another guy sleeping next to him. He got up and he saw that his friend is shouting, "Tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." What he is supposed to do? He is supposed to just tell him, hey, get up. Instead of that, if he tries to supply some weapon, you don't know what will happen. He may injure, he may kill himself or he may kill you. You do not know how to decide. If you understand these basic things, suddenly you will see the decision making will be revolutionized. The cognitive shift will happen in you. The way in which you think and the way in which you make decisions, the way in which you try to find out solutions for your problems will be different. Means you will start working towards the right solutions. The right solution at that moment for that person is just asking him, wake up. That's the right solution. Instead, if you are trying to find out any other solution, it will only lead to more and more problems, more and more difficulties. Here, all I want to tell you is, in 10-hour dream, 10 hours of deep sleep, you live 10 years of dream. Means, many times you fall asleep and come back. When you come back, naturally in all these 4 episodes, even though there was a break, you saw the same world. After a break, seeing the same world cannot be the quality to define it is reality. That is what I mean. Please understand. After a break, if you see the same world, that cannot be the scale to define or say this is reality. Because this happens even in the deep sleep, even in the dream state, this happens. Even in the dream state, after a break, when you come back, you see the same world. So just because when you come back from the deep sleep, you see the same world, cannot be the reason to say this is a reality. How? Only when you wake up from the whole night sleep, you realize you dreamt 10 years of your life just in 10 hours. Same way, only when you wake up from this dream, suddenly you may realize you dreamt 90 years of your life, maybe in few hours. Who knows? Who knows? This whole thing can be one more long dream. Realizing, understanding, there is a possibility this can be one more long dream, will turn much of your attention and awareness to the center, to the consciousness. I can say that is the first step in spirituality. That's the first step for psychological revolution. Again and again, our sufferings are giving a clear statement. We are holding on to emptiness. Our suffering is nothing but a clear statement from the reality. You are not living with the reality. But somehow we know how to cover. The first chapter of the Gita is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Means depression, confusion. We also face the depression and confusion in our life. I call this depression of success. After achieving what we want to achieve, but realizing what far we want to achieve has not happened, a kind of a depression will happen in us. Very few rare intelligent people only understand that I am facing this suffering or depression because I am not living with the reality. Here, all I am trying to tell is just because you are seeing, do not think you are living with the reality. usually I face another one question on the same line. Swamiji, not only I am seeing this world, even the people who are living around me are seeing this world same way. How can you say it is a dream? Understand? In the dream, if you are seeing a particular city, if you are dreaming that you are going to that city with your whole family, not only you, the family which is with you inside your dream also will see the same city. Because they are also projections of your own mind. So just because the people who are around you seeing the same scene does not mean the scene is reality. Even the people who are around you, whom you are seeing, can be the projection of the same scene. Can be the projection of the same scene. Sometimes it frightens. If you go a little deeper, it frightens. It feels like everything in front of you is melting like a wax. The ultimate truth is the stuff out of which your dream world is made, the same stuff, out of that same stuff with this waking state is also made. If your attention is centered on the stuff, naturally the inner healing cannot happen. If your attention is equally distributed on the consciousness and the stuff, that is what I call healthy life, balanced life. You will have the physical, mental health and the life. If your attention is totally centered on the consciousness, not on the stuff with which these worlds are made, that is what I call living enlightenment or Jivan Mukti. Whether you want Jivan Mukti or not, or whether you want enlightenment or not is secondary. But if you can turn little bit of attention towards that I consciousness, towards the truth, towards the center, suddenly you will see the tremendous inner healing happens. I always tell people, realizing this whole world is one more dream brings tremendous healing effect in you. Understand? For example, if you are facing some very big difficulty or depression, very clearly, consciously, if you realize this whole thing is a dream, you will see such big relaxed feeling or the inner healing happening on you. I can say that inner healing is what I call meditation. That restful awareness which happens in you is what I call Satori, the first glimpse of Samadhi. A basic cognitive shift or basic psychological revolution with the simple understanding of what you are seeing may not be the reality as you are thinking, can bring so much of inner healing inside you, so much of restful awareness inside you. More and more restful awareness being added to you is what I call inner healing or health or raising the quality of consciousness. Instead of dream state penetrating your waking state while you are driving, blissful state can penetrate your waking state while you are driving. Because so much of your time, even though you are out of your bed, is occupied by your dream state because of your low awareness. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, what will happen? I will not have time to do my business. No. It has nothing to do with a separate time. It is something to do with inner understanding. As on now, so much of your time and energy is being spent by dream state possessing you. Instead of that, you can allow the Turiya state, blissful state possessing you. You can just change the attitude. You can just shift the energy. You can just go through a big transformation. That is what I call psychological revolution.
Nithyananda. So we have so many of you participated into the session that was going on, and we had very intense satsang from Swamiji, where he's revealing the how understanding the perception and reality can bring so much of healing in our inner space. And this is what we are going to be doing, that we as part of the assignment of this session, we are going to be sitting in unclutched space. And in that unclutched space, we are going to have various powerful cognition that is revealed to us and start living those powerful cognitions. So I request all of you to sit straight and get into the space of unclutching. All of you, please sit straight and get into the space of unclutching and contemplate on the various truth that Swamiji revealed to all of us, and download the various cognitions from the state of unclutching and the space of completion that is happening to you. So all of you, please sit straight. Get into the space of unclutching. So all of you, please continue to unclutch. Please be in the space of unclutching. Chitanam, everyone. All of you relax now. I request all the participants to relax and open their eyes. So now we are going to move to the next round of the session, power manifestation. Also, I request all of you to share your experience of this process. I'm sure many of the powerful cognitions you would have received now. So share the powerful cognition that you received, that you downloaded. And how was your experience of this unique exercise? Very rarely we do this kind of exercises. But to understand the perception itself is not a reality, or perception as the perception, Swamiji has given this kind of exercise where you are not supposed to be writing anything. You just get into the unclutched space and see what are happening, what are the various powerful cognitions get revealed to you. Also, let's get ready for the next round, which is going to be power manifestation. So I'll say all of you to maintain the same space of unclutching. The unclutching is the space of complete completion. And from that space, it will be much easier to manifest the power. Means you will manifest the power once you maintain that space of unclutched space. So let us get ready. All of you, please sit straight. Please sit straight. Close your eyes and be in the unclutched space. So in this round, we are going to be manifesting the power of scanning an object.
So now we have a question. Actually, we have a question from Lalita Gabriela. I have a lot of
inconsistent thoughts, and then my head moved alone. Involuntary movement, yes. So whenever these movements are happening, it happens because of the Kundalini awakening that is happening. And you're saying you have a lot of inconsistent thought. Understand, there is no lot of inconsistent thought, but all thoughts are inconsistent for all of us. Not just for you, it is for me, you, everyone who is attending the program, and everyone who is you are seeing except Swamiji. Okay, all of us have, all our thoughts are inconsistent, and that is what actually we did the assignment also in one of the session, that all our thoughts are illogical, unconnected, random thoughts. Okay, they do not have, it is we who perceive them as connected. We are the one who connect, we are the one who connect and create some logic, certain understanding, but in reality all our thoughts are unconnected, random and illogical.
And also in yesterday's session, we went through this understanding where I hope all of us remember the tap fight, that let us have a light expectation so that we can move on from there to the enlightening experience. So Ma Lalita, don't worry. If you'll see, as you're going through this Paramashivoham, you will see very effortlessly, without you trying or doing anything, your thoughts per second will drop so drastically and your experience will change. And I'm very sure you are already experiencing it. So do not worry and just go along and you will see the difference.
Okay. So let's get into the power manifestation without any delay. And in this round, you are going to be scanning an object which is lost. So object which is misplaced in your relative or friend house. So please chant the Mahavakya.
So now we need to connect. Please reach out to a person whom you know and ask them and approach them to think of a place which is unknown to you. Connect with that person and scan their house to find the missing object.
Please continue.
Yes. So now, let us open our eyes. Slowly, let us open our eyes and move on to the next step. Let us pen down, if we haven't, let us pen down what we saw during this power manifestation process and validate. So reach out to the persons whom you are scanning, whose house you are scanning for the last object, and verify. Now, in the meantime, we'll be moving on to the next segment. If anybody has any question or wants to share a breakthrough or experience about this power manifestation segment, please put your comments. Okay, so now let's move on to the next segment. Reality is a dream. So we have some comments. Yes.
So I think Vishwanath and Ma Parameshwari paired up with each other. So I'd like to know what was the result of this power manifestation. So both of you have been manifesting the powers. In many of the previous sessions, both of you have manifested power. Let me see, I'm excited to see this round of power manifestation. So with this, while you are typing, let me start the next segment, which is the reality that we see itself is a dream. So even in the previous video that we watched, Swamiji talks about how the reality is a dream, and dream that we see, it may be a reality. So, and he was giving a very good examples for all of that. So here, let us try to understand through the examples that Swami is giving, or how Swami is making us understand. Swami said that we are not the two eyes. The eyes are just an instrument. Many times, and for example, like many times, even when our eyes are open, we are actually not processing anything. We are not seeing anything. We are not registering anything. Just like, our ears are always open, but it's not that we are always listening. And I think this is the most relatable example that we can give. And it is true for all of us. There are maybe more than 90% of the time, 100% of time our ears are open, but maybe more than 90% of time that we are actually not listening to what is happening around us. Or even when we actually try to focus ourselves to listen something, there are most of the time we are not able to listen. And that's why we need to listen again and again and again. But it's easy to understand through this example that ear is just an instrument to listen. Same way, our eyes are just an instrument to see. We ourselves are not eyes. Okay, eyes is just a medium through which we see. So just remembering that we are seeing through these eyes. Once you have understood this, when you start applying this, just remembering that we are seeing through the eyes. Consciously just remember and see that you are seeing through the eyes. If you look through the eyes, suddenly you will start witnessing everything. And we are not these two eyes, through which we are seeing. If we feel that we are these two eyes, that is the time we are caught in ego. Same way in our dream, as long as the attention is on the object, okay, we continue to dream. When our attention is turned towards ourselves, and that is from the seeing, that is the time when we move from seeing to the seer, and we all are awakened. Again, this is also one of the examples that we can see that many of us, while we are sleeping, we have a habit of dreaming. Okay, yeah, we dream even while we are awake. But during the sleep time, the moment we become conscious of ourselves, we just wake up. The dream breaks and we just wake up. The same way, when we come to this understanding that the reality that we are seeing, when we disidentify ourselves from the seeing and come to the seer, we get awakened, we become realized, we start realizing ourselves. Just like how in the dream, the moment we become conscious of the body, the moment we become conscious of ourselves, we are just pulled out of the dream and we come to the waking state. Same way, in the waking state, when we start realizing that we are not the seeing, we are the seer who is seeing through the eyes. We are the seer who is listening through the ears. We are the seer who is experiencing the touch through the skin. We are the seer who is experiencing the different experiences through all the indriyas, the senses that we have. We realize that we are the seer, and we move from this waking state to the awakened state. The moment we realize that we are something beyond our eyes, our attention gets turned towards the seer.
So now, when we step back and we realize that we are seeing through the eyes, the whole attention is on the seer. This is innocence. Swamiji very beautifully explains that innocence means having a clear understanding that whatever you see in the outer world is made of the same stuff out of which your inner world is made. These are the steps for us to realize coming to the space of a seer. The first is getting the idea that you see, what you see is a dream. Then the next step is having the Shakti, the energy to change the dream. The third is Buddhi, the intelligence to know it is a dream and also there is no need to change it.
So today we are working the various powerful cognitions and the understanding that Swami is revealing to all of us. This is also to manifest the reality we want to have in our life. If you see all the days that we have been going through, every single day is all about manifesting the reality. From the very first day, we are clearly saying the science, Kalpatru, the science of manifesting reality. But every other day, we are only working to manifest the reality that we want to have. And all of that are being approached from the different angle. Today, why we are trying to understand that the reality itself is a dream? Because when we come to this understanding, it becomes much easier for us to alter this dream and make it the dream as we want to have it. So Swami said that there are only 3 steps. The first step is coming to this conclusion, getting this idea that what we are seeing itself is a dream, and then having the power, the Shakti, the energy to change the dream. And the third is the Buddhi. And once this Buddhi is there, the intelligence is there, that it is a dream, we will come to this understanding that there is no need to change it. So it is up to us whether we come to this conclusion that it's a dream, I can change the way I want to change, or coming to this conclusion that because it is a dream, there is no need to alter it. The moment we come to the more and more understanding that it is a dream, we move from waking state to the awakened state, which is the next level of our consciousness.
Now, one very important understanding is that the life and death and waking and sleep, these have a very strong correlation. To understand this very beautifully, Swamiji has revealed the relationship between air and prana. To understand this powerful life transforming truth, we need to understand about the stuff from which the dream world and this world which we perceive as real is made of. We need to know about prana, the life energy that sustains us.
So here we are going to be understanding one of the very important truths, our connection between the waking state, dream state, the life and the death itself. So Swami said that the prana that we inhale So most of the time, for us, we generally use the word oxygen, that oxygen we are inhaling, and carbon dioxide we exhale. But as for Hinduism, it is the prana that is actually life-sustaining and not the oxygen itself. Oxygen or the air is just a medium. And through this medium, the prana is inhaled and the prana is exhaled. Okay. So that air that we breathe is just a vehicle for the prana to come in and goes out. And this prana is the life force, the life energy itself.
So for example,
and in Hinduism, there have been, just to demonstrate this, Swamiji said that in Hinduism, there have been many great yogis who have demonstrated this truth that the air is just a medium. They can take the prana through various other medium, and he gives the example of looking the Kumbh Mela. So many of you who may not have come to the Kumbh Mela, actually you can do a search on YouTube and you can see the great power demonstrations during the Kumbh Mela, and you will see that the many yogis, they keep themselves buried completely for so many days. They will be keeping their head down inside the ground and their leg will be up. They will be breathing through their leg. They'll be breathing through different parts of the body. So many yogis have demonstrated this truth, and actually you can see it even in the nowadays. It's not that you just have to read the scriptures and come to the imagine that yes, they would have done it, but actually you can see it on YouTube even now. You can go and see. So prana is the real life force, the real thing that we actually inhale and exhale. It's not the oxygen or carbon dioxide that we take. So as long as we take the prana through our air, we need to breathe through our nose. So for most of us, we do not know, how to take the prana through the other mediums. And that's why we are taking through the air and we need to inhale through the nose. But once we know this technique, we don't need to inhale through the nose. Our body can directly take the prana from the cosmos. So one more thing, as long as the incoming breath means the prana that is being brought in and is more compared to the outgoing prana or the going as an empty vehicle, our life will be getting strengthened. Means we are inhaling the prana, we are exhaling the prana, but how much prana we are taking and how much prana we are exhaling, that decides whether we are progressing, whether we are becoming younger or we are becoming older. So if the amount of prana that we are inhaling is more than the prana that we are exhaling, we are continuously growing up, we are becoming younger and younger. But if the prana that goes out is more than the prana that is coming in, our body will become older, and we are progressing towards the death in our life. So when we completely progress towards the death, when the death nears, the empty air enters in our body, but when it goes out along with the prana. So now let us understand prana in the waking state, dream state, and in the deep sleep state. Swami said the prana moves, function, and state in the Anya Chakra when we are in the waking state. So while the prana is going through our nose, because we do not know the science of taking prana other than through the air, we are inhaling through the air, and when we are inhaling, if the prana is moving, functioning, and stays in the Anya Chakra, when we are in the waking state. When we are in the dream state, it moves around the neck, around the Visuddhi Chakra. And when we are in the deep sleep, it moves around the Anahata Chakra, which is the heart center. And that is why Swami said that we can never fall asleep if our head is completely erect. So the moment we start falling asleep, we will see that our head is the first thing that will start bending, it will start moving. And Swami said that we cannot fall asleep unless we relax the head, unless we allow our prana movement to flow, to move from the forehead to the heart region. And that is the reason why we cannot sleep unless our head is relaxed. So this is just an example for all of us to understand, come to this understanding that this is how the prana movement happens when we are in this state. So once we understand that for us to be in the deep sleep, the prana movement has to happen around the heart region. When we are sleeping, the prana movement has to happen around our Visuddhi Chakra. When we are in awakened state, the Jagrata state, our prana movement has to happen third eye. Once we know that, we can decide to control and go from one state to another state just by controlling the prana. And this is what we do in the many of the pranayama, the breathing technique, where we go, we use the science of this breathing and we get into one state to another state. And that's why we are understanding here. So just by controlling the prana, having a different prana, we can move from one state to another state. So if you think constantly, our head will be erect and our shoulder will be under stress. The stress in the shoulder and the head being erect are very, very closely associated. So we can see this in our life also. When we reach our office, the moment we reach our office in the morning, we do not have to do any work. Just sitting in the chair and the thinking about the problems that will start stressing us and our shoulder pain starts. So whenever we think that there is too much of responsibility, too much of work on my shoulder, that we generally use this also, the too much of responsibility is there on my shoulder. Understand, whenever we feel this, we get into the shoulder pain. So the very saying that we say and how it impacts, where those gets stored in our muscle, it's very, very related with each other.
Actually, all the pain and the stress that we experience, first we experience in the shoulders. And when the shoulders is under the stress, the head will never bend. The head will never relax. That is why the people who constantly can neither relax their head or are not able to fall asleep. So they might be just lying on the bed, but it will take them time to fall asleep. So now we'll be moving on to a very powerful revelation from Swamiji in a form of a video, where he'll be revealing about the mechanism of sleep and waking states.
Nithyanandeshwara Mahasadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. All the disciples, devotees, satsangis, samajis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedars, Yajaman, Sarvanyapeta Yajamans, Kotaris, everyone sitting with us through Nithyananda TV and two-way video conferencing. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. I'll continue to expand on this physics, chemistry and biology. Listen carefully. Some things you need to understand about the state of consciousness. To understand the biology, chemistry and physics of the cosmos. Every night when you fall asleep, it is not that all of you fall in the same deep sleep state or dream state. You are all cut to pieces like a mutton chicken. One chunk goes to dream waking, one chunk goes to waking deep sleep, one chunk goes to dream deep sleep, one chunk goes to sleep dream, one chunk goes to sleep sleep, one chunk goes to dream dream. You are actually sorry but truth, you are a disgusting disaster, not bipolar, multipolar, part. Your liver goes and settles into dream deep sleep, and kidney goes and falls into sleep sleep, and eyes are into dream dream, brain coma sleep. No, you fall, no, please understand, you fall into different states. When you wake up, don't think all the parts are retrieved. No.
Liver still does not come out of its sleep. That is why it is sending the signals of lethargy into your system. Lethargy is nothing but your liver still not come to waking state. Daydreaming is your brain still not cognized waking state. Understand, when you wake up, it is not that all your parts are integrated and comes to waking state or Turiya state or Turyatita state. When you wake up, collecting your whole being and establishing on Turyatita is what is Sandhya Vandana. That is what is precisely the science of Sandhya Vandana. Unfortunately, even Brahmins have lost, the born Brahmins have lost being practicing Brahmins. Forget about other three Varnas. The Varna which was dedicated for this purpose itself has stopped doing. That's the most unfortunate thing. We have so many Brahmanas who don't know they are Brahmanas. We have a lot of Brahmins, but they don't know. Many of them really, what Sandhya Vandana? What? I know Sandhya, I know Vandana. Sandhya and Vandana together, which movie? No, I know Sandhya, I know Vandana. Together, they have done any movie? That movie I don't know. If you feel, whole day I am working, but end of the day, if I see I don't know what I have done, listen carefully. If you feel, whole day I am working, but end of the day I don't know what I have done. Neither I feel I have done something, nor others feel I have contributed something. But days passed. It means you have the same sickness. Multiple, disastrous, disgusting. We can create our own word. Homo, soma, coma, ama, bama, boma, memia. Because there is no name for it. Listen. Parts of your body, biology, parts of the chemistry, and parts of your physics happening, still not out of your deep sleep or dream state, or sleep dream or sleep dream sleep, that lower states, when still part of you are stuck in sleep dream, dream sleep, sleep wake, wake sleep, wake dream, in those lower states, you feel whole day I am working. But at the end of the day, neither I am feeling I have done something, nor others are feeling I have contributed something. What is the wrong? Everything is wrong. Still you have not woken up. Fundamental problem is you are out of bed does not mean you are awake. You are just... If you get a chair with a back support, and able to get a secret place in dorm somewhere where nobody will come and knock the door, or where nobody will ask you to get up. And now with this new gadget also, 24-hour Facebook is available. Actually now we will have to add, it is not 25 states anymore. Facebook state. That's one more state. It has to become now 26. Understand, at least full 2 cycle means 42 minutes. If you are breathing long and keeping your body active through some yoga or jogging, only then actually you wake up. That is why pranayama. Pranayama is to wake up, nothing else. Either you do the long breathing for that 42 minutes through various pranayama technique, or you do this 108 asanas, what we have given newly as Rajashekara Vinyasa Krama, the 108 asanas with the verses. Only then all the parts, bits and pieces which you threw in the night, liver in the deep sleep, kidney in the chutney, and heart in dream state, brain in dream state, eyes in sleep dream state, wherever you are dropped, you are dumped. All of them need to be collected. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. Only then I can train you. I cannot help you if you are sleeping. See, Kavi is alive. It's the space where you feel like power manifestation. So you can make that Kavi into power manifestation. Instead of alive, power manifestation. You feel like you will manifest powers and you will start manifesting. Please listen. I don't want to know what mood you are in. Let me be very clear. Only what clicks you are getting, put it in the Facebook, I'll see. I don't want to see your depressed mood. So whatever clicks you are getting, that you can upload it in the Facebook. And I have one more announcement. The main deity which is going to be installed in Golden Temple of Mahasadashiva in KAILASA, Adi KAILASA, in Bengaluru Adinam, in Garbha Mandir. See, we have a Swayambhu Linga. That's going to be the main deity. Just behind the Swayambhu Linga, the form of Paramashivoham
See, it's the introduction. I have given the introduction for 3 bodies. Now I have created the idea, basic idea for you all, from how we are going to understand. Now when we work on every body, put this question, I will explain to every body. In every body, what maximum you can gain. The fruit of this course is only 3 things. One is making your whole body more healthy, increasing the innate healing capacity of your body. Increasing the innate healing capacity of your body. Second thing, unleashing the power to make your dreams into reality. Third thing, understanding the whole reality is nothing but your dream. This 3 is the main reason why I designed this course. This 3 is the thing. How it can be practically applied, understood. Ask me the same question in every body. When I explain, I will connect that and tell you.
Thank you. A few minutes back we were talking about there is a possibility that the future can be changed or this thing. That comes to, do you believe in horoscopes, the effects of planets on each person?
Astrology is true when the science is originally studied and practiced. But according to me, at least in my experience, I have seen only 1 or 2 people who are really well versed in the scripture, who are really well versed with the rules and regulations and practicing. Because you asked astrology, let me tell you a small incident which happened. One famous astrologer of India, very famous, he did our ASP. And after the ASP, he himself wanted to have some of his personal problems solved. He asked me, of course I spoke with him and I guided him. It was solved. That is different. He asked, when I was talking to him, I asked him, of course I don't want to tell his name, he's a very popular guy and such a good person. I asked him, I know, you see, that writing like a common prediction is not accepted in our Shastras, it is not there in the Shastras. The common prediction idea itself does not exist in the Jyotish Sutras. Prediction can be done only for every individual, never for the group. No common, it's not a share market to give a common rating or anything. No, it cannot be. That I know anyhow, but forget about Shastras. One important thing I want to know, you see, for one Rasi, if you write 20 lines, you have to write. And 12 Rasi means 240 lines. 10 newspaper means 2400 lines. Every day, how are you able to write 2400 lines? Please just tell me, do you have assistants? How are you able to write that much? You please tell me, because it is such a big work. Writing 2400 lines every day is not a joke. How could you manage? Tell me that. I was shocked when I heard the answer. He said, no, Swamiji, just we have 10 set. Today in one paper, if it is a Mesha Rasi, next day in some other paper it will be in Kanya Rasi. Third day in some other paper it will be Kumbha Rasi. Fourth day in some other paper it will be Mesha Rasi. And fifth day in some other paper it will be Mithuna Rasi. Just we reshuffle. For reshuffling I have one assistant. It is nothing but reshuffling. I said, people don't catch you. He was so confident. He says, Swamiji, nobody will purchase all the 10 paper. And nobody will read all the 12 Rasi. Nobody will read all the 12 Rasi. People are going to purchase only one paper and they are going to read only their Rasi. One Rasi. So naturally, nobody will catch us. And within 2 months, 3 months, we change the 10 set. We have the time to write the 10 set for 3 months. In 3 months, we change the 10 set. And after 2-3 years, we take from past. And we rotate and reshuffle. This is what is happening, Swamiji. And we guys, the moment we get up, what we do? First work? First work what? Rasi Bala. And afterwards only your mind will start thinking at all. Astrology is a true science, authentic science.
What is your opinion on the Nadi Joseph from Is it true?
True and false. True as far as few intuitions concerned. They can hold the shaft and see the past, but not the future. If you see, your name will be, your mother's name will be there, dad's name will be there, your name will be there. But seeing the future, very few can do. To see the future, you need intuition. To see the past, you don't need intuition. To see the future, you need intuition. You need a little bit of capacity to hold the time shaft for a few more minutes. If you have the capacity to hold the time shaft, only then you can see the future. If you have the capacity to hold the time shaft, you can see Nadi. And let me tell you a small incident which happened in my own life. When I was 14, I went to Vaidishwaram. They took me the house pilgrimage, the family pilgrimage. Generally, when you go for Nadi, they take your fingerprint, and then they will read by the time it ends, it will give 10,000 rupees expense for you. The Nadi will read such a way that give this, give that to the person who reads and all those things. And this is the way usually the Nadi will go. You will be surprised the moment they took my fingerprint and went inside. That person, very elderly person, he came out with a big basket of fruits and flower, everything. And he said, this is the horoscope, this is a Nadi of a sannyasi. I was a 14-year-old boy. This is a Nadi of a sannyasi. And he's a great, the spiritual person. If this Nadi comes, not only we are not supposed to read, we are supposed to offer whatever today we made. And you know the honesty of the person, he offered the whole thing. And my family was seeing, all the money came back. Whatever money they gave, the whole thing was given back. The whole thing was brought. And you will be surprised. He said very clearly. And then my mom asked. My mother naturally, the pain, oh, can't we stop? Can't we do some dosha parigara and all those things? Immediately he said, if you try to stop, you will die. If you try to stop, you will die. Then, of course, that is the end of their trying to stop. That is different. But so clearly he was able to tell. When there is an intuition, there is every possibility. But the problem is, how long you are able to hold the present moment. And one thing I have seen, whenever you get the capacity to hold the present, you never spend the energy in predicting the future. You spend it in correcting the future. People ask me, Swamiji, can you predict my future? I tell them, fool, I can change your future. Why are you bothering about predicting your future? I can change your future. Work for that. Why should we waste the time in just predicting? There is no need. So be very clear. Whenever a man gets the power and capacity to hold the shaft and see the future, he just changes it. And you know, just is seeing is very vision. For example, people, when they come to know about their future and the life and they really feel and surrender, when the master just holds the shaft, time shaft, just is eyesight, the Guru Parvai, the seeing of the Guru destroys totally removes the negativity of the future. That's what they say, Guru Bharka Kodi Punyam. Just a sight of a master. Because sight of a master is not a simple your sight. When you see something, immediately you will be taken away by the past or the future. Even if you see a rose, the moment you see a rose, your mind will say word rose. Your mind will give the word rose. The next moment, you will start thinking about all the roses which you presented to somebody or roses which is presented to you. And the third moment, how was your reaction or her reaction? Whether you got the beating or smiling. And the fourth moment, the love emotion or the hatred emotion associated with that rose. You are already in the past. You are already in the future. But when Master sees, he never sees like that. He just sees you as you are, in the present moment. So he catches the time shaft. Whenever the time shaft is caught, whenever you penetrate the time shaft, simply he sees your past and sees your future. There is a beautiful story. It's not a story, actually, truth. One guy who is born blind, he goes to see Ramakrishna. And somebody asks him, you are a blind fellow, why are you going to see him? He says, fool, I may not be able to see him, but he will be able to see me. That is more than enough for me. That is only going to play the role. Not me seeing him. I am seeing so many things. What will I see? What can I understand? Actually, we are seeing 1,000 person. If you see me, what will you understand? Nothing can be understood. Nothing can be understood. At the most, you may misunderstand. When you don't understand naturally, you misunderstand. When you miss the understanding, you misunderstand. So nothing can be understood. You seeing me is not a question. Me seeing you is the question. That is why, even if we are not able to see them, we go to see the masters. In the ancient tradition, there is a word called darshan. Please understand, darshan, Sanskrit word, does not mean seeing. Darshan does not mean seeing. Drushya means seeing. Drushya means past and the future. Seeing the past or the future. Runa means the, what to say, the movements. Movements are the achievements. Runa, whether you have Runa or not, they say, no. The Runa is the root. The achievements are the movements. Drishya means seeing the movements. So whatever you are doing is drishya. Darshana means stopping the movement and seeing. Penetrating. The word penetrating, maybe penetrating into the time shaft is the right translation for darshana. When master sees, he just penetrates you. He just penetrates you. And the very penetrating is a big help to remove the future, to clear the future, to help the future. That is why so much of importance is given to go and see the living masters, and to go and touch the living masters, to go and feel the living masters, to go and be in their presence, all these things. Only when you deeply understand, all these subtle concepts can be realized. That is the problem. It needs understanding. You see now, as he said, and I tell you one thing, 25 of you have raised your hands that you never had that experience. I promise you had. You only forgotten. You don't have so much of introvertness to recognize it and record it, that's all. There can be no human being who did not have that experience what he expressed. If you say you did not have, it's like people say that I never dreamt. It is not that they never dreamt, they have forgotten. When the altered consciousness happens, you forget what has happened there. Otherwise, I am sure you cannot be alive without having that experience. Continuously it will happen. Because you are living being. If you are not introvert, if you are extrovert, then you don't record it. You don't recognize it. You don't have enough of awareness what is happening in you, that's all. Because you don't have enough awareness what is happening in you, you will not record it. A small story. One guy brought fish for his lunch to the office. And the moment he put the fish in his mouth, he felt, oh, I hate it. He threw it away. Next day, again the same fish. And he said, no, I don't feel like eating. Threw it away. Third day, again the same fish. The friend saw, why don't you tell your wife that you don't like fish? She will not be so adamant to send the same fish to you. Why do you suffer? He said, wife, I cook myself, I forget every day I don't like fish. I cook myself and bring. That is what is happening to you. You forget. You forget. That is what? You don't have enough of awareness. You are caught in the same mental rut. There starts the whole trouble. There is the whole problem. It is not that these 25 people did not have this experience. No. You also had. You have not noted it down. You didn't have so much of awareness to see the subtle changes of the mind. If you can observe, especially the people who raised their hands, that I experienced, that 45 or 50 people, you have that subtleness or the introvert idea that how to look into your own mind. And these guys who has got this much of introvertness, they can very clearly feel my presence. If you are little introvert, you can understand. From outside you can tell whether I am in the room or not. Many people, many devotees, they tell me, Swamiji, when I meditate, sometimes when the group is meditating, I go for a walk or come back. We never hear the sound or anything, but we can very clearly see something is passing us. Some big energy is moving next to us. If you have that introvertness, you can record, you can register all those, because these are all subtle, deeper level happenings. These are all happening in a deeper level consciousness. That is why we miss many things. Yes.
I have another. I'll let her go. She's been waiting for a long time.
Okay. So these conversations about dreams, it's very surprising to me because all my life I treated the dreams as a waste, as a garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And I see visions during my meditations, and actually I've seen some things that happen to me in future, and I build up my life through my meditations. So for me it is dilemma. Do I have to go and analyze my dreams, forget about this, or stay with whatever I am with my meditation and my clear visions? So in which visions are more important, which came from your dream or which came from your meditation?
One thing, there is no need for you to analyze. Forget about it. If you start analyzing from the very beginning, you will create only more confusions. Forget about it. The very idea you getting, the very system that you are getting again and again this type of visions is more than enough. That will guide you in the future. That system, you keep it alive. That is enough. There is no need to go and analyze the whole thing and get into the big trouble. There is no need. But always the visions which you get in dreams are less powerful than the visions you get in the dream, which you get it in the meditation. What you achieve in the meditation is surely more powerful than what you achieve in the dream state. But for a person who never achieves anything in the meditation, for him the dream state visions are powerful.
Thank you.
If you have something in the meditation, surely that is more powerful.
Swamiji, I have a three-part question. You said that only in the meditative state you can touch the center of the shaft. How can we permanently be holding the shaft? How can you permanently be meditating when you sit down to meditate even once?
See, when I say meditating, I don't mean close your eyes and do all those things. Not that. Live in the present moment. Live inside this body. Live inside your boundary. Don't travel where you are not. That's enough. Don't be like a ghost. As of now, we are just ghosts. If you are sitting in a house, you will be thinking of office. If you are in the office, you will be thinking about evening beach, Santa Cruz. If you are sitting in Santa Cruz, you will be thinking about when to go back to the house. If you are in the house, next day morning when to start the office. You are like a ghost. Where you are, your being is not. Instead of that, start living inside your boundary. You are in meditation. You will catch that shaft, time shaft. Just be inside the boundary. Now we are going to do the technique today. In the physical body, we are going to do a technique. How to be inside your boundary.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Segment, which is the power manifestation. So please come to the space of power manifestation. Today, the power manifestation, which we'll be doing in this segment, is scanning for an object which you lost. I think this is something which everybody will benefit from a lot. So please sit straight, decide on which object you want to search, which you lost and you want to search, and remember Swamiji in your third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chanting the Mahavakya. So now, let us start with the power manifestation. please slowly open your eyes. Let's gather back. Please open your eyes. And if you haven't, pen down whatever was revealed to you through the third eye about the object which you would have lost previously. And when you get some time, spend some time to validate it by going to that place or trying to search. So now we'll be moving on to the next segment. If any of our participants have anything they would like to share or would like to ask, please put your comments. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment. The next acharyas will be joining very shortly. In the meantime, please put your comments and clicks and we'll attend to it. Till then, thank you. Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Nithyananda, and welcome everyone for this next session of today's Paramashivoham Level 2. And we hope that you have had a wonderful time so far. We apologize, we have been facing a few technical glitches, but hopefully from now onwards we will be fine. And we are going to be your next acharyas for the next session until we switch over and receive the beautiful darshan from Swamiji today in the form of Bhagavan Hirapatramurti. And so with this, we have maybe about 2 hours together, and we are going to start our next segment in this series on mastering reality and overcoming delusion in order to establish ourselves in the ultimate reality and ultimately designing the life we want. So this first session that we are going to be doing together is going to be on controlling life through awareness and understanding how by applying and infusing awareness in our present moment, we gain control over our life and over our states of consciousness, ultimately over death itself. And we will understand how gaining control over death and gaining control over the present moment is going to empower us and help us to design the life we want. So with this, throughout these sessions, if any of you have any questions or you wish to share any clicks or anything, please feel free to do so either on Zoom or on the YouTube live chat, and we will be responding to you all.
Yes. So beginning with the current section, we are today dealing with the whole aspect of perception, reality, dream, waking state, and how do we move between these two? How do we identify and what is the significance of these different states of consciousness? Now in this segment, we will delve into the aspect of living life and controlling life through awareness. What is the role of awareness when we are living, when we are performing our day-to-day activities and going through the whole experience of what we call as life, whatever it entails, whatever it includes? How does awareness play a major role in that? So if we look at life as we understand, as we live it, as we understand it as ordinary human beings, constantly life is slipping and entering into death. Life slipping into death is what we usually call as living. Now, what do I mean when I say, when Swamiji says life slipping into death, what does it really mean? So actually, we don't really live. We're not really living. We are just waiting for death to happen. Ordinary human beings don't really live. The whole experience of life for ordinary human beings is just they're waiting for death to happen. moment by moment, life is slipping into death. That is the experience of life for ordinary human beings. Life is just disappearing into death. That is the reason, however many years you may live, you don't feel satisfied, right? And you don't feel you have lived your life because you don't even know what life is. It's been years and years you've been living, but you don't really feel satisfied that you have really lived your life. It's just like a, from all these years, it's been just passed by without even you realizing that you've really lived something. So that is the experience which ordinary human beings are having in these days. So when you become conscious of life, yes, that is the word. Because all these years, you may have lived decades, but all of that life is simply lived unconsciously. So that is why you don't really feel satisfied that you have really lived. So when you become conscious of life, when you start thinking, contemplating about your life, when you bring awareness into your life, you create a new center in your being. By infusing awareness, by becoming conscious, by thinking and contemplating about your life, you create a new center in your being by putting your awareness into it. And that changes the whole equation of your experience of what life is.
Now, between this life and death, when you bring more awareness into the life, you create a new center, and that is what is called consciousness. Now, whenever you are conscious, you start deciding about your life, making conscious decisions. For example, the more you become aware, the more you start designing or choosing even what type of car you should drive, what type of house you should live in, and what type of life you want. The point is, all these decisions are taken consciously. You start deciding consciously every inch of your life. You become conscious about everything and how you should talk, how you should behave, how you should think. You start becoming aware at every inch, at every step of your life. So the moment you start becoming aware, you start deciding, and therefore you start controlling your life. When you become completely aware, the next thing that will happen is that you will also start controlling your death. Now, these two events of life and death then happen at the conscious level. So if you are consciously thinking, this is what can be called as life, only when you are consciously thinking. But on the other hand, if your consciousness cannot think, then this is what is called as death. So it's a revelation from what we all perceive merely as we are living when this body is there, and we are dead when this body is no more working. But here Swamiji reveals that life and death are not defined merely by the state of our body, but by the state of our consciousness. So even though we are technically living in this body, we can be dead if our consciousness is not living and if we do not have awareness.
Yes. So even when Swamiji is taking us deeper and deeper into the understanding of how infusing our awareness into the experience of living our day-to-day life, it changes the whole experience and takes us to a new level altogether. And we start having this ability to control our life and even control our death. And now, taking this further, Swami is explaining that awareness, when it creates a new center in our being, when it awakens that consciousness, due to which we start taking decisions, we start thinking, we start planning, it also gives us the power to control our dreams and our deep sleep state. It's not just limited to the waking state. It gives us the control over our dream and deep sleep as well. So in the unconscious level, two things happen as well. That is the dream and the deep sleep. In the unconscious level, if you are aware, it is dream. And if you are not aware, it is deep sleep. So if you're able to see anything, if you're able to sense anything, if you're able to feel anything, if you are able to experience any movement, then it is called dream. If you're not aware of anything, if you are not able to feel anything, if you're not able to understand any movement, it is deep sleep. So that is the difference between the dream state and the deep sleep state, which somebody is explaining. Now, in the waking state, when you are aware or you are in what psychology calls as conscious state, it is life. If you are not aware, it is death. When you bring more awareness into your life, what happens is you take charge of your life. So in the same way, in the dream, if you start bringing in more awareness, you will take charge of your dreams and deep sleep as well. So when you bring awareness, infuse awareness into your dream state and deep sleep state, it even changes your experience of these two states. Naturally, generally what happens is when we are dreaming, it seems like everything is out of control. Things are just happening to us, right? But when we infuse awareness, we start controlling the dream, whatever we are seeing, how we are moving, how we are acting, what we are experiencing. That is the change that happens, that is the shift that happens, and not just the dream state. When we infuse awareness into our being, into the deep sleep, we even get the control over the deep sleep state. Just like in the waking state, we get control even over the death, not just the life. Now, controlling life and death and controlling dream and deep sleep both require one important condition. And what is that condition? That is awareness. Awareness is the main requirement to control life and death and to control dreams and deep sleep. So bringing awareness into your dreams can not only help you control the dream and deep sleep, it can also help you control life and death. So that is how significant, that is how important it is for us to bring in awareness into our life. In the waking state, it gives us the control and the power over our life and death. In our dream and deep sleep, when we bring in awareness, it gives us the power and the control over our dream and deep sleep states as well.
Now, Swamiji introduces a new truth, a new revelation from now onwards. The reality and dream both are made of prana, the life energy. So what does that mean? When you start experiencing prana in the forehead, you will understand that not only is prana, so the life energy, supplied from the air that we breathe, but it is a prana that creates both your reality and your dreams. So whatever you call as reality and whatever you call as dream are both made of prana. So that is what the great master Shankara means when he says that this entire world is Maya, delusion or illusion. When you understand this truth, you will have tremendous energy to control both your dreams and your life, because you realize that both are made of the same material. And as of now, it's like you are literally just a victim. You can't even control your dreams. And can you dream what you want? No, you can't. Whenever we are in the dream state, we are not conscious enough to decide what we dream. So if you can't control a single incident in your dream, as of now, either you go through the whole dream or you can get out of the dream. You can just wake up, but you do not have the capacity to control the dream itself. But if you can bring more awareness to the dream state, the awareness in the waking state itself will also increase. The awareness in the life, awareness in the living state overall will multiply. So if the awareness in the living state multiplies, then naturally you will be able to control that. So Swamiji here reveals different layers and different steps, how by bringing more awareness into one state of consciousness, our awareness overall throughout with a different state of consciousness that we experience in our life increase. And as a consequence, we are able to control our life, and we will be able to control that also.
Yes. So now let's also get a deeper understanding into the dreams and how dreams and our life are related to one another. So if you bring more and more awareness, as we have just understood, into your dream state, if you can bring in more and more consciousness into your dreams, suddenly the quality of consciousness in your life will increase. That is, even in the waking state, the quality of your consciousness in your waking state, in your life as well, will increase if you increase the awareness in your dream state. So if the quality of your dreams changes, if the quality of your deep sleep changes, the quality of your life will also change. The quality of your dream and the quality of your life are both directly connected with each other. So when we become more conscious in our dream state, we naturally will see that our level of consciousness has increased even in our waking state, in our life as well, and the quality of living has increased. Understand? Life is nothing but daydreaming, and dream is nothing but a night life. I'll repeat this very important statement that Swamiji is giving. Life is nothing but daydreaming, dreaming within the waking state, and dream is nothing but night life. Again, drawing from the same powerful cognition that we received a little earlier, that both our dreams, what we see in the dreams, and what we see in the waking state, the world, are made from the same material, same prana. So there is actually no fundamental difference, only the frequency is different. But the base material, the quality is the same of the dream, the world that we see in the dream state, and the world that we see in the waking state. So naturally, when we infuse consciousness in the dream state, it also increases the consciousness in our waking state, the experience of our life. So night life is dream and daydream is life. There's a small story which Swamiji is sharing with us to make us understand this whole aspect more and more. A poor man came back home with a full sack of rice after a hard day's work. Now he hung the sack from the roof of his home to protect it from rats and thieves. Now, to protect it further, he lay down right under it. Laying down, he looked up at the sack of rice and started dreaming. If I can sell this rice in small quantities, I can make a lot of money. Then with that money, I will grow some more rice. Sell that and soon I will become rich. Then I can marry a beautiful woman and we will have a beautiful child. So this is all happening in his dream. By this time, a rat had found its way up to the sack of rice and had started chewing the rope. As the man was thinking about his yet-to-be child, the rat had chewed on the rope and the bag fell on him, killing him instantly because it was right above him. So, of course, the wealth, the wife, the child in the dream also disappeared. In the day, whatever you do, you call it as a life. In the night, whatever you do, you call it as a dream. In the day, if you're not able to do anything, you call it as death. In the night, if you're not able to do anything, you call it as deep sleep. In the day, if you have three things, experiencer, experienced, and the experience itself, it is called life. We can take the example of drinking coffee, in which there are three elements. That is the coffee one drinks, the person who drinks the coffee, and the experience of the state of drinking coffee. If you experience all these three elements in the daytime, it is called life. And if you don't experience all these three, it is called as death. In the night time, it is called as dream. And if you don't experience all these three, it is called deep sleep. So naturally, there is a direct correspondence between the waking state, the experience of life and death in the waking state, and the experience of the dream state and the deep sleep state during the night.
Now, let us look deeper as we have realized now. The reality, the living state and the dream are both made of prana. So they are both made of the same material. Now, let us look at what happens and in the sleep and in the death, and understand about the prana movement that happens in those states. So the moment you start moving towards the dream state, the prana starts coming towards the Vishuddhi chakra, so the throat center located here. Now, the more you move towards the deep sleep state, your prana moves towards the anahata chakra, so it goes down to the level of your heart. Now, it is the same in the case of life and death as well. The more you are alive and energetic, the more the prana accumulates and gets centered in the forehead. So it goes up and centers itself in your forehead. When the incoming breath is bringing more prana and the outgoing breath is going empty, then your prana will be centered on the forehead. If the incoming breath is getting less prana and the outgoing breath is taking more prana, so if more prana is going out of you than you are intaking prana, then slowly the prana will slip into the Vishuddhi. So it will move down from the forehead to your throat center. Now, if the incoming breath is not bringing prana at all, and only the outgoing breath is taking the prana and moving it out of your body, then you will fall completely into the heart center. So your prana will go one step lower and get centered into your anahata chakra in the heart. Now, actually, falling from life to death and falling from the waking state to the deep sleep state are both directly related to this prana movement. If the prana movement of inhalation and exhalation are handled properly, you can handle life and death as well as dream and sleep. So this prana movement in between these three energy centers, whether the prana moves up and gets established in the higher chakras, or whether it goes down to the level of the heart, determines whether we are living or not, whether we are living with high energy or not, or at some point, this is also what determines when we are going to die or fall into the deep sleep state. It is this prana movement that governs this whole shift of states of consciousness. Now, dream and sleep, life and death can all be handled by this single key, this single thread called prana, this prana movement that we have been studying so far. If you are able to master this movement of the prana between these energy centers, we will become complete masters over life and death and over the state of consciousness that we carry, with which we exist and with which we live our lives.
Yes. So next, we'll be moving into the aspect as we're understanding about life and death and the flow of prana that is linked with the experience of life and death, or with the experience of dream and deep sleep, how to get control over life and death, how to stop this very cycle of life and death. So Swamiji is taking us into a deeper understanding of this whole aspect. Now, if you can be aware that when you fall into the dream state, when your consciousness is slowly fading away, when you are falling asleep, you will be able to change the dream itself. So during the transition phase from waking state to dream state, if you can have your awareness intact, if you can be aware when you are falling into the dream state, you will be able to change the dream itself. You will get that ability to control your dreams, to direct your dreams as you want. If you are able to change the dream, let you be very clear, the first thing you will do is you will stop dreaming. The moment you get that ability to change that dream, you suddenly wake up to the reality and you come out of the dream state. You stop dreaming. You will stop dreaming because you know the uselessness of dreams. Because then you will wake up to the reality and this whole thing is useless. It doesn't have that same weight which you thought it had before. You know you are wasting time and energy in the dreams because simply you can play with it. Whatever you want, you can create. And with that experience, you just start losing the whole respect in a way for that dream and you come out of it. The person who can be aware of dreams will never dream. The person who is aware of life will never take one more birth because understand that life itself is a dream. Right now, life is happening to us more like a default state, a series of events which we don't seem to have control over. But just like infusing awareness in our dream state gives us the control over that dream state, and we come out of the dream state as a consequence of that, understanding the uselessness of the dreams. When we become more aware of life itself, it will give us control over the life, over the happenings and the events in the life. The moment that happens, we will realize the uselessness of this whole reality, the way we understand it in the waking state, and we will come out of it. What does coming out of the waking state mean? It means we will not take one more birth. That is why in the East, all the spiritual scriptures, whether the Vedas or Dhammapada or Jain Sutras or Guru Granth Sahib, are all aimed only at the goal of not taking one more birth. That is the goal of the very existence itself. That is where they all are trying to take us to, not taking one more birth. Basically, to wake up from this whole dream that we are living, to wake up to the reality that the whole thing is just we have made it up, we have projected it. The moment we become conscious of it, we come out of it.
Now, Swamiji further reveals that when I use the word death, I don't mean you will commit suicide. When I say that when you become aware of life, you enter into death, it does not mean that you will commit suicide. You will stop living in the normal way. That is what Swamiji means here. You will stop living with identity. You won't give importance to your identity anymore. And you will be reborn in this life. As we said, we will not be taking one more birth. We will not be reincarnated once more. But in this very life, we will have a rebirth, a conscious birth, so to speak. That is why enlightened masters are called dead people. See, the enlightened people are called people who are already dead as far as the world is concerned, because they do not have an identity, or they do not have life as we understand it. Their life cannot be called life anymore. Practically, if you want to give any term for their life, the only term which you can give is death, because they have been through this rebirth. They are not alive as you think. That is the reason, again and again, all the scriptures say and repeat, the spiritual people are reborn. In this state, you can never be tortured again by the things of life. Life will look just vague or like a film, like a movie. It won't penetrate you and disturb your inner space. Swamiji used to say that we will experience or realize that we are the canvas on top of which drawings are being made, but it will not be identified with the drawing itself. Now, if you can be aware when the prana falls into the heart center every day, when you go to sleep, you can stop, alter, and manage your dreams and your deep sleep as you want. If you are aware of the prana slipping from the Agnya chakra, so from your forehead down to your heart, to your anahata, each time you go to sleep, it means that at the end of your life, you will be able to change your life and that as you want. And if you want, you can bring it a little early. You can leave the body a little early, or if you want, you can postpone it. You can decide not to die at some point, and you can extend your lifespan. You will be able to play in whatever way you want. You have complete control over the time of your death, and uh, you will have you'll be able to retain awareness when you slip from this state and when you leave the body. So we'll have complete mastery over this. So here we have the complete science of birth and death, and how to achieve liberation with this one single key that Swamiji has revealed for us of controlling the prana movement.
Yes. And all these techniques, all these understandings which Swamiji is giving us about life and death and prana, dream state and the waking state, this whole thing is nothing but the Vedic technology that evolved thousands of years ago, and it was a product of thousands of years of R&D in human consciousness that the Hindu civilization had a mastery over, and it is the core, the center of the Hindu civilization. The main focus has always been in the research and development into the human consciousness, and all the technologies, all the sciences and understandings that have evolved as a product of that research and development has been penned down and coded down in all the Hindu scriptures, starting from Vedas and Agamas, and the entire science is now being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And Swamiji says, be very clear, these are not just theories. These are all the truths of thousands of years of research and development by our rishis on the human consciousness. So let you be very clear, this technology, these techniques can directly develop the quality of your life from today. You don't have to think, oh, if I practice this technique for 10 years, maybe in the 11th year it will give results. No, that is not the case. Right now, you can get the results, the benefits. Just because we have not practiced this technology, this kind of truths and techniques in our life, we started suspecting the whole spirituality itself. Is it going to really work for me? Is it going to really help me? All these doubts and questions start coming. And we start doubting the whole science of spirituality, the science of completion, the science of unclutching, whatever Swamiji is revealing and sharing. The only reason we have doubt over all these techniques, over all these sciences and technologies, is because we have not really practiced it in our life sincerely. Now, going further, how the change in the prana flow can heal and rejuvenate us. So what is the role of this pranic flow in our life and how it changes the very experience of our life? So actually, the dream state means the lower energy state of prana, that of prana moving towards the heart center. If you can be aware at that time, naturally you will be able to control your dreams. Now, not only will you be able to control your dreams, you can bring yourself up in energy at any moment. Whenever you're aware of the low prana, you can increase the percentage of prana in your body. So it's all about awareness, becoming aware of whatever state we are in. The awareness that the prana is becoming low is enough to bring more prana into your body. Some way when you are dying, when you're dying, relaxing from the body, when the prana falls to the lower level, you can stop and bring it up. Now, taking this understanding further at the time of death, becoming aware, we can bring up the level of our prana again. Courage to face life and death is also directly connected with this whole idea of controlling our life the way we want, controlling both life and death. Actually, when you master the prana, you understand that death, as you think, doesn't really exist. As of now, you are afraid of death mainly because of the uncertainty. It is not even fear of death, it is the uncertainty. That only creates more and more fear because we don't know. We are stepping into the unknown, the uncertainty created by that. That is the only reason that we are scared of death. See, everyone knows that one is going to die and nothing can be done about it. But we don't know when, how, and after that, what. These questions and the uncertainty creates a big problem in our being because we don't know what is going to happen, where we are going to go, if we are even going to exist after that. So all these questions start haunting us. Uncertainty created by these questions starts troubling us in our very being. The psychological suffering which we go through when we remember the idea of death is more related to uncertainty and is not directly related to death itself. Once this uncertainty is cleared, the very idea of death is totally demystified. The negative impact the idea of death has in our being will be completely clear. So all we need to work on is this uncertainty which is being created by the idea of death.
So now, with these very powerful revelations that we have received, we'll be moving into an internalization exercise. You can all pick up your pen and paper, and we'll be looking deeper into how to imbibe these truths and make them as our experience. So please all come to the space of listening. I'll be reading out the first assignment for you all. Now, the moment you start becoming aware and consciously deciding, this is the moment you start controlling your life. So this is the truth that we are going to be focusing on. The moment you start becoming aware, consciously deciding, you start controlling your life. Now, for the next few minutes, contemplate on this truth and pen down all the situations in which you took control of your life. So you're gonna go back and recollect all the situations in which you took conscious decisions to take control of your life. So you can scan all the different dimensions of your life. I can give a few examples. It could be that one day, you were dissatisfied with whatever experience you had. It could be at work or in your relationships, and you had a strong desire to make your life in a different way, and you took the conscious decision that from that point onwards you were going to make it happen, and eventually made it. So that is one example of a conscious decision and a moment in which you used your conscious power to control your life. So now contemplate on this truth and recollect and pen down all the situations in which you took control of your life. I'll be projecting the assignment for you all, and we'll be giving maybe about 5 to 10 minutes for you all to look in and pen down, and then we'll be moving into the second phase of this assignment. Meanwhile, if you have any questions or anything that you'd like to share, please feel free to do so. I also remind all the participants on Zoom that it is mandatory to have your cameras on. So please do so. Seeing many participants who have switched off their cameras, please come back to the camera frame and switch it on. Now, I will be introducing the second assignment. When you become completely aware, you will start controlling your death also. So now we have been focusing on how we have been able to take control of our life. Now we'll be focusing on death. So contemplate on this truth that when you become completely aware, you will start controlling your death also. And while contemplating on this truth, pen down how will your life change if you start having control over that itself. So whatever your understanding is, whatever your perception is, you can write that down. How will your life change if you start having control over that itself? We will be giving another 5 to 10 minutes for you all to complete this exercise. now conclude this exercise, and I hope that you all were able to dive deep and see. Maybe if you have whatever you have written, if you want to share on how you feel that your life would change if you start having control over that, you can share that. I was seeing the messages from Vishwanathan. They're not really able to understand your question. If you want, you can maybe rephrase it. I will check it out later. And otherwise, with this, we'll now be moving into another round of the power manifestation and the power of scanning and remote vision.
Yes. So, with this understanding and this realization that we have taught about the importance of putting awareness in our life, in our dreams, and how it empowers us over all these states when we awaken, when our whole being awakens, the consciousness awakens, and we become aware. It gives us the control over life and death itself. It gives us the control over the dream state and the deep sleep state, both. From this cognitive shift, let us now carry this space of intense awareness and straight away enter into the power manifestation round, because it will be very, you will see that how this realization and this cognitive shift would directly impact the quality of your power manifestation as well. Because this very understanding that you are the one who are really in control of the entire reality, the way you see it as the world, right? It will also empower you to connect with anything out there in the world. When we are manifesting the power, for example, today, we are manifesting the power of remote vision, right? So looking at anything, even at a distance, won't be something which would be of a problem, because ultimately everything is something that is projected from you. You have the control over it. So you can straight away scan and get information about it, because the source lies within you, the consciousness itself, right? So with this cognitive shift, with this powerful cognition and this realization, let us now start the next round of the power manifestation. The power which we are going to manifest is the power of remote vision. Before we enter into the power manifestation round, let me lead out the scriptural evidence, the Shastra Pramana for this power. As you all know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, whatever he shares, whatever gifts he shares with all of us, whatever initiations he gives to all of us, he acid washes all of it with the Pramanas in Hinduism. For example, the Shastra Pramana, coming directly from the scriptures, the Apta Pramana, from the acid wash, from the personal experience of all the great incarnations, rishis, sages, enlightened beings, and the very own experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And only then he gives the initiations and the powerful cognitions to us, for us to manifest in our lives. So the Shastra Pramana for this power of remote vision comes from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which is a part of the Shiva Agamas. In the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, in Sutra 92, Dharana 69, there's a verse which forms the Shastra Pramana. The verse goes as Vyomakaram Swam Atmanam Dhyayet Digbhir Anavratam Nirashraye Chitti Shakti Swarupam Darshayet Yada. The translation of this verse goes as Bhagavan Paramashiva says, concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on one's self in the form of a vast etheric space or sky, that is Vyomakaram, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chitta Shakti, the power of consciousness, freed from all support, reveals and manifests herself as the form of one's essential nature of the self. So now let us enter into the power manifestation round. We start every round with the powerful cognition from the Living Enlightenment book. So let us take a minute, open the Living Enlightenment book, remembering Swamiji in our inner space, and opening the book in a random page. And whatever is revealed to you on that page, receive that powerful cognition. So let's do this. And then we will enter into the power manifestation round. Let's receive the powerful cognition from the Living Enlightenment book, which is not just a book, but is the deity herself. We treat the Jivan Mukti book as a deity herself. And make sure, meanwhile, you also turn on the video recording so that you can record yourself while we are manifesting this power, so that you can share it with your friends, your family, and all the people out there, sharing the joy, celebrating the joy of power manifestation with other people, so that they can also get inspired to experience it, taste it, get a glimpse of it in their own lives. So now let's start manifesting the power. Now what we are going to do in this round is we will be holding, visualizing a place, and all the participants and all the viewers who have joined us, you have to scan us. Maybe Ashoka Maharaj, he can think of a place of his Purvashram house. All right. So he will hold the visualization in his third eye. And you, all the participants, have to scan him, scan Maharaj. And whatever is being revealed in your third eye, you have to start verbalizing, and then you can even share it in the chat or in the comments section. Then we can verify. Maharaj can share the details, and then we can verify how much of the details you got correct and the power that you manifested. So we will start with this power manifestation. Make sure you chant Mahavakya. We will be playing the Mahavakya as well. You can chant with the audio. Connect with Swamiji in the space of oneness, requesting him to manifest through you and reveal the details of the Purvashram house, home where he grew up in, right? And he will be holding that visualization, and you can scan him, and whatever is being revealed by Swamiji in your third eye, you can start verbalizing, and then you can pen it down, or you can put it in the chat window or the comments section. So let's enter into the power manifestation round now. We will be starting playing with the Mahavakya, and let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Hopefully you have all verbalized what you saw, what was revealed to you in the third eye. Now you can put it in the chat window and share it with us, what you saw, what you scanned, and then we can share from our side the details and see and verify the power manifestation that you did. So let's all pen down, let's all put it in the chat window, whatever was revealed to you in your third eye, the details of the Purvashram house of Ashoka Maharaj.
One more thing I'd like to add, you see, in the power manifestation, whether you realize it or not, everything that is shown to you is shown by Paramashiva, by Swamiji. So whatever you have seen, even sometimes, many times actually, we are shown certain things through the third eye, but we exclude them. We kind of come to a conclusion that no, it's not this. It's not the. I'm not actually seeing this. It might be my mind showing this. So this is actually a mistake that many of us do in the power manifestation. So in this case, write down even that. Whatever you wrote, even if you thought at some point that it was wrong, it was still shown to you in that space that you created, that you experienced. That is the key here. It's that whenever you create that space, whatever you see from that space is shown by Swamiji, Swamiji. So you should honor and you should recognize everything that is shown to you in that space during the manifestation as shown directly by Swamiji. So now already two people have shared, so maybe I will start sharing from my side and describing this place, the house in which I was living. So Ma Lalita Gabriela said that she saw colors, green, yellow like corn, birds, sky. Vishwanatanaya is saying that he saw large mountain areas and gray to like city or stone. Okay, so there are good things here. So this place is actually, as there are mountains, actually you can see a range of mountains from the window. So what you have seen is right. This is true. This is, you have seen it correctly. And there's a lot of sky, actually. This is a very predominant aspect of this. It's actually a flat. That place is a flat at the 4th floor of a building. And the thing is, there are windows literally in all directions. So from literally any room in the flat, you can see the sky. So whoever, it was Ma Lalita Gabriela who said that you saw the sky. This is right, and this is really one of the predominant experience that you get when you live in that flat. So this is a very good point that you are able to see. Birds, there are a lot of birds. Because we have view on many rooftops. So we always see a lot of birds. Sometimes they come on our balcony also. So this is also a predominant aspect of that place. So this is very good. And a city of stone. So yeah, actually this is also a good point because the stone, this is a place in the city center, a very old, very historical place. So there are a lot of ancient stones that have been used for the buildings, for the roads, and so many things like that. So this is also one of the predominant predominant things about this place. So this is good. I invite whoever has not shared, whoever has not posted, you can do that. Otherwise, congratulations to Vishwanathanaya and Ma Lalita Gabriela for what you have seen. This is good. This is very good. You have successfully seen some of the main highlights, some of the main dimensions of the place that I was visualizing. So this is great.
Yes. Yes, it's such a wonderful experience when you actually manifest the power, when you see participants manifesting and Swamiji revealing to them. See, what we are really celebrating here is Swamiji manifesting to you, that space of oneness, because that is what will do that whole magic in your life. It starts from the small power manifestation sessions, but you will see, you will experience in your life. It will take over your entire life, and your whole life will just become magic. And you see it in your day-to-day life, in your work profession, in your family, everything, literally. Not just your whole state of consciousness will change, but your very experience of the reality, whatever you want to manifest in life, everything will simply become power manifestation. And that's why Swamiji is reviving the science of power manifestation and encourages everyone to manifest more and more powers. He even says power manifestation itself is a foolproof spiritual technique. You don't need any other technique. If you just go on manifesting powers left and right ferociously, it will drill that space of oneness into our very being, and make us experience Paramadvaita, oneness with Paramashiva. So congratulations again, all the participants, and we also encourage all the participants to head over to the social media and share your experience, the joy that you experienced during this power manifestation with all other people. Let them also come in and take a little glimpse of this science of power manifestation, which Swamiji is reviving, and then let them also experience this superconscious breakthrough. So you can head over to the social media platforms. You can post your experience of power manifestation. You can upload the videos if you have taken the videos, and also you can share the cognitive shifts and the clicks that you experienced through the previous sessions on the dream and the deep sleep state, infusing awareness and controlling the life and death, the very cycle of life, the shift that you had, the clicks that you had. You can share them also with the people, how you cognize it in your day-to-day life, from your perspective, what shift have you experienced. So, and also make sure you use the hashtags, hashtag KAILASA, hashtag Paramashivoham, and hashtag Nithyananda in all the posts that you're making on the social media. So with this, we now come to the conclusion of this power manifestation session. We'll be having more power manifestation sessions as we go along in the further segments that we'll be witnessing. So let us now move to the next segment in today's series of sessions on the nature of reality, the perception of reality, and what it is and how to understand it in a deeper sense. So the next segment that we are going to have is on the ultimate expression of the reality. What is a reality? in the truest sense, and what is the ultimate expression of reality. So we will be getting into this deeper understanding as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva. So let us come to the space of listening, keeping our head, neck, and spine in a straight line, ready to receive the powerful cognitions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. We're talking about the ultimate expression of reality. Most of the reality we experience and live in our day-to-day lives is created by the agreement and remains reality as long as that agreement exists. So whatever we experience as a reality in our life, in our day-to-day life, is created by the agreement and then remains the reality for us as long as that agreement exists. Now, ultimate expression of reality. What is the ultimate expression of reality, right? So let us first understand what is not ultimate reality, and then we will come to what is the ultimate reality. Ultimate reality is not the reality we experience through our personal frame of reality. That is not the ultimate reality, because we are experiencing it through our personal frame of reference. Ultimate reality is also not the reality we experience through the societal frame of reality. Through the prism of the societal conditioning, also the reality that we see, that what we experience, is also not the ultimate reality. So what do you think is the ultimate reality then? To understand ultimate reality, let us first get into the profound inquiry. What is the source of life and where is life originating from?
Now, you are a space of clearing for life to happen. So when I look at life, what I see as life is what I call as life. What I do not see is, what I see is a function of the space I am for life to show up inside of. Now let's look at elucidating this statement. What is the source of life? You are yourself the source for life to happen. This is an important revelation here. You are the source for life to happen yourself. And also, life is not the source of your experience. You are the source of life, and life is not the source of your experience at the same time. Now, if you are the source for all life to happen, then you are the source of all reality in your life to happen also. I repeat, if you are the source for all life to happen, you yourself are the source, then you are the source of all reality in your life also. So you realizing that you are the source of all and any reality of your life is what Swamiji defines as the ultimate reality that you can experience. This realization that you are the source yourself, there is no separate source, you yourself are the source of all and any reality of your life. This is the ultimate reality. So until we transcend the mind, until we go beyond the boundary of our mind, the ultimate reality is we consciously creating our own reality and sharing it with others and creating an agreement for it with people around us. What does this mean? We cannot immediately experience or cognize the ultimate reality. So until that happens, what is the ultimate reality for us, Swamiji gives us a stepping stone here until we completely transcend the mind and experience the ultimate. Until then, our ultimate reality is, it happens when we consciously create our own reality, when we share it with others, and when we work on creating an agreement for it with people around us. So by engaging with others and strengthening that conscious reality that we are working to create. So when we take the conscious decision not to allow the default stream of our life to go on and being a victim without asserting ourselves and deciding how our life should be, but instead deciding how it should be and actively engaging with others and establishing this conscious reality more and more. This is the ultimate reality for ourselves as of now.
Yes. Now to understand it in a more deeper sense, let's do a small exercise, right? So in this exercise, what you're going to do is write down what according to you is the most powerful way of relating with reality. Whatever you experience as your reality, what according to you is the most powerful way for you to relate with that reality. For example, I am a compassionate being, radiating compassion to myself and to any person who comes to my breathing space. Likewise for you, what is the most powerful way for you to relate with reality? Is it by taking responsibility, being a leader, or being a mother? Motherliness, taking care of people, being compassionate, being loving, or leading them, guiding them, holding the space for them to evolve. How do you relate with that reality? So let's pen down. Take a couple of minutes, contemplate on it, and you can now pen down what according to you is the most powerful way of relating with reality. Yes. Hopefully you have all penned down how you relate with reality. What is the most powerful way for you personally to relate with reality? Now moving further, Swamiji says the most empowering context you can have with reality is you creating your reality, then you enrolling others into this created reality and creating an agreement for this to be recognized as reality. And then you managing that agreement so that the reality remains reality. This can be done when you integrate all your thoughts and align to this new created reality. This is the most powerful way and the most empowering context you can have with a reality. First, you creating the reality, your reality, then enrolling others into this created reality and creating an agreement for this to be recognized as reality, and then maintaining and managing this agreement so that this reality that you created continues to remain as reality. And how this can be achieved is by integrating all your thoughts and aligning to this new created reality. So that is the way Swami says is the most empowering context for you to have with reality. Now, inventing your own reality means creating your own agreement, creating a listening for it in the other people. Is in the other people's my world. So everyone, every being has their own my world, right? Their own world, their own experience, the way they cognize it, the way they cognize the world that is happening around them. So in their my world, you create a listening for your created reality. And the agreement that you create, creating a listening for that agreement in their my world. Working on getting other people's consensus for it and managing that agreement. So you understand how Swamiji is empowering us to manifest the reality that we want. And the most powerful way of doing it, consciously create your reality, then enroll others into this reality, create an agreement with others so that the reality continues to be reality. How this will be done is when you create a listening for this reality that you have created, you create a listening for it in other people's my world, their own experience, relative experience of the world. When you create a listening for your reality and you get their consensus for your reality, so they also become on board with you and become part of your reality. And you then make sure you maintain this reality by integrating all your thoughts and aligning to this reality, the newly created reality. You maintain that agreement with others. So that is how you manifest the reality. That is the reality for you. Now, the ultimate reality is the ultimate expression of you being human. The ultimate expression of you being human is you being Aham Brahmasmi, you being the creator of your reality. That is the ultimate expression of you being human. The ultimate reality, you realizing that you are the source and you are the creator of your reality and actually creating the reality of you. The ultimate expression of you being human is you being Aham Brahmasmi, is what Swami is sharing with us as a creator of your reality. Now, how this can be done? This can be done when you transform the consciousness of people around you purely by the way you exist. Your existence expresses itself by your thoughts, words, and deeds. The highest expression of your thoughts and words is when you do deeds which are continuously expanding you. They are the deeds that are basically contributing in nature and contributing to the evolution of the consciousness in you and around you. Contributing, expanding yourself and others, evolving the consciousness inside you and inside others. That is how we transform the consciousness of people around us purely by the way we exist, and all our thoughts, words, and deeds are aligned to that existence or to that reality that we create. So let's now watch a short clip when Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will be sharing higher truths about the ultimate expression of our reality and taking us to a deeper understanding of the same. So let's listen in.
First truth from Paramashiva. Please internalize this. First truth. You are your ultimate reality. You are your ultimate truth. Paramasatya. Paramasatya about you is you are Paramashiva. Listen. There are various truths about you. Each identity you carry and play with the life is a truth for certain period. See, you are a wife as long as your husband exists. You are a husband as long as your wife is there. So your husband identity doesn't exist when you don't have wife. Your son, daughter, father, mother, each identity, employer, employee, any identity you carry is a truth at certain level for certain period of your life. But the ultimate reality about you, ultimate truth about you is you are Paramashiva. Listen. Only the ultimate truth about you, Paramasatya about you, ultimate reality about you is only the legitimate identity of you. Paramasatya about you is only the legitimate identity of you. Everything else, even if you think exists illegitimately. Please listen, understand. Other than your ultimate reality, ultimate truth, Paramasatya about you, that you are Paramashiva, any other identity, even if you think they exist, first of all, they don't exist. Other than your Paramasatya, ultimate reality, ultimate truth about you, nothing else exists. Even if you think they exist illegitimately. Declare legitimacy of your Paramasatya to yourself and illegitimacy of all the other realities, all the other lower truths about you, lower identities about you, lower ideas about you, lower existences about you. Understand? Your confusions, self-doubts, self-hatred, self-denial, social status, the way you internalize and cognize your identity based on the way society treats you, all this, even if it exists illegitimately. In cosmos, in the universe, in the prapancha, in the Brahmanda, only the ultimate reality exists. Paramasatya only exists. Parabrahma Satyam, Parabrahma Satyam, Parabrahma Satyam. Paramashiva Parabrahma Satyam. Paramashiva Paramburul. The ultimate. As I said, when your taste matures, you grasp the ultimate reality. Then you will understand. You can't even say infinity is equivalent to infinity, because the moment you say infinity is equivalent to infinity, you are trying to develop binary logic for multidimensional reality. You can't develop a binary logic formula for multidimensional reality. Multidimensional reality can only be enjoyed, cannot be mathematized. Spirituality cannot be politicized. Cosmos cannot be mathematized. Sacred cannot be scienticized. The rare cannot be rationalized. Integrity is a conscious maturity. Authenticity is the maturity of your kundalini, your bioenergy. Responsibility is maturity of consciousness. Enriching is flowering of consciousness. Taste for healthy food comes from a matured mind which thinks consciously, plans for healthy long life. Don't ask stupid questions like people try to tell me, somebody who is completely teetotaler never eats wrong food, never eats the non-vegetarian food, never drinks, smokes. Suddenly if he falls into ocean and dies, what will happen? Hey, that is totally different. Exemptions are not rules. Exemptions are exemptions because they are exemptions. Exemptions does not form rule. Don't try to bring exemption as the logic to break the rule. There are tons of truths. I am just overflowing to reveal them. Every time you consciously decide to live enlightened life, you wipe off all the unconscious karmas, failures, the whole past. Listen carefully. When Karna does dana, he gives whatever is there. He doesn't keep something for tomorrow. Just like Karna dana. Understand? He gives away everything. He doesn't keep something to do charity tomorrow. That is the beauty of Karna. Karna doesn't think, let me keep something so that tomorrow I can continue to do charity. No. What is, finish it. Understand? Same way, if you declare consciously within you, let me live enlightened life from this moment, all the unconscious patterns and negativity you developed loses power over you. Understand? For example, if you declare, let me become pure vegetarian from this moment, all the toxins you developed in your system due to non-vegetarian food melts away. Only if you fail and start taking non-vegetarian food again, those patterns come back. Otherwise, they get pushed into Sanjita, means the bank of karma. And if you don't get them back and reuse again and again, they get once for all burnt.
Yes. Now with these powerful revelations from Swamiji on how to manifest and how to create this ultimate reality in our lives, it is now time to switch over and get ready for receiving Swamiji in today's darshan. We are going to be having a very powerful darshan today, as Swamiji will be coming in the form of Bhagavan Veerabhadramurti, and we'll be getting initiated and having a very powerful experience. And after this, we will be resuming the session and the further processes and power manifestations for this ultimate reality, whatever you have written so far, and the ultimate reality that you want to create in your life to help you all make it into reality. So now with this, as the darshan preparation has begun, we will be switching over. And as for us, we thank you, Nithyananda, and you will be meeting with the next acharyas after this. So we wish you all a very beautiful darshan experience with Swamiji.
Just decide to go beyond the time, the boundaries of time. You will just transcend them. And you will raise one of the most powerful states where you can collapse the time to your very conscious. Just through the idea, through the understanding that your consciousness, just through the cherishing the right path of cognitions of your consciousness, you can just collapse time. These sacred sciences are unique only to Hinduism. Understand, you will not get these anywhere. It is only the Guru Shishya Sampradaya that time and again shares these profound signs with us. It is the Guru Shishya Sampradaya that has remained like the core backbone of Hinduism, which has brought forth so many extraordinary sciences like these. Otherwise, where else will we learn about these extraordinary truths, whether it is about how you can transcend time, how you can transcend death, how you can experience enlightenment, all of these truths. See, Swamiji explained how the certain frequency of light is all we can see, even according to the modern science. There's only a limited range of frequencies of light waves that human beings can perceive, we can see. How many of you have seen these infrared cameras where we use this night vision? I think some of the recent phones also have that upgraded night vision light that's available, right? Where you can, even at night, those infrared rays help the camera to see and capture images. But you will not be able to see that infrared rays in your eyes. Microwave. We may put our food to heat in the oven, microwave oven, and you can see that it is getting heated, but you will not be able to see the rays coming, right? There are some frequency of waves, the light waves, which are not visible to us. Actually, there's only a very limited range that's actually visible to us. Starting from 70 nanometers to 700 nanometers wavelength is what we can see. It's the visual range that human beings can cognize and perceive, which consists of Vibgyor. We would definitely come across this when we were learning it in physics, how the colors are perceived by our eyes, how we see, how our eyes see things. Only that is the limited range of light that we can actually cognize. So if something is made up entirely out of, let's say, UV rays, your eyes cannot see, even if it's a huge thing that is there, your eyes cannot perceive. The frequency of light, the frequency of waves that are there, which are beyond this frequency range of human beings' ability to perceive, we usually think that it's not there because we cannot cognize, we cannot see it. Lot of things exist in such high frequency. Swamiji explained how we have 7 major chakras and 14 minor chakras, in which is there predominantly in nerve joints. When our body starts raising to higher and higher and higher frequency, the minor chakras in our body starts getting so going to such high frequency, they go beyond this visual range where we are able to cognize, see it and perceive it. So it goes into that level where your joints suddenly disappear. It will look like your body is disjointed, meaning the parts are like cut. That's why it's called as Navakhanda. 9 places it is cut. It's actually not physically cut, but the body in those joints, the frequency of this area alone, because the energy level of our minor chakras increases so high, the frequency of these joints alone goes so high that they disappear. So this state where your body can radiate this highest state of consciousness, radiate that high frequency, is called as Navakhanda Yoga Samadhi.
And these sciences are consciously empowering sciences. Understand, we don't just stop with trying to study about, how you can make we don't just limit ourselves to plastic surgeries, this, that, which is limited to all of the ephemeral things. We were beings, enlightened beings, and we had incarnations who were able to decode the very science of eternal life. We were having these sciences. We had all, whether it is being advanced in medicinal field or being able to find, we were the ones who discovered plastic surgeries, but we were not, there were all only one part of our lifestyle, one part of what we researched or studied upon. Our ultimate goal was to experience, to tap into the very consciousness. So it was Hindus who were advanced, who excelled in all the fields, and ultimately in each of the fields we tapped into the eternal part, which is one of the most important part. We tapped into being able to harness the power of consciousness. Now, to every one of you that are here, in the last 10 days, what is one science that you would say was something very, very new, very phenomenal that you learned? Something new, which you had not learned before or which you had not known before and you learned. Can I request every one of you to post? What was one thing that you learned which you had not known before? Something you learned this time. Go ahead and you all can post it in the chat. Okay, I see each of you posting various different answers. Now, for everyone, there are so many different sciences that we learned. There are so many different truths that we learn. And ultimately, all of us, the experience that we are having, for each of us, we were having the tapping directly into the consciousness. In Hinduism, this science is unique. This science is profound. And in the last 10 days, whatever we are learning, we are directly tapping into that conscious powers, which only can be given by an incarnation. Understand, if we have anything in Hinduism today, it is because of one thing: the continuous living stream of enlightened beings, incarnations who walk this planet Earth time and again. We all have been learning about the persecution, the Hindu Holocaust, how relentlessly we were attacked. The Hindus were continuously targeted and brutally attacked. But do you know what made them kept constantly fail? When the first time Muhammad Ghori, when he wanted to come inside, he wanted to invade. He tried coming through the present-day Gujarat. He tried invading through that side. And it was just one queen who fought against him. There are multiple references. Even when Alexander tried invading, we have a reference of how King Purushottam, referred to as Porus, was bravely fought in the battle against the Greeks. Like, there's so many different references are there. We have people, so many wars that were recorded where continuously they were trying to invade into Akhanda Bharata, and our kings fought them back bravely. But you know one thing, one component, when they attacked, that was a blow that was unrecoverable. To every one of you here, I'm going to request all of you to provide your complete listening to in the next few minutes as we all prepare for the darshan. Because what we are going to be learning today, what we are going to be listening to today is very important. This will answer our questions, many of your questions about why Hinduism was subject to Holocaust, what made us strong, and what was at one point which enabled the invaders, which enabled the Hindu music forces to destroy Hinduism. And I'm going to request all the participants to please come and settle down. Please be seated in front of the cameras. Can I request all the participants to come in camera? Ma Lagbeshe Sama, Ma Maluhya Mauna, Ma Ratna Prabha. Can I request all of you to please come and settle down in front of the camera? This is a very important session, and I'm going to give you all a few minutes. Please come and settle down. I'm still seeing a lot of participants are not settled. Can I please request all of you to come in front of the camera and please be seated? Yes, all the male bodies. Can I request all of you to please come on the camera? I'm still seeing in the male bodies room, there's a lot of people who are not on camera. Can I please request all of you to come on camera and settle down? Okay, so if all of you are listening, can I request all of you to post yes in the chat? If all the participants are ready and if you're all listening. Okay. Thank you, Ma Nirantarananda, and Ma Saroja Plush, Ma Prematavasi, Ma Lagbeshe Sama, and Ma Ratna Prabha, Ma Iqbal Bano, Nithyanandam. I request all of you to please come on camera. I still see a lot of participants in one of the rooms not in camera. Please, can I have you all come and settle down in front of the camera, please? Hinduism faced 5,000 years of relentless persecution. We were attacked. The attacks were barbaric. Continuously for 5,000 years, we faced relentless persecution. And yet, it was untold. The invaders, when they usurped our kingdoms, when they took over, when they obfuscated, when they confiscated the kingdoms, when they killed with treachery, our kings bravely fought them back. We had brave kings and queens who were powerful, who were role model, who bravely fought them back, and we reclaimed our rightful kingdoms back. When they destroyed our temples, they enlightened ecosystems with it. They destroyed our deities. They looted our jewels. They destroyed our temples, the ecosystems around it, killed the people. We, every single time, built them back in all its glory and opulence. We built the temples grander as it was, if not even more. We revived the splendor of the temple. We revived the ecosystems. We revived the same power, same opulence, everything back. For example, just one temple you're all seeing towards the left corner, the Somnath temple alone was destroyed 17 times. Each time we built them back. They could not stop us. Next, they attacked our very education system. They burnt down the universities. You all can see the remains. These are not mere relics. They are a reminder of the brutal Holocaust that we faced. They destroyed our universities. They burnt our scriptures. We were able to revive them back. The gurus, time and again, established a gurukul and kept reviving them back. But when they even massacred our people, they burnt our people, brutally attacked, killed, slaughtered the Hindus. They were mass murders. They paraded the dead bodies of Hindus. Even that did not push us to give up. But they attacked our gurus. They attacked the root of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. They attacked our Guru Shishya Sampradaya. They attacked the enlightened masters, incarnations. And this was a blow which we were not able to recover from. The attack on the Guru Shishya Sampradaya, a blow which shook Veda Mata from her very roots. What we are going to take you all through now, what we are going to be showing you all right now, is a very important data. And I'm going to request all of you to provide your complete listening for the next few minutes. When we say attack on Hinduism, when we say attack on the Guru Shishya Sampradaya, when you first think, oh, maybe one or two gurus, or maybe just one or two gurus where a few people who are standing up are getting attacked. But I don't think all the gurus are attacked. See, there are so many people who don't get attacked. Understand, we need to wake up to this truth. Anyone who stands as secular is not attacked. Anybody who stands up for Hinduism, invariably, any guru that stands up for Hinduism
and
is
boldly
attacked.
voices, especially if someone is just a Hindu, if he declares himself as a Hindu and not a secular, but as a Hindu, they're attacked. And we are not talking any ideas. We are talking a reality that is bitter but is true. A reality that you and me, every one of us, need to wake up to. Continuously in front of us. I'm not talking about what happened just 500 years or 1,000 years ago. No, I am talking about what happened less than 100 years ago, just in the last 80 to 90 years. What exactly happened in the so-called post-independent world, in the so-called modernized world? What are we Hindus being subject to? What exactly is happening right in front of our eyes? But a reality that all of us are consciously not told, a reality that is consciously hid from each of us. I'm going to show you all some data just within the last 100 years. Here you all can see
On the 23rd of December 1926, 70-year-old Swami Shraddhananda was assassinated by a militant missionary. On the 17th of November 1966, there was an anti-cow slaughter rally. Mind you, these sadhus were peacefully protesting, saying we should not kill the cows. 5,000 sadhus were killed in the broad daylight in the police action. 5,000 sadhus. The official number were largely downplayed. The numbers that were written and reported in the news and media was 8 to 375 only, but 5,000 sadhus on record. Similarly, on the 15th of February 1973, the leader of Ananda Marg, Sri P.R. Sarkar, was falsely accused and arrested. He was poisoned in prison, allegedly by the jail doctor. After recovering, he went on a fast seeking justice. He fasted for the next 5 years, 4 months, 2 days, until 2nd of August 1978. This is a Hindu leader, a saint, and a sannyasi. And to the disciples of this very Guru, on the 30th of April 1982, 16 male and 1 female Hindu sannyasi of Ananda Marg were burnt. They were pulled out of a cab and burnt alive near a bridge in the broad daylight in front of hundreds of people. On the 23rd of August 2008, Swami Lakshmanananda Saraswati and 4 of his disciples were murdered in the state of Odisha in India. He was a highly revered spiritual leader, who lived a life dedicated to the welfare of forest dwellers, the Vanvasis of Kandhamar. We advise viewer discretion because these pictures are going to be sensitive and graphic, but this is the truth that we all need to see, we all need to understand, because this is happening continuously. Next, on the 21st of February 2011, Swami Premananda was arrested illegally and he lost his life in prison. And similarly, on 23rd of 2013, Swami Asaram Bapu was arrested. On the 19th of November 2014, 6 disciples of Sant Rampal was killed and he was arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment. On 22nd of September 2015, Swami Avimukteshwarananda was dragged on the street and beaten while he was performing his religious rites in the sacred river Ganga. Similarly, on the 21st of February 2016, in the Panchagar district of Bangladesh, Hindu priest was beheaded brutally by terrorists. On the 26th of August 2017, 30 disciples of Ram Rahim Baba were killed. 27th of September 2018, Palhari Baba received a jail term till death on the false allegations of rape. He was a great yogi who lived only on fruits, and hence his name was Palhari. Palhari. On 25th of January 2019, a Hindu sadhu was mob lynched and killed, justified claiming he is a Hindu beggar sadhu. And on 30th of August 2019, Swami Tattvabodhananda, a disciple of Swami Dayananda Saraswati, a yoga guru and Gita and Vedadhikari, was brutally beaten and sickened to death by mob lynchers in Puducherry. He was brutally assassinated in the broad daylight. On 16th of April 2020, 2 sadhus and their driver were mob lynched in broad daylight and brutally murdered. This video was widely circulated online. So many Hindus tried voicing, but no justice served. They were under the pretext of thieves. These sadhus, who were actually Mahants, who were serving in the Akhada, were killed in front by a huge mob of people. On 20th of September 2021, the head of Akhada Parishad, the apex organization of 10 million Hindu monks, Sri Haradaneth Mahant Narendra Giriji Maharaj, was assassinated, and the murder was covered under the pretext of suicide by the Hindu music terrorists. The list goes on. And this persecution still continues.
And what we are talking about is happening now. And understand this is the same, what we showed you are few of the, some of the major attacks, assassinations and arrests that the anti-Hindu elements were successfully able to do throughout this phase. Almost last 10 plus years, Swamiji has been persecuted by this exact anti-Hindu mafia.
I have a question to ask every one of you here. What is one thing that you all see common in the killings of all these Hindu gurus? Can I request every one of you to please post in the chat? What is one thing that is common which you all note in all of the killings of these Hindu gurus? I request everyone to take a minute, look beyond just, okay, they all were killed, yes, but look at something that is common. What is a common pattern that you see in all of the killings of these Hindu gurus? Can I request everyone to take a minute and post? Give it a thought. Whatever you think it is, please post. Can I request everyone of you to type out? Yes, I see various answers coming in. Go ahead. Whatever you think is the reason. Whatever you think is a common pattern amongst all of this. Yes, that's right. Many of you have posted saying that there was a lawfare. That is true. But look at the pattern of the lawfare. Every single guru, if they're a leader of a big organization, they are labeled as womanizers. A woman is weaponized against them and they are arrested under some false case. If it is a individual sannyasi, independent sannyasi, that sannyasi is killed, mob lynched, and society, the Hindu music elements, labels them as thieves. This is a story that is not, we are not telling about something that happened 5,000 years ago. This is something that's happening right in front of our eyes right now. As late as November 2023, we all know a very viral news where one of the monks was killed in Karnataka in India, and there was another Hindu monk who was sickled to death in Rajasthan. This is happening continuously. These are few that are reported. There are so many that goes unreported.
And this is the same group. If you see, identify and understand, exactly this is the same strategy that is being used against Swamiji. And especially because Swamiji is not just a staunch Hindu and an unapologetic Hindu, but voicing out, standing as the sole voice, the loudest, the sole voice for the 2 billion Hindus. It is only Swamiji who is voicing out the Hindu Holocaust to the world, because Hindus are subject to double Holocaust, where we were subject to the genocide, and second, we have been brainwashed to believe that the genocide is not real. It is only Swamiji who is bringing this awareness to Hindus, making us all realize what is actually happening, giving us all the realization, the cognition about what is actually going on with Sanatana Hindu Dharma, what's our real history, what actually happened to us, what is a persecution, what's a Holocaust that Hindus were subject to. And because Swamiji is the grand narrative of Hinduism, Swamiji is subject to the most brutal Holocaust. Literally, all that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been facing, the entire thing, that level of brutality is being targeted and used against Swamiji. Just in the last 10 plus years, almost 15 years now, not just 10 plus years, more than 15 years now. What Swamiji is being subject to is the worst thing that no one can even imagine. The kind of character assassination, the kind of attack, the Holocaust that has been happening. Every one of us that are here, if we are all sitting here today, if we are able to even have access to this much science, it is only surely because of one person's dedication, one person's tyaga, Swamiji. Because Hindu gurus are continuously attacked in front of our eyes. We are all seeing the data. We are seeing the statistics. Understand, it is high time that we wake up to the reality. Hindu gurus are the backbone of Hinduism. They keep the sciences alive. It is they who are the foundation, who are the pillars, the core of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is because of them that Hinduism survives. It's because of them that Hinduism flourishes. If the attack on these Hindu gurus continues, we are letting our mother, Veda Mata, be attacked. Time and again, gurus, the Guru Shishya Sampradaya, has dedicated their entire life to keep all these ancient sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive. What made us win these extraordinary battles? We all know. Even Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, who is regarded as one of the greatest of warriors, we know he had a Rajaguru who continuously guided him. He had a Guru who blessed, continuously guided him. Similarly, Rajaraja Cholan, an excellent emperor, he was also guided by a Guru. Similarly, we all, Maharana Pratap, who was a king of Mewar, he single-handedly fought Mughal soldiers, Mughals, and defended the entire part of Rajasthan, Mewar, for a long time. And he was guided by his Guru, Raghavendracharya. Like this, there are tons of stories, how whether it is protecting kingdoms, whether it is protecting the enlightenment ecosystems, whether it is rebuilding education system, rebuilding temples, it was Hindu gurus, enlightened beings who remained the sole reason of how and why we were able to build it back. And that is why the invaders, the Hindu music forces, precisely are attacking the root of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. This is not a thing of the past. We are not talking about just the past persecution alone. We are talking about something that continues to this day, that is happening in front of your eyes, my eyes. And if we all don't wake up, we are going to lose the precious incarnations that have happened on planet Earth. KAILASA is the safe haven for all Hindus. And why did Swamiji declare it as safe haven? Because this is the only place where gurus, enlightened beings, can gather from various parts of the world, practice the science, revive the traditions without the fear of being persecuted. So many gurus have lost their lives in prison. So many gurus have been mob lynched and killed. KAILASA is not just a revival of various sciences or traditions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, no. KAILASA's first and foremost aspect is it brings political legitimacy to Hinduism. That is what is going to safeguard the Hindu gurus. The time of an incarnation on planet Earth is extremely precious. It is even more precious to have an Paramavatara, an ultimate incarnation like Swamiji. So every one of you that are here watching us, listening to us at this moment, we are all blessed that we have Swamiji. And KAILASA stands for this purpose. KAILASA is built by Swamiji with his 47 years of hard work, blood, sweat, and dedication to stand as a safe haven for various different Hindu gurus, enlightened beings, Siddha Purushas, yogis, rishis, munis from various parts of the globe to come and practice. Today, the safety and the freedom, the religious freedom for such Hindu gurus are rapidly declining. It's almost none. And KAILASA is going to be that core seed bank of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, where all the traditions, sampradayas are going to revive, and most importantly, are going to be given legitimate protection, spiritual legitimacy, political legitimacy, social legitimacy, cultural legitimacy, and so on. Every one of you that become a part of KAILASA, you are going to be contributing to this great cause. One of the most important factors. Ma Lita Gabriela is asking, I want to understand if this is delusion. Why are these gurus manifesting this types of death for themselves? I mean, how can that be the thing? See, when avatars happen, when enlightened masters dedicate their life for the sake of humanity, because with their utmost compassion, they're opening themselves up to contribute to humanity. Otherwise, how much time would it take for Swamiji to decide to just sit in Tiruvannamalai and just be there and be one of the sadhus in Tiruvannamalai? Swamiji loves Arunachala, and from childhood, Swamiji has been there. There was no necessity for Swamiji to leave Tiruvannamalai and come out and make himself available for the whole planet. Understand, it is we who need to take responsibility. We need to take responsibility. Hindus need to realize and wake up why this persecution, why this Holocaust is happening to us. Why should we be subject to this crime against humanity? Just because we are Hindus, why should we be targeted and persecuted? Malarita, your question should be asked to why Sanatana Hindu Dharma is being targeted and how dare they persecute us.
And I just wanted to tell one thing, ma. Even the thought, see how so cunningly the public narrative against Hinduism makes Hindus ourselves turn our thoughts against gurus. I'm not saying you are against, I understand you were asking. But I'm telling, even this thought is because of the relentless brainwashing done by the media. What happens when you go and watch movies? They always portray Hindu gurus as someone who cheats people, who fools people. So somewhere inside Hindus, there starts being a doubt, an insecurity. And that seed of doubt is what they play with. That small seed of a doubt is what the media manipulates. That is why today, so many Hindus, if you see, they turn back and question the gurus. They say, oh, come on, he says he's an incarnation. Why he can't defend himself? This is the worst thing that we can do to ourselves. And incarnation has come down to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. His life is dedicated for Hinduism. Then it is fundamentally our responsibility as Hindus to stand up and protect, to stand for the gurus. But to make us stand back and fight with the gurus, that is the exact strategy of the Hindu music elements. That is why they are able to continuously attack. Because independently, if you see, we'll think, oh, maybe this guru is like that. He could have been. It is not going to be wrong. So many people are telling, so many news channels are talking. So something must be there. That something must be there is the criminal negligence of Hindus. And as long as we allow them to isolate, demonize the guru, character assassinate, and we start believing it, we are gaslighting ourselves. We are allowing ourselves to be gaslit. We are allowing ourselves to be manipulated by the false anti-Hindu narrative spread by the media. Anytime, that is why Swamiji says, irrespective of the sampradaya, irrespective of the which sampradaya, which tradition, which place, any